we're going to do the arena-only card review for the Sunken City expansion, starting with the neutrals, then doing the glass cards. A little more complicated than usual to set up, because I had to put the colossal tail pieces to the side type thing. Round guesses, mechs work very well underwater. Until they get hit by something. Ace of Messiah YouTube. Alright, so yeah, like we were saying, this one's fairly simple. You know, Argent Squire is a decent card. It has been in the past. It is now. And, yeah, this one gives a random mech in your hand, +1/+1. The more mechs you have, the better this gets. It looks like there's quite a few mechs in the set. It also gets better if, you know, Goblins versus Gnomes or Boomsday happens to be in the rotation, which have other mechs. So yeah, it's a pretty good card. It's a pretty good card. It will probably be something that you draft quite a bit, because it looks like there's quite a number of mechs. Like, this is a beast. It's got some metal, but no mech parts. The Helmet Crab, 1 mana for 3, can't attack. So, yeah, I mean, this has to... I don't know how many synergy cards there are within the set. There is a card I know that says Silence All Minions on your board and the opponent's board. But this needs setup. And anything that needs setup, and you may not get the setup, you know, this goes all the way down. Yeah, Jensen says there's a Priest 1/2. Priest gets them in 2 copies, yeah. But you have to get this card early, and you would have to get that card, and you have to draw them in the right order. Yeah, Pan talks about Argus. Yeah. Assuming Argus is still in the core set, which I'm actually not entirely sure. But yeah, anything that does nothing without comboing with something else tends to not be great. So, yeah. I would say that this is not. He thinks Royal Librarian is back. Oh, well, it was that Stormwind, which makes sense. Yeah. Still, having to silence your own minion and having to play a card does nothing unless you're able to do that. I think this is very bad. As the only rating with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're gonna rate 3.5. I tend to say things like, you know, between 1 and 2, but I don't explicitly say 3.5. There's Mirror Image and Gangster. I don't know if you want to say counters Gangster in terms of you're still spending a card to get rid of it. A Divine Shield counters Gangster better, because then the Gangster hits the Divine Shield. Yeah, Jen's getting to a single situation. We pick this. I mean, if you've already got, you know, a bunch of those pre-silence cards or other ways to enhance this, if you've already drafted 5 cards that work with this, maybe you'd think about it. But in general, 1 star. I'm both Mirror and Gangster out. No, Alterac is still in this meta, right? And Gangster is Alterac. I don't think they took Alterac out, did they? I don't believe so. Mirror is out, though. Mirror is out of the core set, I believe. Alterac is still in, so Gangster is still in. Pelican Diver, right, so there's quite a few cards in this kind of series. Dormant for 1 turn, then Rush. So yeah, it does nothing the turn you play it, but it's 4 damage to, you know, any minion type thing for only 1 mana, which seems very, very, very good. You know, you're typically willing to play 2 mana for the 3/1 Rush Murloc. Now, it happens the turn you play it. But, yeah, this'll be really, really, really strong, I think, and really frustrating when your opponent plays it. Because if they put this down, not on turn 1, but on turn 2, then you're looking at playing your 3 mana 3/4, and you're like, well, it's already dead. It's already dead to that Dormant. I can't do anything about it. So am I still going to play it, or am I going to do something else? So, it is delayed for a turn, and it requires your opponent to play into it, right? If the opponent can just wait around, they can just wait for this to come out of Dormant and then ping it the next turn. So it's not like the craziest, most insane card ever necessarily, but it seems very good. It seems very good. Probably not 5, but the fact that it can really mess with your opponent's curve because it does so much damage, so little mana, seems strong to me. I doubt it'll end up being much weaker than that. And maybe honestly, you'll be like, man, Pelican Death. That card wins games. But I would probably lean towards 4. Piranha Swarmer, 1 mana, 1/1 Beast Rush. After you summon Piranha Swarmer, gain +1 attack. Does this give itself 1 attack or not? Is it a 2/1 rush or is it a 1/1 rush? It's like Dreadraven. It's like Red Dreadraven, then the first one is only 1/1. Can we discard beyond zone? Should just be a token? Maybe. Spaces in Shaman 4. Is there other stuff for Shaman that enhances this? After you summon to win, buff it. You don't think so? Alright. 1, right after the other card gives you prana. Oh, maybe there's a Shaman card does it. Like I said, I've not looked at all the cards. I kind of enjoy looking at them during the review, but it does throw me off sometimes. Is there no? Because it's not Outcry. Yeah. It's confusing wording. I don't actually know if this is a 2/1 or a 1/1. If it is a 1 mana 1/1 rush, that is pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. Kind of 1, kind of 2. Basilisk suggests that it would not buff itself. Okay, well, so assuming it doesn't buff itself, I mean, the 1 mana 2/1 rush is pretty good, but a 1/1 rush, pretty terrible. Maybe 1.5 type thing. If it is a 2/1 rush, then, you know, the 2/1 rush, we draft that all the time. The bird one, the Emerald Bird thing. Emerald Sky Talon, that card's pretty good. But, yeah, the difference between 1 attack and 2 attack for 1 mana is pretty huge. All right. I don't think, you know, you're probably not going to be able to combo this particularly well in Arena. Sir Finley's going to get the Diamond card on the Tavern Pass. And so, yeah, it's a cute one. It spins around and around. Swap your hand with the bottom of your deck. So this is actually a pretty interesting effect because there are a lot of times where you end up in Arena and you're like, I've got these 3 responsive cards. The opponent's not playing into them. I'm a priest. I've got, you know, Holy Nova and Shadowward Ruin or something, you know, and I don't need these cards right now. The ability to swap your hand with the bottom of your deck and not do it glide style while you're also giving your opponent cards can be quite good. And, you know, it's a 1 mana 1/3, which is good in itself. So yeah, probably not the craziest everything ever. Sometimes you're just gonna exchange 1 hand that you think is okay for another hand that might be worse. But yeah, it's got the Dire Mole stat line, which is fine. It's got Murloc synergy, and sometimes it'll be quite helpful to you because you've got a dead hand. So you know, I'd lean towards 4. I'd lean towards this being nice. Right. And Sunderman points out that if you actually have pulled off some of those Ajaran-like cards that sink stuff to the bottom of your deck, that's even better. Absolutely. I don't know how reliable that'll be, but you're right. That is even a little more of a boost. I'm guessing it's not going to be enough of a boost to say it's like a 5, because I think Dredge will not be reliable in Arena, but we'll see. I think some of those Ajaran cards are commons. And it's like this card, it's awkward most of the time. Right, there are going to be cases where you're like, boy, I've got a curve. If I play this Finley, I might lose my curve, but I want to get this 1 mana 1/3 down. And yeah, that's gonna come up. That's gonna come up a lot. David thinks Dredge is going to be fantastic. It does help you, you know, control your draws in general. You know, it increases the odds by 3 that you've got something good on top of your deck. Plus, might have synergy with those sunken cards. Vicious Slither Spear with kind of a molten-looking shield and molten-looking spear. Another 1 mana 1/3. After you cast a spell, gain +1 attack until your next turn. Like I said, in Arena, 1 mana 1/3s like Dire Mole are very playable just on their own. And so, obviously, the more spells you have, the better this gets. A lot of arena decks have barely any spells, at least in this meta. Not so much for maybe Warlock or Mage, but a lot of the other classes have a really tough time drafting spells at the moment. I don't know if that'll be the case in the next meta. But yeah, by default, you know, a 1-mana 1/3 is decent. The more spells you have, the better this gets. I don't think it would ever really get as good as a 5 because it's really, really tough to cast 3 or 4 spells in a turn. And the space says there's also might be Naga synergy. That's true. That's true. I don't know exactly what Naga synergy is coming up, to be honest. But yeah, it's a decent card that just has the potential to get better. Draftable by default. Red says, I think the upside of playing it when your hand is bad is higher than the downside of not being able to play a 1/3. I think that will be generally true. So yeah, that's why I rated the Finley as a at least good card. Probably not must draft, though. There's other really good legendaries, right? Amalgam of the Deep, a new amalgam with a shark face. 2-mana 2/3, all minion types. It's a totem, it's a naga, it's a murloc, it's a dragon, which means it gets hit by every effect that targets those cards. Stormwind is back in the next meta, for instance, so that 3-mana 2/3 that eats a beast, it eats this. But yeah, Battlecry, choose a friendly minion, discover a minion of the same type. So if you've got a mech on board, you could try to discover a colossal mech from your class. If you've got, you know, beast on board, you could try to discover another beast. If you've got dragon on board, you could try to discover raid boss Anexia. So it's got a possibly very strong effect, especially with like dragons. So, but like I said, it also gets eaten by all the hate cards, all the deal 6 damage to a dragon, all the destroy a beast, all the destroy a pirate, which is a bit of a downside. Even so, it's another thing that I don't think is completely insane, but it gets more insane the more, you know, dragons and mechs you have, because there are good mechs to discover. There are very good dragons to discover still, because they're not taking cards like Ysera out of the core set. So, yeah. And says, we're on the commons already? We're going by mana cost. Going from low mana to high mana. Low mana cards tend to be more foundational. David says, really for me informed that the private shore has not been removed dishonorably. Dishonorably discharged from Ram. Yep. Still getting those honorable kills. Can't discover itself. True. No card can discover itself anymore. Or generate itself. The Murkwater Scribe. 2-mana 3/2. Battlecry. Next spell you play costs 1 less. So they made this... Okay, so I was comparing it to that mage card. The 1-mana 2/2 that says reduce the cost of your highest spell. This is the next spell you play costs 1 less. But yeah, it's a 2-mana 3/2 with potential Naga synergy. I don't know all the Naga synergy. But yeah, it's a good stat line with a mana cost reduction. We're seeing a lot of things that are 4. This one's probably a high 4, I would say, because even though not every arena deck has a lot of spells, usually you have at least like 3. So yeah, almost anybody will be able to use this. It could activate synergies. It's a good stat line. All around, beyond solid. You'll draft a lot of these whenever you need it to. Sometimes if you've got coin in hand, it could be awkward. Potentially, yeah. If you need to use the coin to get whatever out, then you'll end up wasting the discount. It's very true. All right, Naval Mine. Ooh. 2-mana 0/2. It is a mech, though. You could magnetize to it if Boomsday were in. You can use it to activate other mech synergies. Death Ray will deal 4 damage to any hero. But yeah, it's just like that card we saw earlier, the 1-mana 4/3 that needs to be like silenced or taunted or something. Any card that needs synergy to do anything tends to be bad. Even like the 2-mana 0/2 that summons a 4/4. The spider eggs, those are tough to use. So yeah, this is not necessarily completely undraftable, but it leans towards don't draft unless you've already got a ton of synergy with it. Buff for Quest Hunter, is that right? I don't know what's going on, Standard. There's no motherfucker card can buff that, right, but you would have to have both in your hand, so it still seems bad almost universally. This is maybe in Warlock specifically, with things like Hellfire. I mean, maybe. That's where you draft the eggs, but face damage is not as good as a 4/4 in Arena. Face damage is often kind of irrelevant. The Rainbow Glow Scale, another Naga with, yeah, good stat line and +1 spell damage. We've had Kobold for many, many, many years as a 2-mana 2/2 with spell damage, which you don't want because it's a 2/2, but this is a 2/3, so you do want it. So, yeah, this one is more of a 3.5 than a 4, I would say, because spell damage is hard to take advantage of than a spell discount in general. But, yeah, it's certainly, it's above a 3, but it may not get all the way to 4. But, yeah, it's very, very, very draftable. Cobalt and Shambles, yes, indeed. Oh, I passed one. Security Automaton. Oh, it's Undertaker. It's Undertaker from way back in Nax. But it costs 2 mana to start. Yeah, 2 mana 1/3, which is bad. But if you can just play a single mech, then it's a 2 mana 2/4, which is very good. So it's like that very first card. Is only pickable in Mage/Paladin? Wait, do you mean this card? Wait, this card? I don't know. There's a lot of neutral mechs, I think. I think there's a lot of neutral mechs. So yeah, you only need to play one additional mech to get this rolling. We've only seen one neutral mech so far, but I think there's more coming up. But yeah, it is really bad on its own. You need at least one mech played to get going. Tough one to judge. Yeah, good to activate Gorilla, which has been buffed to a 3-mana card. Yeah, I mean, obviously this gets better the more and more mechs you have. It's one of those cards where it's like, well, yeah, if it's your last card offered and you have no mechs, well then don't draft it. It's bad. But the more and more mechs are draftable, and I think it looks like a lot of mechs are going to be draftable, it can get better and better. Yeah, tough one to judge until we actually see how many mechs are draftable. But I feel like I've seen enough mechs just rapidly scrolling through the cards that this will lean towards at least decent, I think. We'll see. We'll see. Hard one to judge until we're actually playing the game. Tuska Troller. 2 mana 2/3 pirate tag available. And Cry Dredge. So again, Dredge is you look at 3 bottom cards of your deck, put one on top. You never know how your deck is arranged in Arena typically, unless you've got these sunken cards that we'll see coming up. But yeah, it triples the odds. It triples the odds of you getting a good draw the next turn. Just like that Demon Hire card, the 2 mana 3/2 Demon, that would look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put one on top. So yeah, the ability to make your next draw better is very good. And it's a solid stat line. You might get Pirate Synergy, maybe. So yeah, there's a lot of 4s. Yes, Lemon says 4, right? We're seeing a lot of these good stat lines with reasonable upsides. Not completely insane upsides like Corporal from the Alterac set, but very reasonable upsides. Good upsides. But not utterly insane. So we're seeing a lot of 4s. Lots and lots of 4s so far. 3 mana 3/4 Naga, which is the stat line you want. Spider Cry. The Spider Cry? The Spider Cry! My Spider Cry is tingling. If you've cast a spell holding this, draw a Naga. So this depends on how many Nagas you have, but we're seeing a lot of common neutral Nagas here. You probably will have Nagas. And yeah, you're not always gonna cast a spell while holding this, but it's another. This one, 3 mana 3/4 with draw a card is really good. But even that may not be must draft good. It's like, there's that 5 mana 5/5 dragon draw a card. That one's really good, but it's not quite 5. Lots of 4s. I think this one's a little better than some of the other 4s we've seen because drawing a card is a big upside, but it is conditional. So yeah, and plus it could activate other Naga synergies. So you could draw this with another Crush Claw Enforcer. What cry? Because Spider Tank's gone. Yeah, it was interesting to have Spider Tank in core for a year, but it's going away. The Puffer Fist, another 3 mana 3/4. This one's a pirate. Lots of tribal tags in this expansion. mechs and pirates and Naga. After your hero attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies. Whoa! For Demon Hunter? Yeah, 5 out of 5 for Demon Hunter. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. This is super trivial to activate for Demon Hunter. It's a very strong upside. You know, this is not just like a Bunker Sergeant. It's a Bunker Sergeant every turn, plus it's the enemy face. Yeah, Ivan says Rogue. So yeah, if you are a Demon Hunter, it's like big 5. And yeah, if you're a Rogue with a dagger setup, I still think it's a little less 5. A little less 5 than Demon Hunter. But still very, very strong, like low 5 compared to high 5. The high 5. And then yeah, Druid not quite as good as Rogue or Demon Hunter, but it would still probably a yeah, I want to draft this, must draft, unless there's something even more insane. And yeah, that's sometimes warrior. I mean, you'd have to have quite a few weapons, but yeah, any of the ones that can attack. But yeah, if you're a mage or priest or a any class that cannot reasonably attack, or a shaman that doesn't have weapons, which is usually the case, anything that's not going to be able to attack, it goes down to decent, because it's still a spider tank with a pirate tag. It's worth noting that with all these pirates we're seeing, that if the Galaka Crawler is draftable, the crab that eats pirates, looks like it's going to be a lot better than usual, because we got all these new neutral pirates. We're bad, no new weapons meta again. Yeah, it depends on how many old weapons there are from previous sets and such, and how much they're being offered in drafts. Sometimes we see very weapon-heavy metas, sometimes we don't. Reef a Walker. Right, so yeah, Simon says these are the same piranhas as earlier. So it is... Oh, it's Battlecry and Death Rattle. Interesting. Now, I think you still probably wouldn't want to be drafting the 1-mana 1/1 rush itself. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. So, Battlecry, summon a 1/1 Swarmer, Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 Swarmer, and then the Swarmers themselves gain attack if you summon another Swarmer while they're still on board. Now, it won't probably work particularly well here most of the time, because the 1/1 that's on board will probably die separately from the one that summons when this one dies, most likely. But yeah, no, it's a 3-mana, 3/2 with the Elemental tag. Could activate Elemental synergies in relevant metas. We had a relevant meta right now because Angora was in. And so yeah, you get a 1/1 rush with your 3-mana 3/2, which is decent, maybe even a little better than decent. And you get another one on Death Rattle. I think it's only a 3 for them, but this is actually a lot of stats. It's a lot of stats for 3 mana, and it's a bit of response. So I would still lean towards another 4. Another 4. It's got more stats than a conventional 3. So yeah. Getting a lot of 4s. We should start with neutrals. Start with neutrals because they tend to be foundational. They tend to be foundational to the whole meta. We used to start with glass cards, but last expansion we did neutrals first. I don't know if we did the same for Stormwind, but it seems to be a better way to go. Oh, the Sea Scout Operator. This one just makes me smile because that type of handheld engine you use all the time in Subnautica, and we streamed Subnautica 1 and Subnautica 2. 3 mana, 2/4, which is a bad stat line, but if you control a mech, summon 2 2/1 Mecha Fish. I don't know if I like that. We're seeing there might be quite a number of mechs, but it's a bad stat line if you don't activate the condition. And you may not have enough mechs to activate the condition generally. It's, again, just like all these mech things, it gets better and better the more mechs you have. But, from a default state, you would want to avoid this because it's a bad stat line. The fish are mechs. When they say mecha fish, yeah, they would also be mechs. Almost definitely. I don't have the token art here, but almost definitely mechs. Yeah, what if they made a beast? Mecha Godzilla as a beast. 3 mana, 2/4, again a bad stat line, but this has poisonous, so it's actually unlimited attack. Dormant for 1 turn, like that 4/1 we saw. Good health, good health, plus poisonous. So, yeah, it's another, just like the 4-1 would be quite annoying in terms of your opponent has the 4-1 dormant down. You're like, well, boy, now I don't want to play my 3-4 really. When they got this played, you don't want to play any of your big cards. So yeah, this is gonna be annoying. I agree. And 3-mana clear their 5-drop. Well, it's not just 3-mana clear their 5-drop. It's 3-mana play it on turn 7. You know, now the opponent. I'm just saying Twin Tyrant because that's something we see a lot of right now. But, you know, because we have Descent of Dragons in, but Descent of Dragons not going to be in next mana. But just the cards we're seeing right now, you know, that 7/7 taunt. You put this down on, you know, turn 6, and suddenly they can't play their 7/7 taunt unless they want it to die. So it's a lot more than just kill their 5-drop. Even late in the game, it can prevent them from playing anything big. So, yeah, it's gotta be super annoying to play against. Super, super annoying to play against. It may go all the way to 5. Yeah, so it says weak-ish 5. But yeah, it looks really, really, disabling for the opponent. It's gonna be absolute terror. Yeah, it's a common. It's a common, and it's a Murloc. So, it's got a lot going for it. More than most of the cards we've seen here. Yeah, this is gonna be really frustrating for Arena. It's gonna be all over the place. Here's the Silence All Minions. I knew this one existed. This one's an epic. We had the epic bug that made epics show up all the time for a third time. They did just fix it for a third time, though, so unless it comes back again for a fourth time with the expansion, this won't show up all that much. But it does have the beast tag, so maybe you could discover a beast or get a random beast. Has a bad stat line, 3-mana, 2/4. Silencing your own minions can be bad, but can also be good if you've been, like, frozen or debuffed by a Aldor. Follow the rules. Conditional. Quite conditional. But, you know, I think I would generally want this over, say, the 3-mana 2/1 silence. So, I don't think I want to go to 4 necessarily, because the stat line is bad. And sometimes there'll be a downside, sometimes there'll be upside. Yeah, I think I would just call this one a 3. Sometimes it'll really help you, sometimes it won't help you at all. Yeah, David talks about, just 2, I think it also mentioned on Discord, being reminiscent of Starro or what have you. The Treasure Guard, another common. 3-mana 1/5, pretty bad stat line overall, but Death Rattle, draw a card, okay. And it's got Taunt, so get to protect your other stuff, you get to draw a card, that's pretty good. Plus it has Naga synergy. So yeah, I think I'd go all the way to 4 for this. It's pretty disruptive. Its card, it cycles itself. I don't think it's 5. I don't think it's 5 because I don't go look at it and go, what? No! But it seems pretty good. I think this one's more of a 3. Yeah, I think it has a lot of upside to it. So, Basilisk is not impressed. I think the fact that it cycles itself is really influential. I don't hesitate to call this a 4, really. Sometimes people say 3, and you're like, maybe you're right. And you know, the stat line is not hyper great, but anything that cycles itself, like Loot Hoarder, you know, a 2-mana 2/1 is really bad, but Loot Hoarder is pretty draftable because it cycles itself. I think it's the same deal here. Plus Naga synergy. So, yeah, I don't really hesitate to call this a 4 personally. Super Patriarch. Someday they'll bring it back to the core set, and it'll be like, you know, a 3-mana 6/6 taunt, just to redeem it for all the years of pain. The Twin Fin is rocking out. 3-mana 2/1 rush. So I'm gonna copy this. So deal 4 damage for 3 mana, and you get to split it. That is that's pretty good. That's a pretty good response. It's a pretty darn good response, right? I'm trying to think of a card to like super directly compare it to. I mean, well, there's that Hunter card. There's the Hunter 4/1 rush that draws another rush from your deck. That's it doesn't split damage like this, but it does actually potentially draw a card. So that's probably better than this, but this is still very solid. Yeah, everybody's saying 4. There's so many 4s in this set that we're seeing from the neutrals. There's so many just really solid, super solid, but not totally insane arena cards we're seeing so far. A couple totally insane ones, like that Rush Poison. Dormant Rush Poison. Some of the copies of buffs remain. True, true. So yeah, if you were playing Paladin and you were able to throw a Hold the Bridge on the... Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, hand buff, right, only hand buffs. I'm like, hold on. Yeah, you would need hand buffs. I don't know how many hand buffs will be available. There's a few in this current meta. Like Legionnaire. You could get this up to a 4/3 summon a copy. But, you know, you'd have to have the Legionnaire die before this. I don't know how much hand buff will be available. Right now it's mainly Legionnaire. Anyway, still call it a 4. Still call it a 4. Super solid, probably not totally busted. The legendary, which I think is on the Tavern Pass at like level 1, so you get this for constructed just by logging in essentially and playing like one game. Or no, just by logging in. You start level 1, right? You don't start level 0. So yeah, Battlecry, put 3 colossal minions on the bottom of your deck. So if you've got the like that 2-mana 2/3 pirate that can dredge, that means you'll get to draw one of those colossals. But if you don't have any dredge in your deck, then you have to go fatigue for this to be good. And I think almost all the colossal cards look good in Arena. We're going to look at them in more detail later, of course. But yeah, if you don't actually have dredge, then this is just a Chillwind Yeti, right? And assuming it's not a fatigue meta, which almost no metas are fatigue metas, then this starts as a Yeti. It starts at 3 stars. If you've got, what, 2 dredge cards maybe? Maybe not 1, but if you got 2 dredge cards in your deck, then it goes to 4. It starts to become a potential win condition or huge swing in your favor. And, you know, when you start getting like 3 dredge cards, the Colossals look really good. So then, but yeah, you do need to play this first, then you have to play the dredge card, and you have to have the time to play the Colossal. So there are a few factors that I don't think make it an automatic 5. But if you can get your hands on at least a few dredge cards, or a couple maybe even, then yeah, the Colossals look really good. So yeah. You gotta have a little bit of dredge though. No dredge, probably not a fatigue meta. That's just the Yeti. With dredge, phenomenal, but I think dredge will be averaging 1-2 copies per deck exactly. So, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen in Arena for sure. But it's not as fast as say Raid Boss Nexia to make you lose. You gotta set it up a little. Note that tradable was coded to no longer shuffle your deck because of dredge. I was thinking about that exact same thing, if they were going to change the shuffle mechanics at all. Because, you know, so... And, yeah, Tib says this, maybe you've read more. I wanted to look it up, but I couldn't really find the answer super easily. So, yeah, when you put things into your deck in Hearthstone... Right, shuffling your deck reshuffles the deck. It does. That's how the game currently works. But I'm wondering if they've reworked that at all, because it means that, so like, right now we have Bad Luck Albatross that can shuffle Albatross into the deck. Does that still reshuffle the entire deck, or are they changing that mechanic? Because I'm thinking about things with Dredge and Sunken, right? We haven't seen them yet, but there's these new cards that say, like, Death Rattle... Put one of these cards at the bottom of your deck. Now, with the current mechanics, that reshuffles your whole deck. Which means that if you had a bunch of those sunken cards die, then the first one would go to the bottom of your deck, but then when you put another one on the bottom of your deck shuffles, and one of the ones that was on the bottom could come to the top. Same with this. The 3 colossal minions at the bottom. If you play one of those sunken cards and it dies, your whole deck reshuffles. Those colossals could go higher in your deck. Has the word shuffle? It will always shuffle. So, right, which could actually make this better. It says shuffle, it shuffles, put won't shuffle. So you think that the sunken cards, sunken does not shuffle. Okay, that's important. Okay. So, Dan's saying the word put does not shuffle. Now, yeah, if the opponent did play an Albatross or something, you would unsync your deck, which actually, right, suddenly if your opponent plays Phelan, you're like, oh man, this Albatross is going to put a Colossus closer to the top of their deck. So the shuffle mechanics are still relevant, but it doesn't disrupt Sunken quite as much as I thought it might. Okay, good to know. The Baba Naga. 4 mana, 4/4. Bad stat line, actually. If you cast a spell while holding this, deal 3 damage, though. Just one spell. We're going to see some cards coming up that say, like, if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, that'll work in Constructed, but won't really work in Arena. This one, though, just one spell for a pretty powerful battle cry. Obviously, if your deck has no spells, if you got no spells at all, then this is a bad stat line for 4. You don't want to draft it. But if you've got, 4 spells, then that becomes pretty good. That becomes pretty good. It is not, if you've cast a spell the whole game, you have to be holding this first. So it's a little conditional. But it's a pretty powerful battle cry. Just like we've got the 5 mana 5/4 right now. If you're holding a dragon, you can do it. It doesn't seem too tough to activate. I would lean towards 4, but it might end up being 3. It might be less than trivial to activate. Basilisk, is there the question? Yeah. I mean, yeah. 4 mana, 2/6. Battlecry C. Yeah. So this was the one they gave out early. This was the kind of expansion pre-release card for Constructed. I wasn't playing any Constructed, so I don't know how much play this was seeing in Constructed. But 4 mana, 2/6. Decent-ish stat line. We see it on, Taunt on Stegodon. It's not that good of a stat line. But yeah, secretly choose counter the next minion or spell your opponent plays while this is alive. While this is alive being super important. If you put this down and the opponent can just kill it with something on their board, well, then this doesn't do anything. But if you are ahead, and then you can make them, you'll probably choose minion in Arena, and they might throw a fireball at this, but if they threw a fireball at this, they throw a fireball at this, which is pretty good for you. So yeah, if you're ahead, and you can make them have to play a cheap minion to get around it, that seems very very strong overall. And I think it's pretty easy to play a small minion in general, but using a 4 mana 2/6 to kill even like a 2 mana 2/3 is good, but you do have to be ahead. Yeah. Red because there's 5 out of 5 disruptions is really relevant in Arena. I'm just worried about the fact that you need to be ahead. If you didn't need to be ahead, if it just said secretly choose counter next minion or spell your opponent plays, easy 5. But the fact that if you're behind, this doesn't really work, makes me lean a little more towards 4. If you're behind, it's a 4 mana 2/6 soft taunt. You're right. But a 4 mana 2/6 taunt, like I said, we've got Stegodon right now. Stegodon's not a very good card. So yeah, I don't want to go all the way to 5 because if you're behind, it doesn't work. But it's still very solid. It's still a very solid legendary. I would say you'll draft it a lot when it comes up. The second card, there's a secret effect from all the expansion. Secret to choose, you mean? Is it the second or the third? There was the Druid card, the Fate Weaver or whatever, that said secretly choose to secretly choose on Death Rattle. It's the third. It's the third, because there was the Druid one, secretly choose to buff minions or damage minions on Death Rattle, and then there was the Chromatic Egg, secretly choose the Dragon Death Rattle. Oh, no, B says that Jandis also said secretly choose which one dies, so this is more like the fourth secretly choose card. But yeah, still a mechanic they haven't used very much. Sorry. We're talking even more than usual when we're playing, Arena. Sometimes we can take a slow turn if chat's slow, if the opponent's not really doing anything. Guard of you, always talking. Never stop. Excavation Specialist. I like the art on that. Got the little bubble helmet with the hat on. Going down with like the anchor or something, it looks like. Or maybe it's hauling treasure up, maybe. Cry Dredge, so there's another card that work with the Phelan. And reduce its cost by 1. Nice. 4 mana 3/6, unlike 4 mana 2/6, is a pretty good stat line. It's, you've redistributed your chill when you get steady stats from 4/5 to 3/6. But 3/6 is pretty good. Arguably better than 4/5. So, yeah. You get to make your next draw better, and you reduce its cost. The only question I'm saying an easy 4. The only question is, does that get even to a low 5? Maybe not, but it's like a really high-end 4. I think you'll draft the majority of these that come up, probably. Let's just talk never ceases, never stop, never stop. Secret choose to be a secret, yeah. Space says Dredge. Yeah, Dredge or 6-drop, right. So then you could. I'm thinking Cairn immediately, even though it's a legendary, but yeah, play Cairn for 5 mana type of thing. You would have to have a 6-drop as one of the 3 bomb cards of your deck, but that's good. I mean, if you just had this without Dredge, 4 mana, 3/6, Battle Cry, the next card you draw costs 1 less, that would still be good. This is a little better. Yes, Red says this is the Dredge card to draft. Yeah, this is really, really good. I think you'll draft probably most of these that come up, but we're seeing a lot of very good cards. The school teacher, nerd! As a jock, it is my responsibility to make fun of nerds. I want to 0 attack me, secret choose, do something. If this survives a turn, do something else. If it dies this turn. That's an interesting mind. 5/5, what are you saying? I saw this one before, but I forgot what it does. 4 mana, 5/4. You'd rather have a 4/5, but At a 1/1 Naga. Oh yeah. It's like the old Swamp Queen Agatha for Shaman. Discover a spell that costs 3 or less to teach the 1/1 Nagaling. I did not look at the cost of the Nagaling, and I'm sure somebody will answer before I can look it up, probably. Is it 1 mana, or does it cost more? Somebody will probably answer before I can look it up. Somebody said assume it's 1. Yeah. Somebody said it's 1. I'll still just verify just because I have the page open now. Yeah, Nagaling, yeah. 1 mana, 1/1, Battle Cry, cast. It says cast 0 in parentheses for the Hearthstone website version. So yeah, there are certain classes this will be better in, right? Still in Shaman, you can get like Lightning Storm on this, and that's really, really, really good. You could also get like, I don't know, Hold the Bridge in Paladin. You could get a quality in Paladin, which would be interesting. Different classes, this will have different strength. But just as a 4 mana 5/4, it would be, a 3. And it's got a pretty crazy effect on it. Red said 5. I'm thinking 5 will probably be fair. It's a really, really strong attached effect. Some classes may not do as well with it. I don't know if... well, even Warrior. Execute is 1 mana again now. It would have worked at 2 mana anyway. Assuming Warrior doesn't have very many low-cost spells, a 1 mana 1/1 that executes is Battlecry, add an execute to your hand with a body. Yeah, Loop says Snowman would be great in Mage. Huge value. Yeah. So there will be a lot of really strong stuff to do with this. Somebody said, thank goodness it's epic, and they have fixed the epic bug for a 3rd time. I would agree with that, because this card's pretty crazy. Play so I could fill them with spell name. Oh yeah, totally. I was just interested in how it actually did show up on the website. All right. The Selfish Shellfish. So this is just 5-star to see how many times streamers say shellfish. Just like, she sells seashells by the seashore. But yeah, 4 mana 7/7, Death Rattle, your opponent draws 2 cards. Now this is actually probably pretty bad. Back in the day, there was a 3 mana 4/4, which is not quite as extreme a stat increase at all as this card, but it was Death Rattle, your opponent draws 1 card. Arena, you do draft removal cards whenever you can. Drawing 2 cards is really strong. Now, if you are, if you're an aggro deck and you think you don't care how many cards your opponent has, especially if you're Hunter, maybe. In Hunter, maybe this is, 4-star, maybe even 5-star. If you really don't care about your opponent drawing cards, even it gives them more options. But I think in general, in Arena, there's too much removal, there's too much things like poison, and drawing 2 cards to your opponents often makes you just lose the game. So I would certainly say to avoid it. I don't think it goes all the way down to 1, because it is a great stat line. But I think in Arena, yeah. Panther said this is some Big Game Hunter to eat, right? And again, with the Epic Bug being gone, we'll see less Big Game Hunters. Assuming Big Game Hunter is still in core. We're going to look at the core changes later, but I haven't looked at super close. But yeah, I would still say this is probably 1 to avoid. Yeah, Lupus is bad. 2 cards a lot. Jones, this card sucks. Yeah, not even Overload for Shaman Synergy. Neutral Overload would be interesting. The Ajara Sentinel. So yeah, here's one of these sunken cards. And shoot, I don't know if I got this one. I may have just got the class ones. Wait, let me see. I put these sunken cards on a separate list. This one took a little longer to set up than most card reviews. Sunken Ritual, Sunken Scroll, Sunken Scavenger, Sunken Trident. Oh yes, I didn't get the neutral one. I didn't get the neutral one, unfortunately. Oh well. So let me just look this up to see exactly what the Sunken Sentinel is, although I don't think I'll bring it up on screen. Shoot, I don't have these in mana cost order. Let me do that. Sort by mana low to high. All right, Sunken Sentinel. So it's a... Whoa, okay. I looked it up. So yeah, 5 mana, 5/6 is the stat line you're looking for anyway, by the way. So and that's one that tends to lean towards 4, I would say. 5 mana, 5/6s are rare enough that they feel less like a 3 and more like a 4 to me. But maybe we'll still call it 3. It's, it's still in the Chill and Yeti series. But yeah, the Sunken Sentinel is a divine shielded taunt with lifesteal. So yeah, again, that's a really strong 5. With the taunt and the lifesteal and the divine shield. Also taunt. That's why you're going up to 4 and 8, right? And yeah, the more dredge cards you have, the better it gets. I don't think it ever becomes a 5, but it's like a low end 4, and the more dredge you have, the more towards high end 4 it becomes. But yeah, if you have no way to dredge up from the bottom of your deck, most arena games are got fatigue, so the death rattle is kind of irrelevant. But yeah, if you got dredge, you can dredge up a strong card. Hearthstone's really upped the game and printing interesting filler cards. Yeah, which, the filler cards are what make up Arena. The commons and the rare neutrals are what we play with. So, lots of super solid ones. But again, except for maybe those dormant cards, they haven't looked completely insane. But, the more common these really solid ones get, these 4-star cards, the worse it feels to get a regular Spider Tank. In the past, Spider Tank has been, oh, hey, Spider Tank, I can take that. But now there's so many of these 4-star cards. They're like, oh, man, Spider Tank with no upside? The opponent's just got to be playing Spider Tanks with Dredge, and Spider Tanks with Draw a Card, and Spider Tanks with Spell Power. Why am I getting a regular Spider Tank? Ooh. Remember when multiple no-text cards were put in a single set? Yeah, absolutely. We would get cards like, the Drumonger or whatever, like 7 mana, 5/7, whatever. Yeah. And Pit Fighter, and the Pit Fighter was blow up combo. Yep. That's why, I'm like, yeah, 5 mana, 5/6 feels like a better one than a Chill One Yeti. Fire Tank's no more core. It's true. With 3 mana, 1/5. The Paladin got one in the recent expansion, which was kind of surprising. Thank you to Tarantula with the raid, particularly super appreciated. I was thanking Roars for the follow, which is also appreciated. Let's make sure we get a shout out for Tarantula. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing our card review. We're going through the neutral cards first. We still have a lot to go. If you want to see Arena gameplay, we'll probably do some, but it's going to be like 3 hours from now. 2 hours from now, I don't know. We'll see. Fancies, this gotta be 5. I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet. I was thinking Tarantula for the raid. There's, oh, neutrals first. Yeah, they're foundational. They're foundational. It's easier to judge class cards if we know what the foundation is, yeah? And get a Manny with the follow. I appreciate that. All right, Gangplank Diver, dormant for 1 turn. Rush, immune while attacking. Yeah, this card's nuts. In fact, yeah, yesterday, I think H&T was in here and was asking, any notable cards from the new set? I'm like, man, I don't know. I only looked at most from one time. A lot of them I haven't looked at all. Oh, wait, there's this card. This was like the only card I could remember as being a nuts card. So, yeah. Immune while attacking. We already saw how strong it is in Arena when they had that Hunter Ram mount that would make something immune while attacking. And that was so strong in Arena, they banned it. So maybe this one will also get banned. But yeah, immune while attacking is completely busted in Arena. Completely busted. So yeah, this actually, it's the first card. It's the first card that we will put this. We will put the 6th star on. This is a card that I probably hope they ban. I mean, it's a better or worse drumming mount, though. Well, on the one hand, the opponent gets to plan around it. On the other hand, you don't need a minion already on board. It's its own minion. So, it could be better, but it is a little slower, right? Sometimes you'd play a 2 and you'd do ramming mount on 3 and you'd win on turn 3. This wins more on like turn 6. So, but yeah, it still seems really, really, really hard to counter. The opponent needs a rush or a spell to counter it, otherwise they're just dead. So yeah, if the phrase "otherwise they're just dead" comes up on a neutral common card, that's a problem. I probably hope they ban it. And it's a pirate, too. 5 must draft, 6 equals please ban or nerf, right. And you also don't get the death rattle body that mount gives. That's true. That is true. But yeah, I would still call this busted. All right. Guess redeems. Congratulates Ivan on top leaderboard finish. Very nice. I'm not sure if I saw exactly where you were. I saw Jummy on top for like a 3rd time. Pretty insane. 5 mana 4/3, battle cry, draw 3 Murlocs. Well, we are seeing some Doom Murlocs in this set. I would say most arena decks right now have 1 or 2 Murlocs. It is 5 mana, it's severely understated. It's a little expensive, takes some time to play. If you happen to have 5 Murlocs in your deck, then yeah, sure. But at a starting point, it's a don't draft. It has a terrible stat line. It has an absolutely terrible stat line for like every Murloc in your deck, you can like add a star. Or maybe for every 2 Murlocs in your deck. There's maybe 3 in Warlock, or there's some Warlock exclusive Murlocs. But yeah, it's one of these, it's a synergy card, so it starts bad. It might get better and better depending on what you got. All right. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything from Tarantula with that raid. Wish it was immune only the first time it attacks. Ah, yeah, that would make it not as crazy. That would make it not as insane. Tarantula spin out with the save file review, but yeah, make sure you check out Tarantula if you're not. Tarantula's production value. Yes. Setting up like the colossal cards, the colossal pieces, took a little longer this time. All right. Battlecry, choose a friendly mech, summon a copy of it with Rush, Wind Fury, and Divine Shield. So you need to have mechs on board. So this does feel like maybe more of a mechy constructed card. But, yeah. It's the same thing. 5 mana 4/4 is terrible. It's terrible. It's 1 star terrible. They would never want to draft that. But the more and more mechs you have, the more and more, like, 3 mana-ish mechs you have, like they're bringing the Gorilla Bot back as a 3 mana 3/4, the better it gets. I mean, same as the previous pick. This has a lot of potential upside, but it can be difficult to trigger. So, yeah. Loop says 2. It might end up being a 2 kind of on average. But, yeah, by default, you just really, really don't want it. Yeah, Beast is kind of a blow-up play, though. Yeah, yeah, you're summoning like a Ziliax version of whatever you've got, but you gotta have it, and so that can be a tough ask in Arena. Queen Azara herself. She's the queen. Yeah, she was one of the bosses in Battle for Azeroth. 5-mana, 5/5. You cast 3 spells while holding this, choose an ancient relic. Right, and so the ancient relics are very strong, I believe. Let me look at them again just to talk about them briefly. But it's really tough to cast 3 spells while holding a card in Arena. It's really, really genuinely tough to pull this type of effect off. It is at least a 5-mana, 5/5, right? It's the stat line of like a the big old whelp. It's not a terrible stat line. You'd rather have a 5/6. But yeah, the relics are shuffle 5 spells in your deck, set their cost to 1, and then draw 2 cards for 1 mana. Add a random colossal minion to your hand. It costs 1, which sounds even stronger, probably. Zawatath. Oh, I didn't realize they were adding Zawatath. It's this, old god's dagger for priest in World of Warcraft. After you cast a spell, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero and lose 1 durability. 2 mana, 0/5. That one, that's more of a constructed one. You wouldn't pick that typically. And the Ring of Tides, after you cast a spell, it becomes a copy of it that costs 1. Again, probably more of a constructed thing, but you could maybe pull it off in Arena. Cast something like, the 8-mana Discover Agent Priest, get another one. But yeah, the one that adds a random colossal to your hand that costs 1 for 3 mana. That one's pretty nuts, maybe. But casting 3 spells while holding this card is really tough in Arena. So, it's slightly understated. Honestly, I would probably call this a 2-star card because it's understated and it's really, really tough to pull off. If you're a priest that you do have like 10 spells in your deck and you can actually pull this off, maybe it becomes good. Maybe it becomes a win condition, but it seems really tough to pull off in Arena compared to Constructed. Mage discover spell in. Oh, are you talking about the like the epic one, the rune? I don't know. I don't think so. Isn't that like on Grow card? There's been so much. Start over. We still have all the class cards. Try. And thank you, Blobby. We said that raid from Tarantula. Also, thank you, Blobby, for the raid. Super appreciated. We're going over Sunken City from an arena-only perspective. It's gonna take a long, long time. Hope you had a good stream. There's the shadow for Blobby. All right. So yeah, Shara, really tough to pull off in Arena, I would say, typically. Yeah, 2, but 5 for the fun it could be. We an automatic message to people who start with neutral. Maybe. I did just see people talk about this on the Hearthstone subreddit, wondering whether Big Mage and Constructed would run this card, trying to get their big spells to cost less. I'm guessing probably not, but because it costs 6 in itself, but maybe. But yeah, 6 mana, 3/7 taunt, which is not the greatest stat line, right? We're thinking about like Smug Senior, the 6 mana 5/7 taunt that adds another one to your hand, which is a pretty nutty arena card. But yeah, Battlecry, swap the cost of a random spell in each player's hand. So if you had, a really big spell and the opponent had a small spell, this could do something for you. But yeah, the stat line is bad. And the effect, you might have a 5-mana spell and you swap, and it's like, oh, the opponent had a rune. And now you have a 9-mana 5-mana spell and they have a 5-mana rune. Whoops. So I would say this is possibly don't draft, but probably avoid. Bad stats, difficult to control effect. Yeah, it's worse than Fellwalker, which isn't great without synergy. I agree. So yeah, this may go all the way down to 1. It does have Naga synergy, though. It's got that going for it. All right, the mothership. All these, submersibles, they feel like the submersibles in Star Wars Phantom Menace. And these, I think, are fairly original designs. There are submarines in World of Warcraft, but I don't think they have these exact designs. Yeah, some people have mentioned this one. I did look at it, but I forget what it does. 6 mana. Oh, yeah, I'm remembering. 6 mana, 5/4 rush in itself. Not very good. But Death Rattle summon 2 random mechs that cost 3 or less, right? And we know there's just a 1-mana 1 mech in as a neutral, but there's also, you know, a 3/4 at least is the Gorilla Bot. I don't know the full range of mechs this can summon, but let's assume you summon, for the sake of argument, let's assume you summon a couple of 2/2s. So that's still deal 6 damage, or sorry, deal 5 damage for 6 mana, and then summon 4/4 worth of stats. Compare it to a high main. Compare it to a high main. High main you put down as a 6 mana 6/5 without rush, and then it summons a couple of 2/2s. So this is almost, it's only 1/1 less than a high main. It has the mech tag, and it potentially could summon something bigger than a 2/2. It can also go smaller. It can go 1/1. But yeah, are we gonna call this a 5? Cause I don't know if I want to go 6. Honestly, I don't know if I want to go 6. Might end up 6. Red says 4 out of 5, maybe a low 5 out of 5. I think it's only a 4. Yeah, Loop says you can high roll. You can also low roll. But yeah, I mean, High Main is still a very, very, very good card. Rush is very, very helpful. I'm leaning towards 5. Maybe it'll end up being a 4, but I'm leaning towards 5 personally. It looks really solid to me. Super, super solid. This is Mothership could summon. Oh, Security Automaton. Yeah, though with a 1/3 does trigger the effect. I think it would only trigger the effect based on order, right? We've seen things that summon 2 random Murlocs, and there's that Murloc that says, you know, 1 mana 1/2 after you summon a Murloc, gain 1 attack. That depends on summon order. If you summon the 1/2 first, then you get the buff from the other Murloc. If you summon it second, you don't get the buff. So I think it would probably be the same thing. Yeah, it'll be some pop scores, sweet mech. Yeah, get that Death Rattle Freezy. Could summon Explosive Sheep and blow up in your face. Is Explosive Sheep still in the core set, or did they remove it? I do need to get that core set image up so that I can look at these things. Hold on. Wait, I need to make this a lot smaller. I need to make this massively smaller. Hold on. Oh no. Well, I need to find the side of the image. The side of the image is way down here. It's one of the biggest images of all time. Shoot, where'd the side go? All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. So yeah, there's the 3 mana 3/4 Gorilla Bot. Wait, I kind of want this behind my. Oh shoot, I want this behind my head, but in front of the slideshow. Oh, it's a mess. But is Explosive Sheep not leaving? It looks like it's not leaving, so it looks like Explosive Sheep is still in. Okay. All right. Yeah, Brightwing is leaving. Yes. Goodbye, friend. Just for gamers who played 3 Paladin Colossals through Discover. 7 mana 5/9. 7 mana 5/9. Okay. That's not a completely terrible stat line, is it? Battle Cry, if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Same deal as the Queen Ajara. It's just, you know, tough to pull off this in Arena. You know, if it said if you've cast 3 spells this game, then hey, great. But if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, that's really, really tough to do in Arena. So, you know, it's still a decent stat line, honestly. But maybe not a stat line you want in your deck. Probably not a stat line you want in your deck too much. So I'd lean 2 on this. It's just too tough to pull off typically. But again, if you happen to have like 10 spells, then maybe it becomes really good. If you're a priest with 10 spells, maybe. Yeah, I2F5. Yeah, it's not the worst stat line, but you don't really want it in your deck. I'd avoid it. And finally, the last neutral card, the Naga Giant. 20 mana, 8/8. 5-star, 6-star even. Just look at that mana cost. It's got to be good. Cost 1 less for each mana you spell on spells this game. It's another one of these things. So you need to play 12 mana worth of spells for this to be an 8 mana 8/8. So you have to play at least 12 mana worth of spells for this to be decent. And then for every point you play past 12 mana, it becomes good. So if you are somebody who is playing, even though it's not in, I'm thinking like a hunter with Animal Companion. If you're playing Animal Companion, hey, you've played 3 mana, and then you're playing the 5 mana baited arrow, and you're playing another baited arrow, or if you're a priest that's doing a lot of spell-related things, maybe if you're a mage that's casting a fireball and another fireball and a meteor, if you are something that already has a lot of, kind of 5 cost spells, maybe you can take it. But it's another one. I think this just doesn't work out enough in Arena. Lupus says, thank goodness this is epic. I don't know. I think you don't typically play, over 12 mana of spells fast enough in Arena for this to be insane. If it's me, you're still in meta. That's true. I don't think it is, but it's just one that came to mind. You could say Flame Strike. Flame Strike they didn't remove from core, and they're adding Blizzard back in. So if you are doing a lot of stuff like that, great. But there's a lot of Arena decks that only have a few spells, really. So, honestly, if this was like your very first pick, I'm guessing you shouldn't draft it. If you've already got a bunch of spells, well, then it gets better and better. It gets better and better. But I don't... right, Ritz, if you played 20 mana worth of spells in Arena, you're probably already ahead. Maybe. And Lup says they don't want to see this in a draft. Okay, so yeah. I don't think this works out most of the time in Arena. There will be decks that can use this card, but I think most decks will not really be able to use this. Freezes worse Arcane Giant. Yeah, Arcane Giant was what? Was it 10 mana or 12 mana? But it was for each individual spell you played. And so you can play a bunch of small spells. A bunch of small spells don't work for this one. If they curve spell on 2, 3, 4, 5, get this on 6, and that's the earliest. Right, it's not really, you're not necessarily trying to curve it out. You're trying to play, again, Free from Amber I don't think is in, but you're trying to play like Free from Amber twice in Priest to discover an 8 and discover an 8, and then you've played 16 mana on spells. You're trying to play this for like 0 mana late in the game as a big push. And if you can do it, great, but most decks won't be able to do it. So I think that's all the neutrals. Yes, indeed. We're back to the click clocker instead of the snip snapper. So that's all the neutrals. That's all the neutrals. And, maybe this is the best time, actually, to look at the core set. I was going to look at the core set at the end, but maybe before we look at class cards, maybe this is the time to look at the core set quickly. And I guess I'm going to hover myself. Let's just copy the webcam and paste a new version of the webcam. And then we'll bring up the core set, and I'll just hover over here or something. He summarized his opinion on the neutrals. There's like 2 insane ones. There's like 2 or 3 that we said. I think there's 3, but one of them was an epic. There's 2 or 3 that are crazy. The rush one that's immune while attacking, the dormant rush. The one that discovers a Nagaling to teach a spell to, and I think there's one other. Plus there's that rush mech that was between a 4 and a 5, probably a 5. There's a couple of insane ones, but we just saw lots and lots of 4s out of 5s. So the overall power level of neutral commons and rares is going up. We saw a lot of, 2 mana 2 3s with Dredge and stuff. 2 mana 2 3s with good upsides, but not super insane upsides. And so, that's the overall thoughts. It's a expansion with lots and lots and lots of really solid, but not completely insane cards. You have a link for this page. I linked it on the Discord. So if you do !Discord, it's in there. Let's put the Dredge thing beneath this image, too. There we go. All right, let's talk about core briefly. We're not going to go super, super, super deep into core like we did last year, but let's talk about what's leaving and what's staying in. So, for Demon Hunter, Ashtongue Battlelord, 4 mana, 3/5 taunt with lifesteal, which is a decent card, but not insane by any means, is leaving. Doesn't really affect Demon Hunter. It's not that good. It's not that bad. The Warglaze Vaznoth, though, the 3/3s that kick, after you attack a minion, you can attack again. That card's pretty good. That's an epic, so at least when the epic bug's not in, it didn't show up very often anyway. Metamorphosis is a legendary, is going back in. Metamorphosis, you know, it was usually used for removal or maybe some in-game burst damage. Change your hero power to do 4 damage after you attack 2 times, switch back. Let's see if we can make this even a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. That's ever so slightly too big, isn't it? I just want to get the absolute max size we can get without cutting the cards off. Is that the biggest we can get? Okay. Just a wee bit smaller. Okay, we'll call that good. Right at the edges of the cards. I want to make them as big as possible. Versus being more important for random discoveries and such, Demon Hunter actually drafting it, maybe. But yeah, Metamorphosis was pretty good, but not insane. Flame Reaper, again, it was an epic, just like the Warglaze Vaznoth, and the epic bug was like not in while Flame Reaper was in. So it was a really solid card. Also damaged the minions next to whoever you attack. So it was, you know, this 7 mana weapon, so pretty expensive. But cleaving for 5 damage with your hero power was very strong. So Flame Reaper going in, that's strong. That's strong, but it's an epic, so it won't show up much. And then you had the Wrathscale Naga. If your friendly minion dies, deal 3 damage to a random enemy, which could go face, and it could hit a minion. It was pretty okay if you had a deck with a lot of tokens. Now we've got that 2 mana 2/2 that summons the 1/1s that's so strong for Demon Hunter, the Vanguard thing. So that card's pretty nuts with Wrathscale Naga. So maybe Naga will be stronger than it used to be. It used to be pretty good, but... oh, did they buff it? Did they buff it? Wasn't Wrathscale Naga a 3 mana 3/1? Not a 3/2? Did they buff it slightly? Am I crazy? Anyway, that card's pretty good. That card's pretty good. Yeah, Red says, yep, okay, I didn't realize they had buffed it. But I need to look a little closer at these stat lines. Because I don't know which cards they buffed and which cards they didn't affect. Alright, Enchanted Raven is leaving Druid. And actually, Enchanted Raven, any 1 mana 2/2, is good in Arena, so that could hurt Druid a little bit. Landscaping wasn't that good. The 3 mana summon 2/2 Trents, that was a card that you'd be like, I guess I can draft this, but I'm not happy it showed up. We have a deck right now, actually, with some Menagerie Wardens. It's at 4 wins, 2 losses, but we had one yesterday, too, that was got to do some cool stuff with it. But it still was a little bit of a tough thing to pull off of super strongly. 5 mana 4/4, bad stat line. I don't think it'll hurt Druid overall, but it does remove the beast memes. Deft laughs at the arena card review. Well, we gotta look. We gotta look. Somebody's gotta look. Nordic Druid, that one was good. 4 mana 3/5. The next spell you cast this turn costs 3 less. A lot of times you could just play, you know, a 2 mana spell for 0 or a 3 mana spell for 0. That card was good. That card was good. Mansion War got weaker after the change, to be honest. After it went from... Didn't it go from like 6 mana to 5 mana or something? I thought it got a lot better. But yeah, Ancient of War is leaving, which... Space despairs. Yeah, no more Uproot. Ancient of War was not all that good. It was a decent taunt, but I don't think that'll really hurt Druid. Fandral, a popular legendary, 4 mana 3/5. You choose 1 cards, have both powers combined, is coming back in. The more choose 1 cards you get, the better it is. But it was never an insane legendary. But it was always fun when you could do it. Earthen Scales. Earthen Scales was kind of on the lower end of power level. It could save your life. It was kind of on the lower end of power level. Wrath is great, though. Wrath has been gone for a year along with Swipe. They're not bringing Swipe back, but they are bringing Wrath back. A very, very classic Druid card. It's back, and it's good. The Wrath and Living Roots. Yeah, Living Roots is versatile. Can get a couple of 1/1s on turn 1 if you want, or you can just deal 2 damage with it for 1 mana, which is not as good as Smite, deal 3 damage for 1 mana, but versatility is good. Plus, if you got, like, Fandral, you can do both. Mounted Raptor, Death Rail summon a 1-cost minion. It's a solid card. Its power level depends on how many good ones are in. We saw another 1-mana 1/1 Divine Shield with that Click Clocker mech. Like Chapter, yeah, it's just it's a nice solid card. It was never busted, but it's nice and solid. And Ancient of Lore. Ancient of Lore is slow. 7-mana 5/5, draw 2 cards, restore 5 health. It was a really good card back in the day. And in fact, they like banned it because it was so good back in the day. At this point, it's kind of tough to play a 7-mana 5/5, draw 2 cards, because if your opponent is ahead of you at all, they're gonna blitz past you and kill you. I think lore will only fit into specific decks, personally. But again, it's an epic, so it shouldn't show up too much. Just like Ancient of War. But Ancient of War did show up a lot because of the epic bug. Restore... What? Oh, yeah, Tid thinks they would have buffed it to Restore 7, but they didn't. It's actually a worse version of the new Submadru card, which, yeah, we're going to look at the class cards for Sunken City after this. Web Spinner is a fun card, but it's leaving. Lock and Load was really tough to pull off and in. Throughout like the whole year, I saw maybe one good Lock and Load. So I think Lock and Load leaving is actually probably a good thing for Hunter. It also removes it from the random spell pool. Scavenging Hyena, we did see some good hyenas, but not that good of a card. Headhunter's Hatchet was decent. And Bear Shark, I know David was a big fan of Bear Shark here particularly. But Shaw is coming in. Shaw is really strong. 4-mana 3/6, already a good stat line. Your other minions have Rush. Shaw was great, and it still will be great in Arena. Rush is very good to have in Arena, period. And it's a good stat line. So Shaw is a very good, solid legendary. Animal Companion is back. We talked about Animal Companion. I'm like, I don't think it's in. Oh, Animal Companion's back. It's back. Okay. I didn't realize. Save, Lock, and Load is actually in the first arena rotation. Oh, it's the expansion it's from is actually in. Fair enough. But yeah, it's not very good at all. Pretty sure Shaw was in a recent set. Not really. Do you mean a recent rotation? Shaw was from Witchwood. Which at this point, Witchwood is like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years old? Yeah, rotation. I don't remember when last time Witchwood was in. I think it was in like 6 months ago. I think it's been a minute. But yeah. Spring Paw. 1-mana, 1/1 Rush. Battlecry had a 1/1 links with Rush to your hand. Spring Paw is pretty good. We were looking at that 1-mana, 1/1 Rush Piranha thing with the weird upside. This card's better, conventionally. Cloaked Huntress. Cloaked Huntress. Cloaked Huntress, 3-mana, 3/4. What expansion is Cloaked Huntress from? Because she's in right now. I thought she was also like a Witchwood card, but it must be a different set, because she's in this meta. But I guess now she's in core. She's a good card. It's a Spire Tank, and if you like secrets, make them cost 0. Marked Shot's in core. I like Marked Shot. 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion, but not face. It was Karazhan. Oh man, I didn't realize Cloaked Huntress was that old. But there you go. Okay, yeah, still a solid card. But yeah, I like Mark Shot. I think I'm glad Mark Shot's in core. Probably one of my favorite Hunter cards ever. Yeah, Discover Spell, deal 4 damage to a minion, but not face. I like it. I like it a lot. So that's a cool one. And Candle Shot, 1-mana, 1/3. When your hero is attacking, you're immune. Candle Shot's okay. I never found it crazy good, but it's useful-ish. Sorry, I wouldn't say it's just rude. We're not there yet, but Colossal Minions can't be voted. I know. I appreciate them. Water Elemental's actually gone. Water Elemental. We still got Flame Strike, and Blizzard's going back, and Pyroblast going back. We still got Fireball, but now Water Elemental and Frostbolt are both gone from Mage. Some iconic Mage cards gone. So yeah, no Water Elemental. Mere Entity, also an iconic secret, is gone. That's one less thing for you to play around. Which is one of the number 1 cards you always have to play around from Mage. So Mere being gone is going to create some interesting secret play. It's also going to be really tough to remember to not play around it, because it's so the default first secret you think of against Mage. So I'm going to try to play around Mere Entity many times, and chat's going to get to laugh at me many times, maybe for the whole year. Fallen Hero. Yeah, Fallen Hero is good. Nice and solid. No Elemental Hurts is Freeze. Freeze would know. Kalecgos is down to 9 mana from 10. That's true. That's true. If it was at 8 mana, that would be more significant, but it's still significant because you can get down a turn earlier. Caldar Drake. Caldar Drake has pulled off some infinite combos for memes in the current arena, but it's not that good. That's an epic. All right, but yeah, Kalecgos. I'd have to say, some of those cards are not out for arena because their sets rotating in. True enough, but not Water Elemental or Mirror. But yeah, I think Fallen Hero comes back in. Isn't Fallen Hero like the Grand Tournament? Possibly. I don't know. But yeah, you're correct. Still, we're talking about this for kind of the whole year. If the card is back for 2 months, there's still gonna be 10 months where it may potentially be gone. So we're not necessarily just talking about this next meta, but metas for the next year for core. But yeah, Kalecgos going to 9 mana mainly just means it can come down a turn earlier. If you're on turn 14 or 15, 9 mana versus 10 mana probably doesn't make much difference. You could fit a, I don't know, shooting star in, but probably not much difference on high end mana, but play on turn 9 instead of 10. Basilisk said they missed Blizzard. Yeah, another iconic card. Blizzard is back! And they're getting sued. Pyroblast is back in, which is an iconic mage finisher. Pyromaniac. Whenever your hero power kills a minion, draw a card. That card has always been really, really good. Spire Tank with a huge upside. Yeah, that one. That's a big one. Strategy's Pyro. Yeah, Pyroblast. It's back. And they didn't change it though. It's still 10 mana. It still has 10 damage. There's gonna be monster with those parrot cards? Maybe. I don't know. Lyra says, please read everything you've viewed so far. I will do it for you. You just have to click the video panel instead of the live panel of Twitch. But good to see you, Lyra. Hope you're doing well. We got the explosive runes back in core, so you don't need to think about Mere Entity anymore for the rest of the year, but you have to think about explosive runes for the rest of the year. So, yeah, you can play a very small minion and take a lot of face damage, or you can play a mid-sized minion and take a little face damage. So, yeah. The Pyroblast from Rune? Yeah, it'll use 10 of your mana. It could hit a minion instead of face, but, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, maybe. This is Mind Control, Pyroblast, Water Elemental, Elemental should never be traded out. They're too iconic. I think there might be an argument there. At the same time, I think it's interesting when we, like Polymorph for Mage and Hex for Shaman. When these cards leave, it changes the whole class. I think changing things up big time is a positive thing. I was happy to see Mind Control gone from Priest, personally. That's me, though. Holy Light. They had changed it to only heal your hero, but to heal for more. It was still bad, typically. So Holy Light being gone is actually an improvement, especially for Paladin Discovers, typically. Sometimes discovering a Holy Light could save your life, but usually it was not something you want to see. Same with Pursuit of Justice. Pursuit of Justice was quite weak, so that's gone too. Guardian of Kings, another weaker Paladin card. So all the stuff that's leaving Paladin and core was not that good. But they're gaining Flash of Light, which is not very good either. It heals you a little bit, draws a card. It's better than Holy Light in typical cases, but it's not that good. Amber Watcher, on the other hand, activates Dragon Synergies when Dragon Synergies are relevant, and the heal for 8 on a minion was very good. You're only losing 1 attack power versus a 5 mana 5/6, and you get a lot of healing to your face or a minion. It's a very good card. And then Bronze Explorer. This is... If you look at any card in this core set, this is maybe the most important. Because, yeah, Ysera is not leaving core. Deathwing is not leaving core. Raid Boss Anexia is not leaving Alterac with the mini set, and Alterac's going to be in the next rotation at least. So, yeah, Paladin is going to be the king or queen of discovering dragons for the whole year. The whole year, Paladin and Ysera. Uther and Ysera, the one true pairing. I'm going to write fanfics about it. And yeah, it's going to be devastating. Life says Ragnaros will probably just be okay. Yeah, 8 mana, 8/8, restore 8 health to a friendly character. It's hard to control. You know, sometimes it'll heal your face when you want to heal a minion. Sometimes it'll heal a minion when you want to heal your face. But it's a fun one. It's a fun one. And Ragnaros Lightlure is just fun in general with live insects instead of die insects. It's one of those fun Mirror Universe cards flavor-wise. But yeah, Dragon Mad will never end as long as you're playing Paladin. Yeah, mine with the live insect. It's a fun flavor card. Priest is getting more changes than most of these classes. Crimson Clergy was actually pretty good. Dire Mole with an upside, but it's leaving. Shadow Form. I died to Shadow Form against a Priest a few days ago, so I'm glad that's leaving because that one game. Shadow Form was often not very good for Priest because you still wanted your healing hero power through the whole game in Arena. But it's gone now. Lightspawn, iconic Priest card, also gone. Lightspawn has always been unreliable in Arena, so that leaving could be a positive thing for Priest. Temple Enforcer, on the other hand, is a really, really good Arena card, so that leaving is a downside for Priest. And Natalie Celine, one of the most significant things about Natalie Celine leaving is that she won't be on cards like Glaciate on Discover, because discovering an 8 mana 8/1 on Glaciate was really bad. Same with like Free from Amber. So it's gonna be off that type of thing. And but yeah, she was a good legendary when you actually got to draft her, but it didn't come up very often. On the other hand, Priest is gaining Lyra, which we got Lyra in chat. So it's gonna be confusing whenever it comes up. Lyra's a very frequent and appreciative member of chat. But yeah, Illuminate! Let's go save review. We're talking about the core set right now. We're going to get back to the expansion when we're done here. We just did the neutrals. I thought we wanted to talk about core before we get into the class cards. The core. You're in for the next year. But yeah, we had people ask me, out of like 50,000 plus Arena games, like what are my most memorable decks? And of course, you play hundreds and hundreds of decks. They all kind of blend together typically. But probably my most memorable deck ever was a deck where I had 2 Lyras drafted, and I got a 12/0. Just got to have spells to infinity, and nobody could beat it. So yeah, Lyra can be highly effective if you got the cheap priest cards like Holy Smite. Basilisk says they got removed from core. Oh, actually, I didn't know that yet. I've not looked at all the neutral changes. I'm sorry, Basilisk, you've been struck down. She's the best in Arena now, still, right? Alongside Raid Boss. They're both very good. A lot of times you'll turn down a Ysera for a Raid Boss. Radiant Elemental is in, which is a great 2 mana 2/3 and enables some interesting big, like, semi-infinite combos or even infinite. Light Bomb. Spoilers for core. Light Bomb. Light Bomb can be, tough to use in Arena, actually, because a lot of times in Arena, you're drafting 4 mana 4/5s and 4 mana 3/6s and 3 mana 3/4s. You draft lots of cards in Arena that have less attack than they have health. So Light Bomb can be great, but so often in Arena, you end up in the situation where you use it, and the opponent, all their stuff still has like 1 or 2 health left. So Light Bomb can be amazing, but sometimes in Arena, it's not as good as in like, Constructed even. So big influential card, but not as good as you might think sometimes in Arena. It's a very significant card though, but it can be difficult to utilize. Basilisk, would Light Bomb kill Raid Boss Anexia? I don't believe so. I think it would kill all the Whelps, and then it would leave the Anexia intact. Skip Cleric. Right, you never go full Northshire, so I'm just going to skip it. Northshire Cleric, it's always been a Diamond. It's always been a good stat line. It can be a powerful draw engine, especially combined with things like Holy Nova. So yeah, you never go full Northshire. Northshire can make you go fatigue or overdraw cards. So having 2 of them on board is often a really bad idea, especially because it's whenever a minion is healed. Whenever a minion is healed, not when you heal something. So if you put 2 Northshire Clerics on board and the opponent can heal a bunch of stuff somehow, that can cause you to lose the game. That's where the never go full Northshire phrase comes from. I think it's an achievement name in-game now. The meme has ascended. So yeah, be a little careful. Cleric poems. Another one true pairing. Another group of fanfics. They're sure to give it the gift of the Nars is going to be fun. Right. But yeah, Secret Agent. We talked about, Paladin getting that Discover a Dragon. Here's a strong dragon for Priest. It's got that ideal 5 mana 5/6 stat line. If you're holding a dragon, discover a copy of a card in your opponent's deck. Descent of Dragons, for instance, is not going to be in the next meta, so I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to have another dragon in your hand in upcoming rotations. But no matter what, it's a 5-mana 5/6, so it's always draftable, and when you pull it off, it's amazing. So yeah, and, Rake with the great line of the Draconid operative being super obvious. Secret agent coming through. But yeah, very solid card, regardless of how easy it is to activate. Araki Murazan is not the most dragon in the game. yeah. Murazan, yeah, play all cards your opponent played last turn. It was really strong when it came out. It's for whatever reason it's felt a little weaker lately. But it's a fun card, it's an interesting card, and yeah, it's a really cool card. I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's a 5, but it's a really cool card, and it's pretty easy to draft. Weaker nowadays because more powers and battle cries that used to be, quite possibly, yeah. When Murazan came out, I think there were a lot more like Violet Worms getting played, maybe. The 8-mana 7/7 with all the 1/1s inside type thing. Mm-hmm. All right, not many changes to Rogue. Blade Cultist is going away. It was okay. I drafted some Blade Cultists. Patient Assassin's going away. They had buffed it from 1/1 to 1/2, so it was a lot less vulnerable to AoEs like Bunker Sergeant. But it was an epic. It was okay. It wasn't crazy insane, really, but it was interesting. In Constructed, a lot of people are fans of Tess. Battlecry, play every card from another class you played this game. And you certainly can get cards from other classes in Arena, but usually it's tough to generate more than 2 or 3. So an 8-mana 6/6, Tess was almost never good in Arena, to be honest, so it's probably not a Void drafting card. But I know some people in Constructed are excited for it to be coming back. Buccaneer, 1-mana 2/1. Whenever you equip a weapon, give 1 attack. Buccaneer was always good. He'll be pretty good again. And yeah, there's a way to get cards from other classes. The Hench Clan Burglar, 4-mana 4/6, discover spell from another class. That was always good. It might be a little weaker now because of more strong neutral cards being available, but it's still a solid one. Any discover can be solid. As they missed the Burglar. It's back now. It's back for a year. It's got the pirate tag. All right, Shaman. Wind Fury's going away. I don't like drafting Wind Fury personally, but I did win some games with the freeze the whole board and get like a 12/12 card and then Wind Furying it. I certainly won some games that way. So that is gone. Unbound Elemental, they had buffed it from 3-mana 2/4, where it was hard to draft, to 3-mana 3/4, where it was really easy to draft, but it's gone now too. Totem Carver, 4-mana 4/5 with an upside if you have totems, was also another solid card. It's going away. So yeah, Unbound and Totem Carver going away. Those are some solid Arena cards for Shaman going away. They had also buffed Earth Elemental, and it is also going away. It was much better on 2 Overload than 3. Plus, I lost like 3 times this meta minimum. I think 2 in one day. When Mage was playing Firelands Portal, summon a random 5, and they happened to get this one. So I wish the Earth Elemental had been gone a month ago. Kragwa is coming back. Battlecry, return all spells you played last turn to your hand. Cragwall, as a 6-mana 4/6 was sometimes difficult to play, but it was pretty common to, use a Hex, and Hex is still going to be in. Use a Hex and get another Hex back. That was probably the most common thing I did with Cragwall. So if you have enough spells in your deck, Cragwall could be very solid. But yeah, it's not good on its own. It's badly stat on its own. M says, Unstable Evolution was fun with Cragwall. Farsight, draw a card. That card costs 3 less. Farsight is typically bad in Arena, I would say, because you tend to draft a lot of, 1 and 2 mana cards, at least comparatively to what you can do in Constructed, maybe. So, if you pay 3 mana, draw a card, reduce its cost. If you reduce a 7-cost card to 4 mana, let you play it next turn, that can be good. But sometimes you play it and you draw like an Ardent Squire and you cry. So, unreliable card to draft, but sometimes it lets you cheat out stuff early. Unreliable, though. Unreliable. Flame Tongue Totem. 2 mana, 0/2. Am I crazy, or did they make that 0/3 at some point? It was a 0/3 and they nerfed it? I can't even remember these things anymore. But yeah, adjacent means it +2 attack. Yeah, Flame Tongue is... Yeah, it used to be 0/3 and they nerfed it, right. And they're not buffing it back. They're keeping it 0-2. Flame Tongue, it can be good in aggressive decks. It can make some interesting trades, but it dies on its own trivially. So I was never the biggest fan of it, but it can certainly do work. Maelstrom Portal. That's in right now in the current arena rotation. It's going to stay in via core. Deal 1 damage to all minions, summon a random 1-cost minion. Maelstrom Portal was a lot stronger when you could roll Spell Power Totem. You can make it do 2 damage very reliably. There is at least one new neutral plus 1 spell damage card. We saw like the 2-mana 2/3 with spell damage. So if you got that, this could become better. I've never found it super good on its own without spell damage, but it's decent. Yeah, spell damage Dream. Yeah. And yeah, Bloodlust being back in. I've been so happy to have Bloodlust gone. I hate, Now, I'm somebody who trades, right? I trade all the time. I don't go face unless I have a really good reason to. But I still don't like smart cards in general. Still, this does favor my play style of taking out the opponent's minions so they can't use their Bloodlust. But if you're somebody who goes face a lot, you may not like Bloodlust being in because it's a way to punish you if you do go face. Shaman Totems are scarier. Yeah, I'm a type of person that takes out Totems if I can anyway, typically. But now it's even higher priority. Thank you to Sadist, not Sadist, but Sadist with the follow. I appreciate that. Warlock is getting quite a few changes. Dread Infernal, always a solid card. Not completely busted, I would say, but always a solid card. A classic Warlock card. It's going to be gone for now. Possessed Villager is always solid, just like, Argent Squire and that new mech that's a 1/1 has a 1/1 inside of it. But Possessed Villager has been really good for cards like Graveyard that eat a card. So that's a nerf to Graveyard, the Possessed Villager being gone. Failed Lord has been a really solid taunt for Warlock, so that being gone is very interesting for Arena. That one's been really solid. Ritual of Doom was never good, though. It's really tough to pull off Ritual of Doom, so that leaving is a good thing for Warlock. Voidwalker's back in, another classic card. Dire Maul with a taunt. Got the Demon Tag, decent. Imp Gang Boss. Imp Gang Boss is in right now, because we've got Black Rock in Arena. And I've not found Imp Gang Boss to be all that good. Oh, and Hebe says the Possessed Villager will actually be in for the next 2 months anyway. Yeah. Although in the context of the next year, it won't work out. But okay, so for this meta, we'll have Alterac with the Graveyard, and we'll still have Possessed Villager. Okay, so that won't go away for this 2 months. And good to see you, Hubie. Hope you're doing great. Abyssal Enforcer is going to be in core. We've had in this meta, because we got Main Streets. Unlike Dread Infernal, Abyssal Enforcer is still pretty nuts. It was one of the best cards ever when it came out. It's not one of the best cards ever now, but it's still really solid. So that's a powerful common tool for Warlock for the next year. So that's a big upgrade for Warlock in Arena via core. Jeklik got upgraded from a 4-mana 3/4 to a 3/5. Still understated, but it's taunt lifesteal. The extra health point certainly helps it. And if you discard it, you add 2 copies to your hand. Spawn of Deathwing is a very relevant way to discard cards. You might see that get pulled off. But overall, not the best Arena card. Better than it was, though, at 5 health instead of 4. And then Darkshire Librarian, discard a random card. Can work with the Jeklik. Thrall, draw a card. So yeah, RNG, you might discard a card you want, but usually reasonable, since it's card neutral. The only bad thing is when you, play this, and then the opponent plays that, 3-mana 3/4, or 3-mana 2/4, silence all cards, because then you discard a card and you'll never get the draw. I see. Response to secret changes to make me laugh. Yeah, I don't know what secrets do. I'm just gonna not go face. Makes it easy. All right, the last of the class cards for the core changes. Warsong Commander. I really like Warsong Commander Arena when they got rid of the give your charge minions +1 attack and made it you give everything rush. I've drafted Warsong Commander many times this year, and I thought it's been really good. So that's gone. And let's talk about the other one first, the Warsong Outrider, the 4-mana 5/4 rush. Good stat line, got rush, it's been solid too. I haven't seen this offered much lately, though, actually, which is interesting. I've not seen opponents play it either. Was it bugged? I've seen hardly any of those, but maybe we're just not seeing many warriors in general. But yeah, War Cache, on the other hand, I love War Cache. I love Hunter's Pack. These RNG cards that give you a lot of cards at the cost of spending some mana up front. these are some of my favorite cards in the game. So yeah, War Cache being gone gets rid of a lot of card advantage for Warrior, which is something Warrior's not particularly good at anyway. So that's a big loss, but it was a rare, not a common. But it was something you could discover when you're discovering a spell. So yeah, all three of these cards were good arena cards, and Warriors lose them. You're gaining Bash, deal 3 damage, gain 3 armor, which is not that good. It was not even that good when it came out, and it's okay. It's okay-ish. But it was never super good. And then Shield Block, gain 5 armor for 3 mana to draw a card, was never that good in Arena. So you're gaining 2 cards there, not that good. So downgrades for Arena. And they're spells, so if you do happen to discover a spell as a warrior, these will pop up, and they're probably not going to be that good for you. Darius Crowley, was Darius 4/4? Are they buffing him to a 4/5? I feel like that's true. After this action kills a minion, gain +2/+2. Darius is potentially pretty good. Yeah, they did buff him. Okay, yeah. Darius is pretty good in Arena. So he's not insane, but he's pretty good, and they buffed him a little bit here, so he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's not insanely good, but he's pretty good. And then Bloodhoof Brave, 4 mana, 2/6. Damaged, has +3 attack. Yeah, more so than, say, the Stegodon we've got right now. It's just a 4 mana, 2/6. That has +3 attack while damaged. Usually your opponent can play around it. They can hit with, a big minion first and a small minion second. But sometimes they can't. It's a pretty decent card compared to other 4 mana 2/6s. So that's a gain. It's a common. So you're getting 2 bad spells and you're losing 2 good commons. But at least you're getting 1 other pretty good common. But yeah, Warrior is again a little hurt in this core change. It looks like Warrior's gonna be bad again. It always depends on how they adjust offer rates, but because the micro adjusts person left Blizzard and they haven't replaced them yet, the Warrior might end up still being really, really bad. Thing that saves Warriors Forge in the Barrens, which is not going to be in the next meta though. The next 2 months is Stormwind is coming back, but not Barrens. All right, and then the neutrals, the most important. So, yeah, they're adding more neutrals than they're removing. All right, let's talk about what they're removing first, I suppose, and let's put it here, because otherwise it's a little overwhelming. So, Arcane Anomaly. Decent card for Mage and Priest and such, but not too strong. Gone. Argent Squire, classic neutral, classic arena card. Always been decent, always been a 3-star, just something you can throw in your deck if you want a fast card. But it's gone. Cogmaster's a bad card. Cogmaster's been bad. Ironically, though, they're removing Cogmaster while they're adding a lot of mechs for the Sunken City expansion. So Cogmaster would have been probably better this year than last year, but it's gone. So maybe it would have been better the other way around. Not been in this year, not been in last year, be in this year, but it's gone. Where's Sneed? It's in Stormwind. It's in Stormwind, which we'll be in for the next 2 months. Young Priestess, never been that influential. It's an okay card, but it's gone. Mini Mage was a card you wanted to avoid drafting almost all the time. It's also gone. Even though they buffed it a little bit, it was still not good. It's gone. River Croc, classic 2/3. Sometimes you call the 2/3 the River Croc stat line, but it's gone for the next year. I just grab buff some yeah now. Yep. True. Toxicologist was a card you would avoid drafting unless you're playing Rogue, really. So maybe a downgrade to Rogue, but otherwise a card is better to get rid of in core in terms of power level. Brightwing is a fun legendary, and it was something in the Dragon Pool to discover, but it's gone. That's when a lot of people will be sad. It says, Toxicologist is bad in Rogue. I don't think it was bad. I think it was decent. But not super great. I don't think it was an insane card by any means. But yeah, Brightwing being gone's kind of sad. It was a fun RNG card. Blood from Raptor always be brothers for you, and now they can join each other in the Legacy set for the moment. Earthring Farseer, another classic arena card. Not the Spire Take stat line, losing a health point, but the Battlecry restoring 3 health was strong. So Earthring was always a card that would worm its way into your deck if it wasn't up against something really good. It's gone for now. Flesh-Eating Ghoul, they had buffed from 2/3 to 3/3. Made it okay. Made it more draftable. I still didn't take a huge number of them, but I took some. It's gone now. It's gone now, which makes me happy because it's, it's a more smorky card. So It's not the type of card I like anyway. Ice Rager, they had no, they hadn't changed. Like, they had buffed. No, the Ice Rager they just put in wasn't very influential. It's gone now. It's gone now. Injured Blade Master was a good card for priests always, but otherwise was just 3 mana 4/3. It's gone now. King Mukla. Now, that was one of the worst legendaries to pop up when you would have a legendary pop up on Arena. So, probably pretty happy to have it gone from the core set, because it was not something you want to see. But it was also, on something like, summon a random beast to board. It was a good thing. So, and summon a random 3-cost. It was like the highest roll for summon a random 3-cost. So that high roll was gone now, which could remove some hype moments. Yeah, Teacher's Pet, exactly. So it could remove some hype moments. Spider Tank. I still always call the 3 mana 3/4 stat line the Spider Tank stat line. It was interesting to have it in core for a year. It's gone now. Basilisk has been highly influential in Arena all year. The poison with Divine Shield is highly powerful. It wasn't quite as powerful when they introduced it, though, because there were more cards like Bunker Sergeant with the 1 damage AoE. So it's been strong. Plus, Demon Hunter exists now, and Demon Hunter was also able to deal with it efficiently. So it's been strong, but not as strong as when it came out. Yeah, what set is Basilisk from? Does anybody know? Because it does not occur to me right away. I want to say Kobolds and Catacombs, but I don't know if that's true. Oh, it's actually Ungoro. It's older than I thought. What, really? Was it Ungoro? Really? Are you sure? I didn't remember it being from the same set as, or what's it is Kobold? Well, here, let's do some fact-checking. Fact-checking will ruin the stream. Right, Snail was Ungoro. That's the thing. I don't remember Snail and Basilisk being from the same set. All right, let's do some fact-checking. 3 people said Ungoro, but are they all wrong? I said Kobolds. Common neutral card from the Kobolds and Catacombs set. All right. I was right. Robo was right. Feels good to be right. I don't. Sometimes I would press this button.
The internet's right.
But not this time. Not this time. This time I'm right. All right. Baron Rivendare's gone. I don't think I saw any Baron Rivendare plays in the whole year. Maybe one. I don't think I saw Rivendare do anything all year. So it's another one that you didn't want to pop up on your legendary if you were able to draft your legendary. Probably happy that's gone. I don't think I saw do anything all year at all. Gerbash Berserker. Decent for mage, decent for priest. They did buff it a little bit. They buffed it to like 1 health. It's been semi-okay. Warmed its way into some decks, but not that strong. I do like Whitemane. They had buffed Whitemane too, and she was a fun card. She was still pretty difficult to pull off, but she got some big plays. I'm sad to see that one go. I'm sad to see that one go. I liked Whitemane as a legendary in there. Baron Stablehand could high roll a King Crush, could low roll like a 1/1. Highly RNG card. People like to call it Shrek. Interesting card. It's a card that made into your decks. It's gone. I don't have any particularly strong feelings about it. It was a very high roll, low roll card. I did win a few games off King Crush from Stablehand, and I lost a few games that way too. Pandemonium. I think Refall was the stream, I think. It could be another Pandemonium. Thank you for the follow, and thank you, Team America, for the raid. Hey, we're getting a lot of raid love today when we do the card review. We had Blobby, we had Tarantula. Thank you, Team America. Let's make sure we get a shout out. Did you just end up doing Arena today, or did you do anything else? Oh, you did Pokemon Unite. There we go. But Team America does stream Hearthstone a lot of modes. I had seen your title today was Arena, then question mark. I guess question mark became Pokemon. Pokemon, gotta MOBA them all. Pokemon. Clockwork Giant was a pretty bad card. Saw it a couple times, but pretty bad. Good to see it removed, I think. All right. And the last thing we're going to look at in core, before we get back to the Sunken City expansion with the class cards, is the cards being added to core. So first of all, you have Zola the Gorgon, which was kind of, leaked, because in one of the Sunken City card reveal videos, it showed Zola with the new core tag. So there were 2 cards. There were 2 cards people knew were coming. Zola was one of them. Choose a friendly minion, add a golden copy of it to your hand. As a 3-mana 2/2 and needing to have the card already on board, Zola was usually pretty bad in Arena. She will probably still be pretty bad. Oh yeah, double save. Well, that's true. I put the one down here. I guess I can get rid of that one for now. Thanks for pointing it out. All right, there we go. We're back at just the Hearthstone disc. Okay, but yeah, Zola was pretty bad when she came out. She's probably still pretty bad. They're adding all the League of Explorers legendaries. Sir Finley, discover a new basic hero power. Really good card for Warrior. Really good card when you can get rid of your 2 armor and go over to, Fire Blast or something. Or anything, really. So, Sir Finley is like a 5-star card in Warrior. But in other classes, it's pretty bad in Mage, typically, because Mage is one of the best hero powers. Probably also bad in Demon Hunter. But I don't know, towards the end of the game, maybe, if you want to start healing as Demon Hunter or something, maybe you could do it in Demon Hunter. But yeah. Sir Finley's always interesting. Bron, your Battlecry trigger twice. Now, on the one hand, a lot of Arena cards use Battlecry, and you could do, like, double Discover. But it is a 3-mana 2/4. Sometimes it's tough to spend that 3 mana, and it doesn't have a good stat line on its own. But yeah, you can pull a lot of tricks with Bron. But you gotta make sure you can pull those tricks. Some of the Battlecries are not quite as relevant to double up as others. See if we can use Mimic Tier IRL. They nerfed Mimic Tier, though. Am I gonna get nerfed, too? Oh, probably. My average this expansion was like a 1 win lower than usual. Elise, shuffle the map to the Golden Monkey into your deck. I'm a little surprised they're bringing Elise back because, yeah, Elise was tough to pull off when she came out, and she's even probably lower power level now because, yeah, you shuffle the map to the Golden Monkey into your deck, and eventually you find it one way or another, and when you play that, it still shuffles the Golden Monkey itself into your deck, right? Doesn't it? Not even add it direct to your hand? Am I right about that? But regardless, yeah, it's quite slow, and then eventually, yeah, it's 2 shuffles exactly. So unless they actually changed it to shuffle the map to the Golden Monkey, and the Golden Monkey adds, right? They should reduce the steps. They didn't change it though, right? I haven't heard anything about them changing it. It does seem a little bit of an odd inclusion, though. I want to verify really quick. They did not change it. Let me see if I can do that. Elise Starseeker. Shuffle the Golden Monkey in your deck, draw a card. Golden Monkey, replace your hand and deck with legendary minions. So yeah, really, really, really tough card to activate. But it's a 4-mana 3/5, which is not great. It's a 2-star card. You want a 4-mana 4/5. If there's layers, you shuffle for Ambassador. Maybe get your Colossal Stop closer to the deck. Stage 2 draws a card, though. Yeah, it still costs you mana, though. It costs 2 mana, not 0. But yeah, Reno Jackson, on the other hand. Reno Jackson, if you're in a meta where Demon Hunter aggro or regular Hunter aggro is really strong, then yeah, if you can have no dupes in your deck, it's really fun. It's really fun to, hit heal from like 2 health to 30 health. Him says, we're gonna be rich. So annoying if you're the one playing Hunter. So yeah, it can be a little tough to pull off, but when you can, it can be fun. I like Reno. Reno's one of my favorite cards in the game. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily draftable, because a lot of times you're gonna have dupes and you're just not gonna be able to do it. Imagine Reno on top of you have the Curio Hero. The game takes so long while you take half damage, yeah. All right, Murloc War Leader, 3-mana 3/4. Your Murlocs have +2 attack. They are adding some new Murlocs this expansion, but yeah, still is a 3-mana 3/4. And the fact that you're probably not gonna have many Murlocs, even with the new ones, not a very good card to draft. Oh, Mistress of Mixtures is core. We've had Mistress of Mixtures in this meta. She's a 1-mana 2/2. It's bad if you're playing aggressively because you don't want to heal the enemy. But if you're not playing aggressively, it's good against aggro. So yeah, that's an interesting card to be in core. I didn't realize they were adding it. They're also bringing Acolyte of Pain back, which has been gone for a year. Another iconic card for drawing cards in general, especially when combined with Wild Pyromancer, which they're also adding down there. Yeah, Acolyte of Pain was always decent in Arena. If you can pull off some combos with it, it gets a lot better. Hall of Fame good. Doomsayer is also back in, so if you ever get Goblins versus Gnomes or anything similar to that, things that pop out random twos, Doomsayer can be a very, very hype moment card or a despair moment card, which can still be hype for people watching. So Doomsayer being back in is interesting. They also have Blizzard in, so you can do the classic Doomsayer Blizzard. And they're not removing Cone of Cold from core, right? So you can go Doomsayer plus the 3-mana Cone of Cold. Comes to miss everything? No, you were about halfway through. We're about halfway through. We're looking at core after looking at the neutrals from the new expansion. We still have all the class cards from the new expansion. Ultimate Despair moment. Hope moment. We playing Danganronpa? Danganronpa. Beaming Sidekick? Yeah, some people don't like Beaming Sidekick, but I always liked it. 1 mana, 1/2, give a friendly minion +2 health. Make a minion more endurant. You can do some cool stuff with that. I don't mind that being in core. They did buff Gorillabot from a 4 mana 3/4, where it was really bad, to a 3 mana 3/4, so now it's always draftable. Discover a mech, and some of the new Colossals are mechs, so if you're playing like Paladin or Mage, I don't know if there's any other ones, but if you're playing Paladin or Mage, you could discover the Colossal. So that could be a really annoying thing, but we'll see. But yeah, becomes almost undraftable to highly draftable with the 1 mana reduction. Oh yeah, people say there's also Sneeds as a neutral. Whenever the Stormwind is in, which is going to be in for these 2 months. Who knows how many metas will be in this year, but that's true. That's very true. Do you think the dragon meta in Arena will shift towards mech meta? At least this is conditional, right? You have to have another mech on board, so it's going to be a little tougher to pull off, but it'll probably happen pretty often. Not quite as often as Discover a Dragon, though. Tar Creeper. Tar Creeper is a very classic taunt. We have it in right now because Ungoro's in. Gotta be in all year. People tend to like Tar Creeper. People tend to like Tar Creeper unless you're big aggro. So, yeah, it's not as strong as it was printed, but it's still a solid card to draft. Gotta be in all year. Life Drinker is not a card I like. 4 mana 3/3, deal 3 damage to enemy hero, restore 3 life to your hero. Very understated. In Arena, you usually just use it as, hey, 3 damage to the enemy face. Hunter tends to run it sometimes in particular. I don't like that card at all, but there it is. There it is. Wild Pyromancer, another very classic card, especially in regards to Priest with Northshire Cleric, which is in. Wild Pyromancer's coming in. You can pull off some big tricks with that. It's kind of the classic trick card. I remember watching Amaz back in the days streaming Priest. He was kind of the only one doing it, and most of it was based around Wild Pyromancer. Sea Giant is coming back in. Costs 1 less for each other minion on the battlefield. We didn't see a huge number of like sticky minions in Sunken City. We saw a lot of decently statted minions with upsides, but didn't see a whole bunch of things sticking on board. So I don't know if Sea Giant will be good, but it's often good. It's often good. I can't go high pitched enough to do that voice line bar. Strategy says that Reno Jack says their heart rate from high stress going up. Sea Giant, take a job. Yeah, strategy says Azure Drake back. Right, Azure Drake got banned for being in too many standard decks. Not only is it back, but they add a health point to it. So yeah, 5 mana, 4/5 is a dragon. So you can discover it off Discover a Dragon. Draw a card. Cycles itself. Get spell damage +1. So it cycles itself, but you lose 1 health and 2 attack power versus the ideal 5 stat line. Still, will likely be a solid card. Yeah, strategy banned 4 years ago. Played Beetle, 2 mana 2/4 with the armor upside. We were seeing a lot of like 2 mana 2/3s with upside. Did I say 2/4? 2/3s with upsides in the new expansion. The 3 armor is not as influential as some of the stuff we were seeing, like Dredge, but it can be helpful. That's another, just like Misters and Mixtures, it can make aggro worse. Twilight Drake, card that gets better the more cards that say Battlecry draw a card or Death Rattle draw a card there are. It looks like there's quite a few in. So Twilight Drake might be pretty good. But it's not an insane card, right? So the fact that Twilight Drake is in core, along with Azure Drake, makes it a little harder for Paladin to discover Ysera. So that could be a good thing. Escaped Mana Saber. I liked that card. I think I crafted it in gold. 4 mana, 3/5, understated, but it's got stealth, and whenever you attack, you get a mana crystal. So, as stealth, it's almost impossible for the enemy to kill. The next turn, you can ramp mana. Yeah, Mana Saber can make some big plays. So, it's an epic. It's hard to draft, but it's going to be in all year. Primordial Drake is another strong dragon to be able to discover, but we've seen it, in this meta, and it's been a strong card, an influential card, but it's not quite fully busted like Ysera or Raid Boss. So honestly, I see it there. I'm like, hey, that's one more dragon to make it hard for Paladin to discover the legendary dragons. Mossy Horror is an influential card. Destroy all minions with Cure Less attack. Mossy Horror can win games. Mossy Horror can win games if the opponent has the right board set up. So that's an interesting one. Another epic I crafted in gold because of its influence. And then Fairy Dragon. I had not seen that Fairy Dragon was back. There's another weak dragon to try to dilute the dragon pool and make Paladin not dominate by discovering Ysera and Raid Boss. Probably not enough dragons to avoid it all the time, but at least it's another one that lowers the odds a little. Yeah, it's a decent 2. It's a decent 2 in general to draft. Cobalt Scalebane, another dragon trying to dilute the dragon pool for things like Paladin. But yeah, Cobalt Scalebane, we always talk about Cobalt Scalebane all the time when we talk about the old bucket system. The old bucket system tried to make it so that when you were offered 3 arena cards, they would be of the same relative power level, but there were still, the best cards in a bucket and the worst cards in a bucket. And so the Cobalt Scalebane was the worst card in the top bucket. And so you never picked Cobalt Scalebane because it would always be up against cards like Flame Strike and just all the top tier cards. So it was the big loser of the bucket system. Sorry, Scalebane. Injured Tol'vir, good for priests because they can heal it. Just a 2 mana 2/3 taunt typically. Yeah, it's fine. And then finally, we got the Volpera Scoundrel. Pessimistic Volpera. I was like, let's end on Volpera. Another epic. Tough to draft, but it's to discover spell or a mystery choice. It's a little understated. Unlike, say, that Baron's card, the 3 mana 1/3 poison that discovers a spell. So, yeah, discovering a spell can always be good, but at least this one's not as strong as that poison one from Baron's expansion. And there you go. Interesting changes to core. Overall, I'd say that they are losing some of the more awkward cards and gaining some interesting ones. There are, but yeah, this one, the Bronze Explorer. The Bronze Explorer for Paladin. That's the one in the whole thing. It's like, oh no! Oh no! So yeah, if it wasn't for that one, I'd go like, yeah, good core changes. Mix things up a little. But yeah, Bronze Explorer. I'll be happy if they ban it. I bet they won't. I even linked to this list. I did link it on the Discord. So if you're on the Discord, I linked it in, I think, the Hearthstone General section. It's also available on the Blizzard Press website. You can find that. Okay. Let's go into the class cards for the expansion at long last. This include the whole set of Dragon Discover mechanics. Not for these 2 months, anyway. Or do you mean in core? Which I guess they could have. Okay, let's see. Do we want to start with Demon Hunter or end with Demon Hunter? Let's start with Demon Hunter. Because sometimes Demon Hunter sets the pace in terms of how aggressive things are. Okay. Make this bigger on my screen, I think. Alright, Multi-Strike. And actually, right away, I think this might be one of the more confusing cards in the set. Maybe it's just me. So the wording on this is 1 mana, Give your hero +2 attack this turn. They may attack an additional enemy minion. So, yeah, Red says the wording's insane. So you're right. It's a confusing wording. I don't know if anybody knows exactly how it works. This is why it's confusing. Well, because of the wording, your hero may attack an additional enemy minion. So does that mean if you go face, can you not hit a minion after going face? And if you hit a minion, does it stop you from going face? Does it say I can't do that because it says you can only hit an additional enemy minion? Yeah, David says can't go face twice is all. Okay, so you think that is you can hit a minion, you can hit face, you can hit face, you can hit a minion, but you can't go face. But yeah, I think this wording is confusing. I think it's ambiguous. So I don't like the wording on this card. Don't think additional minion implies the first one has to be a minion. But you don't think. But yeah, I think it's ambiguous. I'm thinking the way we're talking about is the way it works, that you could go face and then hit a minion. But I think the wording's ambiguous. I wish it was worded a little bit better. But yeah. How good is it, though? It's good. It's good. So, I mean, let's kind of ignore the face part and say, hey, for 1 mana, you can do this in hero power and hit 2 minions for 3. You'll lose some health. But it's strong removal. Red says low 4 out of 5. I think you're right. I think you're probably right. I think it's good, especially the Theorycraft. Well, yeah, although a lot of Theorycraft is going to be other constructed combos. Just in Arena, though, minion removal is good. This is going to cost you some health, though. But I would still call it good. Like I said, it shouldn't have the minion word would be better. Possibly, but if it didn't have the minion word, then you could go face twice. So maybe, yeah, if it was changed to, you can attack twice this turn. I don't know. It is tough to word. You can. Give your hero +2 attack this turn. You may attack twice, but only once on the enemy hero? It's still awkward wording, but yeah. Anyway, I don't like the wording. Give your hero +2 attack this turn. If you've hit a minion, they may attack another, is how it'd be worded otherwise. Which, that wording means you can't go face first. You would have to hit a minion first, but then... then you could attack again anywhere. Right. He says, +2 attack this turn, you may attack 2 different targets. 2 different targets! Oh, except... Right! So that would mean you couldn't hit the same minion twice. I assume you can hit the same minion twice with this, although... the wording doesn't actually come off that way. An additional enemy minion. Additional seems to imply, a different enemy minion. Even though I'm pretty sure you could attack the same minion twice. It's all ambiguous. You get the same minion twice, right? I believe so. Why does it say they instead of you? I also agree with that. I don't think usually. They use they in this context in Hearthstone. It's a very weirdly worded card in multiple ways. It's odd. I mean, this feels like the type of thing that would be something you would see on a subreddit because the card was announced in, in a different language, in Chinese or Russia or something, and then translated unofficially into this, and then later you'd see a card with better wording. It's really weird wording. Really weird. One of the weirdest wordings I've seen on a card ever. Alright. 2 mana, 2/2. Bad stat line. But Outcast reduces the cost of the left and rightmost cards in your hand by 1. Worth noting that if you only have 1 card in hand left, it will reduce it twice. So if you've got this card and you have, you've spent your cards really, really quickly and you're holding, Twin Tyrant will be gone in this next meta, but if you're holding Twin Tyrant, you could reduce Twin Tyrant from 8 mana to 6 mana. So if you're going really fast and you've got one big card left, that could be a thing occasionally. Yeah, you gotta outcast this, because otherwise it's understated. But if you can outcast it, this costs 0, right? But so yeah, if you can outcast it, you can accelerate your whole hand. That can also make you run out of cards faster. But if you're trying to go fast, gotta go fast as Demon Hunter, this could be really good. Rash isn't constructed. Easy dust, though. Maybe. This card's tricky. You want to get the cost reduction early, but you can't control getting outcast at the stage. Later, it's mostly relevant. So yeah, I think you're partly on the money. Somebody says 2 stars. I think it is a little tough to grade this card, because for a fast deck, if you have a lot of low-cost cards, it's really easy, by playing 1s and 2s and 3s and stuff, to get this on the side of your hand, and then play out your other cards even faster. So I think if you have an aggro deck, I think this is a really good aggro card, because it helps you dump your hand before the opponent can, like, AoE you or something. So I think if you have an aggro deck, it's 4. But for a general deck, it's more 2. So, I mean, do we want to say 3 overall, or do you want to, give the extra clarification that if you're going big aggro, big low-cost curve, it's quite good. It's very good, maybe even. But if you are not going big low curve, I would think I would still call it 3, maybe. I think so yeah, I think I would say 3 overall. But if you're going big aggro, 2 mana reduction for 2 mana. This seems to be extra 2 buy on board. Yeah, I think that's can be very strong if you're with a really fast deck. So I'll say 3 overall. Because it also lets you cheat out bigger cards faster, right? It's not just this is a free 2/2 body. It's also that, hey, on turn 4, well, on turn 3, you can play your Chillwind Yeti or something, or something stronger than that. So I'm calling it 3, but maybe it's 4 even. Okay. Lady Sithino? It's a Sithino legend. It's not a story the Naga would tell you. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this card. Right, yeah, it says the first thing I said. If you have a single card and it gets produced by 2, yeah, I said Twin Tyrant would cost 6. Yeah. So 3 mana, 2/4 is a bad stat line, but it's immune while attacking. We've talked about immune while attacking in relation to that new rush card, in relation to the Hunter mount. After you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy minion. So it can be tough to get a lot of low-cost spells in Arena, even for Demon Hunter, especially when that, like, Twin Blade card is gone, right? But, yeah, immune while attacking is still nuts in Arena. Kreen would give other cards immune while attacking. Yeah, this... It's always a threat. It's always a threat, because it just keeps trading without taking any damage itself. Fortunately, Demon Hunter is really bad at, like, buffing this card, right? If this card was in Paladin, this card would be completely insane, off the charts. As it is, it's not very tough to kill for the opponent, and Demon Hunter is not good at buffing it. So, it may not be quite as busted as it looks, in Arena at least. To the point that I'm actually only going to call it a 4. Which, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it will be quite busted. But I think because Demon Hunter can't buff it, and because it doesn't have a very good body, and it's kind of tough to you do a bunch of low-cost spells in Arena. Sometimes you'll see this be busted. Sometimes you'll see him play some really cheap spells, and it's going to attack your board, and then you're going to die. But I think in the general case, it's just good, but not great. I think it's going to be a little tough to pull off. Fortunately, unlike some of the other immune stuff. It's still good, though. I just don't think it's probably going to be busted in most cases. Predation. Deal 3 damage. Costs 0 if you played a Naga while holding this. There's a lot of Naga, including neutral Nagas. So, yeah. I think it's easy to pull off this most of the time in Arena. And, yeah, 0 mana, deal 3 that can go face if you need it to. Seems good. Seems quite good. Probably not busted either. Yeah. Red says 3. I also agree with that. I don't. I think. I think the tempo advantage of it, of removing an opponent's minion while you can keep going face, is quite good. Maybe low 4, maybe very high 3. I think I'm gonna edge towards 4, but it's on that kind of border, I think. Again, a card that I think looks good, but not busted. Yeah, as I can go face, it can indeed go face. I did mention that. But yeah, again, a card that doesn't look as good as some of these, but still a solid pick. Draw your 2 lowest cost minions. That's too expensive for Arena. I don't know what this is doing in Constructed, but this is too expensive. This is too expensive for Demon Hire, typically. Some people are saying 1. Yeah, Ivy or yeah. I'm not. Liza definitely 1. I'm trying to give it a little bit of credit because if you're late in the game and you're kind of running out of cards, at least you can play this. You can draw your 2 lowest cost minions. It'll probably just be 2 cost cards type thing, and it will improve your future draws because you've removed your worst draws. But it is just so expensive. Yeah. Red says maybe they'd upgrade to 2 stars if it was 3 mana. Yeah, maybe I will go 1. Either way, I'm not sure if I want to say avoid or don't draft it at all. I think you could still get stuck. I think I might say, yeah, Savage says 2 out of 5. I think the reason I'm gonna say 2 out of 5 instead of 1 out of 5 is that I'm trying to think of the situation where this is up against 2 bad minions. I'm like, do I want 2 bad minions, or do I want this thing that can thin my deck late in the game? And I think I might want this than one of the just bad minions offered. So for that reason, I think I would give it 2 out of 5 instead of 1 out of 5 in terms of deck structure, but it's still something to avoid. I mean, so they'd still think they'd still have one of the bad 2 minions. Maybe. But I'm going to give it a little credit. I'm going to give it 2 stars, not 1. But we'll see. Ash says, what if you use this with, like, Vandar? Again, that would be a constructed thing, but maybe. The Ajarn Defector. Oh, okay, so yeah, this is one of the reasons why this this card review was a little harder to set up than some. Because I had to get these sunken cards off to the side here to make them easier to look at. So appreciate the effort, please. All right, so yeah, 4 mana, 5/3, Rush, which is pretty good. And Death Route puts the Sunken Defector on the bottom of your deck. And we've seen that, there's like that common 2/3 Dredge card. So the more Dredge you have, the better this becomes. And that gets you a 4 mana 5/3 with charge. And after this attacks, you deal 5 damage to your enemy minion. So, Black says they appreciate the effort. 4 out of 5, maybe 5 out of 5. You dredge well. Yeah. Yeah. But the mana's too awkward. Need to be 3 mana. 3 mana, 5 damage rush. I mean, even thinking about that Hunter card, the 3 mana 4, the 4/1 rush that draws another rush card. I think that would be pretty insane. You draft a 4 mana 5 Dredge, regardless of Dredge. Right, yeah. So I don't think the mana cost is too awkward. Plus, we saw it there some 2/6s in core, and I think there was at least one new 2/6. So this can hit a 2/6 and stay on board as a 5/1, and then the opponent has to deal with it. So yeah, we'll say 4. We'll say 4. But yeah, if you've got multiple of those, like 2 mana 2/3 dredges or other ways to dredge, could become better. The Glaive Shark. This card was pretty busted, if I recall. I remember seeing this one. 4 mana 4/3. If your hero attack this turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. Busted. I'm going 6. I think Zion says 5. I think I'm going 6. So it's 2 less health than a Yeti. It's a bit of a threat on board. And for only 1 mana attacking with your hero, or you've 0 mana if you got a weapon up, you do a Consecration. You do a Consecration as Demon Hunter, which is just what Demon Hunter wants to do, remove the enemy board while still going face. Maybe it's 5. I think this is the second card I'm putting 6 on. This card seems like the card I would never want to print for Demon Hunter, because it's busted. Chili enjoys the Ildari markings. Is this change needs to play against Demon Hunter? Maybe. Or maybe you just can't play around it. This is 5. I think I'm still leaning 6, but yeah, the point is it's pretty busted. It's pretty busted. Okay, so what was the first 6 break in the scale? I put 6, I think. Dan, I put on the there's a rush. There's a dormant rush immune while attacking card. And immune while attacking is pretty busted. It's a card that says if your opponent can't deal with it from hand, they lose the game. And common, yep. And this one's common too. Both these ones I'm leaning towards 6 are both commons. At least this one's a class card instead of a neutral. The Bone Glaive. Dredge. So there's Dredge. There's Dredge for like that Sunken card. So it's a common weapon. 5 mana, 5/2. We've had, the 4 mana, 4/2 Marrow Slicer. Demon Hunter likes weapons that can go face, and the Dredge is an upgrade. Power right. Lars is 3. Really? You'd only put this at 3? I would certainly put it at least at 4. And yeah, probably only 4. Probably not 5. But yeah, Demon Hunter likes the ability to go face. Demon Hunter likes the ability to kill minions. I think this is a super draftable weapon. Game assist, so it's infinite. Dredge puts one of the bottom 3 cards of your deck at the top of the deck. I don't know what you mean by infinite. Alright. Yeah, rates is 4 or 5. I think it's still another super solid card. And it gets better the more things. Alright, so maybe we're undervaluing Dredge. Actually, 4. Right. Coil Scar Commander. Pretty good Naga artwork there. Wait, 6 mana, 2/6. Boy, that's terrible. 1 star. Let's move on to the Abyss. Battlecry. If you cast 3 spells while holding this, summon 2 copies of this. Oh, so it's actually still. It's actually still probably. I think it's 1. I think it is 1. Hobo says 2. I think it's 1. I think you have to draw this, and you have to play 3 spells as Demon Hunter while holding this, and otherwise it is one of the most understated things ever. This is a not good 4 mana card for 2 extra mana. I said, really? 1? I think it's sort of okay. I think it's really tough to hold this and cast 3 spells as Demon Hunter while holding this. I said, Demon Hunter has a lot of spells. I think they'll be gone, though, by the time you have this in your hand. I said 3 spells. Okay, if it was 1 spell, well, sure. But yeah, 3 spells. I said it was 2 spells. Even 2 spells would be more reasonable for Arena. And yeah, people talk about Mossy Horror being in the core set. It's true. It's true. But yeah, I think this is certainly. I think it's hard to say avoid even. I think it's just probably don't draft. If this is, pick 25 and you've already got, 6 spells, maybe not even. It is an epic though, so it's just not going to show up very often anyway, which is good for Arena. And then you've got the Abyss. I have to bring up the Colossal thing too, in addition to the Sunken. So it summons 4 of these stalks, which have lasers. So yeah, 7 mana, 3/6. At the start of your turn, increase the damage of the stalks by 1. So when you play it, again, Colossal, summon extra minions whenever played or put on the board. They all have different art. But they have the same stat lines and effects. So you summon 4 of these stalks. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to an enemy. So on the first turn you play this, you deal 4 random damage, and you get these 2 mana, 1/2 stalks. So your opponent has to kill the stalks, or the next turn they're going to do 2 damage, and then 3 damage. Are all costs unique to Hearthstone, or do they have some basis in WoW? I glanced at them. I think they are all Hearthstone originals, I believe. But if we see one in the future, I'm like, oh, this was in World of Warcraft, I'll let you know. But I think they're all Hearthstone originals. Rash says demon tag. Yeah, there are a few ways to discover a demon. Yeah, it says Colossal 4, but I only see one stock. I did not get all the stock arts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. But yeah. So yeah, so Red says 5 out of 5 on low size as far as Colossals go. It's interesting. I'm really trying to think of how good this is. You can't control the stock damage. It does cost 7. And he says to go face, which can be good or bad. On the first turn, it's bad. On future turns, it could be good. Yeah, it's a 7 out of 3, 6 that casts Arcane Missile. It has to be answered right. The question is, how easy is to answer? If the stocks had 1 health instead of 2, if they just died to the courage of man, if it just died to bunker, I would rate it badly. But with the 2 health, when you're bored, it could give you lethal. Yeah, but it's 7 mana. There's a lot of other ways to get lethal for that much mana. And yeah, people talk about Mossy Horror could answer the stocks. It's true, but it's an epic, like you say. Demon Armir, Shock could answer it. Yep. And, there are answers like, Consecration from Bowen, which is still in, and, Flame Strike from Mage, which is still in, and Blizzard from Mage. The only thing, it's at least a 4. It's at least a 4. I'm just trying to decide, is it a 5, or is it easier to answer than I think? I'm gonna play it safe and say 5 in case it's. Oh, you can't even see the 5 because it's behind the colossal cards. You can see the edge. But yeah, I think I might play it safe and still say 5, but it's on the lower end of 5. I'm thinking, but we'll see. Maybe it will be totally busted. I think it has a cool intro animation too. I think I saw part of the intro animation. But yeah, it's a cool card. It's a cool card. But yeah, I don't think it seems totally busted, but we'll see. Maybe it's busted. Okay, that's the end of Demon Ire. 1 class down, 9 to go. And yeah, we have been talking and reviewing and streaming for 2.5 hours without a break. So we are going to take a break here before we hit up the last 9 classes, and then we'll play some Arena at the end, unless my throat is shot. So I hope you stick around through this break, and then we'll come back and do the rest of the review. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the raids from various people like Team America. All right, we're back. We're back in 3 minutes. Hold on a second here. Hold on an additional second. Alright, so we got the little stream deck thing controlling the slideshows, and it got all tangled up in my headphones. So I wanted to fix that. Okay. And yeah, but Tid said, hey, thank you very, very much. As we enter the last 9 classes of the card review, do the Electric Eel with 10 gifted subs. Oh, wait. I tried to press the sub button, but it doesn't work on this screen. We gotta come over here. We gotta come over here first.
Excellent decision.
Thank you very, very much to the Electric Eel with the 10 gifted subs. David says they are shocked. You are shocked. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Lotus, Hobo, Rud, Santa, Gnome, Aurora, Strategy, we're talking real strategy, Alez, Freeze, and the Dark Hobbit, all getting those gifted subs. Eel says you're welcome. 40 total from the Electric Eel. And ties up John and Crispy for the 10 gifted subs on the gift leaderboard for April. Super, super, super appreciate the support as we do the card review today. I was going to say something else before we enter the next half. Can we bring it back up, the Demon Hunter, for a second? Right here. With that Colossal. Yeah, I think it was Tid was saying they loved the flavor of the Colossal cards, you know, with the big art across the board, across multiple minions. And yeah, there's always been a question for 8 years of how do you know, we've put Deathwing, and we've put the Lich King, and we've put some of the most powerful things, lore-wise, in World of Warcraft, in Hearthstone, as single minions, but there's always been a question of how do you make something on the power level of Sargeras. Sargeras, if you're not familiar with Warcraft lore, is a character so powerful he can swing a sword and split a planet in half. How do you put Sargeras in Hearthstone? And so I think Colossal is the answer. I think Sargeras is Colossal +6. And you get the left arm of Sargeras, you get the body of Sargeras, the right arm of Sargeras, the hilt of Sargeras' sword, 2 blades of Sargeras, and then the tip of Sargeras' sword, just spanning the entire board. And, like, the body of Sargeras can't be destroyed in any way, and the blade of Sargeras, each part destroys a random minion every turn, you know? So, I think Colossal is the answer to how you put Sargeras in Hearthstone. If they ever do. I think that's the right call. So if they ever do it, Trice Sargeras could be a Warlock hero eventually. We got N'Zoth. Sargeras should be even higher power level. But yeah, I think Colossal is the answer to how to put Sargeras in Hearthstone. I hope they do someday. Be cool. It'd be cool, but it would have to be part of like a multi-part quest or something. Alright. Let's get the Demon Hunter off the screen. Thank you again to the Electric Eel with the big support. We'll move on to Druid. I should do the best I said save. No, I laughed at the idea. But there is no way. No way I would do that, because if I didn't do the run, then anybody who put channel points on it would get to blame me personally. It's not an in-game effect. It's just me making a decision. Not happening, but it's funny. Aquatic Form. 0 mana. 0 mana cards always get busted and get nerfed. So look forward to getting your dust off this card, maybe. Eric enjoys the Sargeras sword. I know this is arena focused, but generally speaking, do you think Colossal will be required for wins constructed like Death Knights and quests? I think it'll vary from class to class. I think that Demon Hunter one didn't necessarily look very good and constructed, right? Because even in Arena, we're questioning whether it's busted or just pretty good. Pretty darn good. Something that's only pretty darn good in Arena feels like it might not be that good and constructed to me. So I would be maybe surprised if that Demon Hire one is super good and constructed. So it'll probably vary from class to class. That Warlock one that's kind of a twisting nether, will that be good and constructed? I don't know. But do you think glass will be required to be constructed? Overall, I'm probably guessing less so. Less so is my guess. But maybe not for every class. But yeah, I'm not big on constructed, so my opinion, you should only take it with a grain of salt. Aquatic Form, which is a ability in World of Warcraft. It's been there, I think, since the start, or near the start. If you're a druid. Dredge, if you have the mana to play the card this turn, draw it. So yeah, Dredge, you get to look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck. As long as one of them you have enough mana to play it, you get to draw it. You probably would not want to do this too early on, because if the bottom of your deck, did happen to be like 5 mana, 5 mana, 5 mana, and you play this on turn 4, well then, you get to at least top deck the 5, but you don't get to draw it immediately. So yeah, you would want to wait to play this until you can actually guarantee you could play guarantee you could draw any of the 3 cards, I would think. Typically. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It's very good, even. But is it 5-star? Yes, your mana draw a card. Well, right, but you've used this card already. But yeah, you get to control your next draw in a very powerful way. Still probably not busted. Just lets you override luck. Overriding luck is still good, though. Call it 4. Call it 4. Dooms, I think it's 4. Yeah, it's nice. What will happen a lot of times, honestly, is you'll have this card up against, like, 2 mediocre minions. Like, oh, good, I can take Aquatic Form and get one of my better cards. Envy thinks it's only 3. Yeah, I think it's, probably more powerful and constructed, where you can use, it's way better and constructed. Right, I think this is probably better and constructed, where you can, like, maybe sink your cards down, and you can then use this more desirably. You can use this to find combo pieces or whatever. This is assuredly, like, a card that goes in, like, almost any druid deck in constructed, maybe. But in Arena, it's just nice. It's just very nice. Helps you control your RNG, but probably not busted most of the time. Helps you curve, which is super important. Could definitely do so. Ajaran Garden. So here's another one of those. Speaking of Dredge, here's another one of those sunken cards. So let me bring this one up. There we go. Give all minions in your hand +1/+1 hand buff for Druid. Have they ever done that before? I feel like the answer is no, but here you are. Put the Sunken Gardens in the bottom of your deck, which is give +1/+1 to all minions in your hand, the deck, and the battlefield. So they've done buffs to your deck before with, like, Embiggen. But yeah, hand buff? I don't know. We had Survival of the Fittest. Survival of the Fittest was a big hand buff. Yeah. But yeah, still not a iconic druid thing in Hearthstone overall. So yeah, you get Smuggler's Run, which is good. Smuggler's Run is okay. I don't think it's super good. 4/5, because Smuggler is busted, but maybe 3 out of 5. Yeah, I'll tell you right away that I'm definitely in the 3 out of 5 camp. At best. Yeah, so if you can do this early game with the Dredge, it's good, right? What? So, I think I'll say 3. I'm a little worried it might be 2, though. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that amuses me about this type of card is there's going to be a game, look forward to it, where the game will actually go to fatigue. And, we'll have, like, 1 card left, and the opponent will have 1 card left, and, I'll be going, I've already won this game. I know your last card is the Sunken Gardens, which does nothing because you have no minions left anywhere. So that'll be a thing. But yeah. I'm not a fan of Smuggler's Run typically. And this card gets worse the more spells you have in your deck, but usually you'll have mostly minions. Yeah, I might even say 2 to avoid it, unless you do have at least 2 or 3 dredge cards. But yeah, I definitely don't love it. The more dredge cards you have, the better it gets, obviously. But I'm not the biggest fan. So I even think it's a 4, right? So I'm not as much of a fan of this one. This is one of the first picks that, chat has varying opinions. Most things we've all been kind of on the same page, but that one people are more split. All right, bottom feeder. Add a bottom feeder to the bottom of your deck with permanent +2/+2. So this is cute because it's one of the Druid infinite combo things, right? Now this is part of Druid identity that comes up every so often. Things like Malorn and things like that old 4-mana 3/5 Spectral Tiger thing. So this is like the Spectral Tiger, but gets stronger and stronger as you go along. Plus it's a dire maul, so it's playable in Arena. So this is it's still probably a 3, but the more dredge you have, it may start to become more of a 4. And this is a huge if. If somehow this becomes a fatigue meta, this is a card that says you win fatigue. Now I don't think it's gonna be a fatigue meta, and I don't think that ever pushes to 5. But yeah. It's just a dire maul, really. But the more dredge you have, if you could dredge this up twice and get a 1 mana 4, what would it be, 4/7 semi early on for 1 mana, yeah, easy draw for aquatic form, right? So yeah, it's typically just gonna be a 3. But if you can do a couple of dredges early on, you could get a 1 mana 4/7 plus drop, a Chillwind Yeti and just win on board rather quickly. So it's just a 3, but with a potential big play. Potential big play if you can do some early dredging. First up Barfear, then draft Jungle Hunter Hennet. You draft 28 cards that cost 3 or less. You draw a Bombfear. Oh, play Hennet. And then you play Bob Fear, it gets silenced anyway. Right. You try to blow up everything so you can get your bomb feeders real quick. Interesting idea, actually. All right. Dozing Kelp Keeper. 1 mana 4/4. Rush. Starts dormant. After you've cast 5 mana worth of spells, awaken. Take the oath that must be taken. This one's interesting. I had not seen this one. Obviously, if you've got hardly any spells in your deck, it's super terrible. But if you got some spells in your deck, 5 mana worth of spells. See, if Swipe existed, I'd be like, oh yeah, you play 1 spell for 1 mana or more, and then you swipe and you're done. But Swipe doesn't exist. Wrath exists. I think Power of the Wild still exists. So yeah, deck dependent. They took out of that landscaping the 3 mana spell that summons 2/2/2s for 3 mana. This one's hard to pull off. Then the Air Spell Synergy card. Red still calls it 3. Does Wild Growth exist? Does it? Yes, I think. I don't like drafting Wild Growth too much because Wild Growth costs 3 mana now instead of 2 mana. Scales, and you draw 3 card, or auto picks. Yeah, that's a decent point that we're there's this card. There's like Flipper Friends, 5 mana, summon a 6/6 Orca with Taunt or 6/1/1 with Rush, and this is a common. So if you play this, you're done. If you play this, you're done. Jazz think it's still not enough payoff. But it says 1, right? Yeah, this is and then there's this, Miracle Growth, 7 mana, draw 3 cards. Summon a plant with taunt equal to, and stats equal to your hand size, but putting down 1 mana 4/4 and having to play this 7 in the possibly distant future is a little iffy. Boy, this is a hard card to judge. We've never seen anything quite like this. We've never seen anything quite like this. It's also a really good card for you that, dozing Kelp Keeper, and then, I sleep, and then Flipper Friends. Real stuff meme. Try to say they don't like it. I don't think I like it either, but that's just instinct. I don't think I like it either. I'm gonna be bold and call it 1. Maybe I should call it 2. Maybe it's even 3. I'm gonna be bold and call it 1. I think it's too tough to reliably get this card and then get a spell while still keeping control of the game in Arena. So I'm gonna be bold and call it Don't Draft. I almost said Avoid, but I'm gonna be bold and call it Don't Draft. Again, obviously, if you are on pick 20 and you've already got 3 copies of that Flipper Friends, then maybe you can take it. But I'm gonna say in general, Don't Draft. A little bit bold. Could have said 2. I'm gonna say good cards, good cats in the new set. We have one coming up for Paladin, I think. Have we had existing cats? I don't know. They were adding Mana Saber. They're adding Mana Saber into the core set, so that'll be in for a year. All right, Seaweed Strike. We got deal 4 damage to a minion for 3 mana, which is like Shadow Bolt is an easy comparison. If you played a Naga while holding this, also give your hero +4 attack this turn. There's a lot of Naga. There's a lot of common neutral Nagas that you'll be playing in Arena. This is an epic, so it's not going to come up all that often anyway. Thank you to Carrot with the follow. I appreciate that. I like it. It's reasonable on its own, and it's very strong if you play a Naga, which looks really easy, this expansion. So I'm going to call this 4 bordering on 5, actually, because 3 mana deal 8 damage, which is sort of what it is crazy strong. But you do have to do things in order, right? You have to play the Naga first, and you have to have this in hand. So the difficulty of activation makes me call it a 4. But it's, the more Naga you have, the closer it gets to 5. It's not that good on its own, but it looks easy to activate. And when you activate, it's really strong. So I'm going to call it a 4. I think it's easy to activate. Here's that Flipper Friends. We already looked at it a little bit. Choose one. Summon a 6/6 Orca with Taunt or 6/1/1 Otters with Rush. This is a 5, honestly, bordering on 6 a little bit. Probably a 5. But you want a 5 mana 5/6. This is a 5 mana 6/6 with Taunt. And if you need to respond, you can do the Otters and kill enemy things if you're in too much trouble for the Taunt right away. So this is Red says 5/5 flexible and will stab. Right. It's not hyper busted, but it's a common, and it's really, really, really good. So yeah, this is gonna make, assuming this common is offered a lot, this is going to make Druid stronger overall in Arena. So if you like Druid, Flipper Friends is your friend. 10/5, you consider the cuteness, which you should. This is going to make Druid a lot stronger, more consistently in Arena. It's a huge win for Druid in Arena. Green Thumb Gardener, 6 mana 5/5, Naga. We've seen Naga synergy stuff. Refresh empty mana crystals equal to the cost of the most expensive spell in your hand. Okay, so hold on. So if you have the Miracle Growth, then great. That's a 0 mana 5/5 to a degree, right? But let's say you have the Seaweed Strike. Well, even if you have the Flipper Friends, right? This is similar to Dozing Cupkeeper better. I see some people saying 2 out of 5, 1 out of 5, but you might not be considering how this card works with smaller spells. So you can play this 6 mana 5/5 while holding, say, the Seaweed Strike. Oh, that's an epic. Honestly, this one's more relevant, but this one's too strong. So let's talk about this one. So you can play the 6 mana 5/5, and then you get 3 mana back. And so you can play the 5/5 and a 3/4 for a total of 6 mana. Which does empty your hand faster, but it's quite strong. Alternatively, if you're holding a Flipper Friends, you can play this for 6 mana, and then refresh 5 mana and instantly play this. So this will be a pretty common combo. On turn 6, drop a 5/5 and a 6/6 with Taunt, and that's really strong. And this is a common spell. So you do still probably want to make sure you have some spells, but even just with like Wrath, you could play this at 6 mana, and then you get 2 mana back, you play the 3 damage to something. You know, it does take 2 cards, to be fair, but this has decent tempo. This has decent tempo as long as you have any spells. It is highly understated if you don't have the spells. So for every Flipper Friends you've got, this becomes way stronger. By default, it is a 2 or even a 1. You're right. But I think it's going to be relatively common to be holding this card, which makes for a super strong play. So maybe I'll play it safe and call it a 3, because it does have a hold requirement and a draft requirement. But you will see this into this for a super strong turn 6 pretty often, I think. We'll see. Here's the Colossal Druid card. Let's get the other Colossal piece up. Here you go. So yeah, Colossal +1 summons the shell here. Immune while you control the shell. So it's a 7 mana 6/5 that can't be damaged on either turn, whether it's attacking or just sitting around. And you get this 0/8 taunt with Death Rattle gain 8 armor in front of it. So when you play the Warlock here, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, you get a 16-point taunt and a 6/5 body. And if you have other taunts, they have to get through the other taunts too, while you can keep trading with the 6/5. So this is slower than that 6/4 rush immune while attacking, but it's also immune on your turn. They can't fireball it. This can just win games. This can just win games. And yeah, it's a 5/5, but still a lower end Colossal. That might be fair. So yeah, if your opponent has total board control, this still won't work very well. But if you're in the game at a relatively even point, or especially if you're ahead, if you're ahead, this can just win the game. And if you're in the relative midpoint where they've got like a 4/5 and you got like a 4/5 and you drop this and their 4/5 can't get through your taunt, and then your Warlock is killing their 4/5 while you're still putting other stuff down. Yeah, it does seem really strong. I'll also say 5. But if you're really far behind, if you're too far behind, it's not going to be enough, because they'll just bust through the taunt and then they'll kill your Warlock, and you spent 7 mana to just slow the game down. Is there a way to stealth stuff in Druid? There might be some way with like an adaptation stuff in Ungoro, maybe, but you that's only for 1 turn, right? It's not permanent. Even mine installs a lot, heals for 16. I might have said 18, but yeah. Like I said, it does slow the game down, but slowing the game down, if your opponent is still stacking the board, and because you're Druid, you don't have a way to AoE their board, you're still going to lose. So slowing down just delays the inevitable if you're at that point with Druid, I feel like. So I don't think that's super relevant. But yeah, overall, it's a good card if you're ahead or if you're even. It's only bad if you're already really far behind. All right. Oh yeah, Doom says you could copy this with the Menagerie card, but as I am said, they just removed it from core. Seems it could be an arena rotation. I don't remember what expansion that was in, but maybe. Hedra the Heretic. I don't know if I saw this card. For each spell you've cast while holding this, summon a minion of that spell's cost. So this you know, we can compare it to that card we just saw, the 6 mana that refreshes mana crystals. But so you could be holding this card, and you could play a Flipper Friends on 5, and you could play a Flipper Friends on 6, and you play this, and you summon 2 random 5s. But yeah, it's just the hold requirement. It's the hold requirement. If this was, you know, for each spell you've cast this game, it would be busted. It would fill the whole board, you know, with some like 3-cost cards and some 5-cost cards. And if you've got a relatively decent number of spells in the deck, could just fill the whole board. But the hold requirement makes it tricky. Makes it tricky. Probably too tricky. And it's super understated. So yeah, red says 2. We can say avoid, I guess, because it's just because the Flipper Friends is so good. It's so good, but you have to draw this before you play the Flipper Friends, and it's even more essential than the other card, the 6 mana card. I'm tempted to go all the way down to 1, but this does have potential. It does have potential. If you can pull it off, it's pretty big. So I will go ahead and say 2. But yeah, tough to pull off. Tough to pull off. Cast 1 Flipper. Get 7 mana 4/5. It summons a random 5. Right. So you have to be holding this card, and you have to be holding the Flipper. You have to play the Flipper, and then you have to play this card. So I think it's a little too tough to pull off. I don't think it's a 1. It's just the difficulty of getting this in your hand. Yeah. Maybe it is 1. I went ahead and went with the 2 because of how big the play could be, but it's tough. Miracle Growth, on the other hand, yeah. 7 mana, draw 3 cards, summon a plant with taunt, and stats equal to your hand size, right? So is this really, really, really good, or is it busted good? So let's try to imagine the situation where you play this card. You've got probably 1 or 2 cards left, maybe even 0. Let's say you only have 1 card left. You play this, you draw 3 cards, and you get a 4/4 taunt. As long as, you know, things are still even, that's definitely good enough. And then you could try to imagine another situation where things are relatively even, but things are not quite that dire yet. You're at 5 cards, the opponent's at 5 cards. You play this, you get an 8/8 taunt, which is good for 7 mana. And then not only do you have 8 cards in hand, or 7 cards in hand, because you played this one, or maybe you have 7/7 taunt. Wait, you have 5 cards in hand, you play this, you lose a card. Yeah, you get 7/7 taunt. My mistake. You get 7/7 taunt, which is still decent for 7 mana. And now you are cards ahead of your opponent. Is 3 to 4? It's on the verge of being busted. Which last card, as long as you haven't lost, you draw 3 cards. Right. I think I will say 5. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we say 6. I don't think we say totally busted. Because you do still need a little bit of time here. Oftentimes. There are places this doesn't work, but it seems super solid. Seems super, super, super solid. Easy draft. Alright, that's done with Druid. That's done with Druid. Move along to Hunter. My least favorite class. This is a good one, if I recall. I saw this one. Alright, the Barbed Nets. Deal 2 damage to an enemy for only 1 mana. No, it's, you know, it can go face for one thing. It can go face. So it already is as good as Arcane Shot. Right away. And then if you played a Naga while holding this, choose a second target. So if you've played a Naga, this is 1 mana, deal 4 damage, which can go face. I feel like this card, as long as Naga Hunter is anything in Constructed, I feel like this card might get nerfed. Because it seems too efficient. But maybe Naga Hunter won't be good. Maybe the Nagas themselves won't be good enough for Hunter in Constructed. But yeah. It's Arcane Shot on its own is actually kind of below average for Hunter, I would say. Maybe you could call it decent. That's like a 2.5. But if you can play a Naga, this goes from 2.5 to 5, because 1 mana deal 4 damage, including damage to face if you want to, is hyper efficient. So, depends on how many Naga you have. The second me another, and you can do the same target twice. I think you can do the same target twice. I think it's like Sneeds. I think you can hit the same target twice. Pretty sure. Come out the new 4 mana 4/4. Your spells cast twice. Naga is good. Spells cast twice. Was that neutral or is that in Hunter? But yeah, it's because of how easy it looks to draft neutral Naga, I'm gonna call it 4. Your spells this turn are poisonous. Oh wow, you could combine that with this and poison 2 targets. But yeah, this is an epic. You have to have the other card already. This one's a tough one to judge because I haven't looked at all the spells necessarily yet, and I don't know what's in the rest of the meta. Like this with Grievous Bite can make Grievous Bite kill 3 minions, but it's still a combo. It doesn't do anything on its own. So I think you would say a Void, right? You'd say this as a Void, but if you have already 3 spells that work with it, if you've got some like Grievous Bites and you've got, that Barbed Net, then maybe you start thinking about it. But overall, we'll say a Void because it's kind of tough to draft that. Yeah, right, so it's too tough to pull off, right. I would certainly say at least a Void, but a particular draft might be able to pull this off. And if you can discover a spell, well, you've already got stuff that works with this. This is interesting to be in the Discover pool, maybe. Emergency Maneuvers, which makes me think very Star Trek. Very, very Star Trek. They call for emergency maneuvers and stuff all the time. Usually they say evasive maneuvers, actually, not emergency maneuvers in Star Trek. Alright. 2 mana, Secret. When a friendly minion dies, make a copy of it, but it's dormant for 1 turn. So this is... Oh, yeah, great art. Yeah. It's very, very Star Wars Phantom Menace when they're running away from the big fish. This plus bear, right. Yeah, Red doesn't like it, says hard to pull off. I think I agree. This is more, I'm thinking about Getaway Kodo in Paladin, which is the 1 mana secret, and when a minion dies, you return it to your hand. So you have to replay it, you have to spend the mana on it. This plays for free, but it's dormant for a turn. But the interesting thing here is that it's hard for the opponent to predict, because when you do Getaway Kodo and Paladin, you, don't hero power, and it's really obvious what you're doing. It's less obvious what you're doing in Hunter, but at the same time, as Hunter, you're usually playing a lot of small minions, and you're usually not playing a whole lot of taunts. Now, like somebody says, if you could do this with Bear, that could be incredible, but that's a very specific combo. In a lot of cases, you'll be spending 2 mana to resummon like a 2 or 3 mana minion on a 1-turn delay. So this can do cool stuff, but I think it's generally not going to be worth it. Now, of course, as a secret, some of this card's value just comes from existing, because when you play a Hunter Secret, suddenly the opponent has to try to kill one of your small minions before a big minion, if you have a big minion, because they're worried about this card, especially if you discovered the secret. So just its existence helps other secrets. Cloaked Huntress being core, which, could make this cost 0. But then, what happens? They kill your Cloaked Huntress, you get a 0 mana, 3-cost card that's delayed by dormant. I don't know, is that even insane? Maybe not. Or 64, Star Fox. Do you copy? Evasive maneuver. Do a barrel roll. I'm not a fan of secrets in general. There's dormant. Intuitive as it appears to be. Dormant means it doesn't do anything for a turn, but it also can't be killed during the dormant turn. It's like, it's not even on the board, really. It's not even on the board. It's taking up a spot, but it can't be hit by AoEs, it can't be hit by anything. It's just in the void for a turn. Davis is 2. Avoid. Yeah, all right. We'll go with that. 2 mana, 2/3. After you cast a spell, deal damage equal to its cost to the enemy hero. Oh. So this with some cards in some metas. I don't know about this meta, to be honest, but, you know, I'm thinking about Rastakan's Rumble, had Bayed Arrow, and I'm thinking about Kobolds and Catacombs had the Crushing Walls. Can you imagine, you know, the opponent has 2 big minions, and you play this and Crushing Walls? Not only do you kill their 2 big minions, but you do 7 face damage. Oh, man. Whew. So yeah, this is meta dependent. Right now, it's a 3 out of 5. There's only big spells Call of the Wild. So I think I would still call it a 4 out of 5. Somebody says 2 out of 5. Well, this is never 2 out of 5. It's never 2 out of 5 because a 2 mana 2/3 is still decent. You know, maybe at this point you want to call River Croc a 2. But this has Naga synergy, and 2 mana 2/3s are just draftable. I don't tend to call. I call a 2 mana 2/2 an avoid card. A 2 mana 2/3, it's like, well, hey, you can just draft that. So, but yeah, I think I want to call us a 4 because this is just, it activates Naga synergies. It's 2 mana 2/3, and you could potentially be doing extra face damage, even if it's just a few extra face damage. You know, a 2 mana 2/3 that says Battle Cry, do 3 damage to the enemy face for Hunter, which is just playing a couple of small spells with this. That's a 4-star card. So, I would definitely not call this a 3, and certainly not call it a 2. I would probably call it a 4, because, like I said, if we think about it as, you know, 2 mana 2/3, do a couple extra damage to face, that's a 4-star card for Hunter. It's already there. And it could potentially do even more if you can keep it on board while casting more spells, or if you happen to have a big spell. So, yeah, I would call it a 4. I would call it a 4. It's a 2/3 with upside and potentially big upside. Yam! Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. We got the Conch Call, which draw a Naga and a spell, and it would do 3 damage if you had this on board. Draw a Naga and a spell. It looks very easy in this meta to have Naga in your deck and have at least a couple of spells in your deck. So, you know, Hunter doesn't necessarily want to be spending its time drawing cards, but this is draw 2 cards for 1 card. So as long as you're not super aggressive, it's very usable. I would just call it a 3. Yeah, David says 3. I would just call it a 3. You know, it's Arcane Intellect. Hunter can kind of use Arcane Intellect unless you're super aggro. So yeah, seems very draftable. Looks easy to get Naga. Looks relatively easy to get at least a couple of spells. So yeah. If you don't have any spells, though, then don't draft this card. Right. You absolutely need a Naga spell. If you miss any one of these, it's terrible. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to miss a Naga, it looks like, because there's so many decently stat neutral Nagas and at least a couple of Hunter ones, it looks like. So it feels like it'll be hard to miss it, having you 3 or 4 Naga in your deck. But you could have a spellless deck. That happens. Then you got to be careful. 3 mana, 3/2. After your hero attacks, Dredge. Okay. If it's a beast, reduce its cost by 2. So this is super nice. I mean, this is super, super nice. This is a Fiery War Axe, which Hunter likes having a Fiery War Axe, and you get to control your top decks better twice, and if you happen to have a good beast down there, you can make it even cheaper. So yeah, this card is pretty nuts. It's doing a lot for you. If you have beasts, it's absolutely busted, and if you are just drawing good cards for your next draws, then it's still really, really good. So yeah, this is super, 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 super solid. Dragon Breath says, what's Dredge mean? It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck. Put 1 on top. 3 mana, Naga's Pride. Summon 2/2/2 Lionfish, which look terrifying. If you are holding a Naga while playing this, make them 3/3s. So we know that summon 2/2/2s for 3 mana, you know, there was a Druid card that did that, is not very good. It's not super terrible, but it's like a 2.5. But, yeah, if you can get that Naga down first, then 6/6 worth of stats for 3 mana is good. Res is 4 out of 5. I still think that the play order of this one in particular, I think the play order of this might be a little awkward because, you know, what you want to do is you want to play a Naga on turn 2 while holding this. But if you have this in hand on turn 3 and you've got like a 4-cost Naga, then it's like, okay, am I summoning the 2/2s now? Am I waiting a turn? It feels like it could be a little awkward. It still hopefully is easy enough to pull off that you could call it a 4. And obviously, the more Naga you have, the better this is. Yeah, I'm flipping a little bit between 3 and 4, because until we actually get into gameplay, it's going to be tough to tell how trivial this is to activate. I do think it'll be pretty easy. I'm going to play this one safe and call it a 3. Our Lionfish Plain tokens, they're probably beasts. But beyond that, I doubt they have any special effects. Tomo had asked if there were any new good cats. I said there was one coming up in, like, I think I said Paladin, but it was actually a Hunter card I was thinking of. I thought of Paladin because it's like a golden. It's like a golden cat. So, yeah, 4 mana 3/3, which is terrible, but it has Rush. Even 3/3 Rush for 4 mana feels underwhelming these days. And then you put the Sunken Saber on the bottom of your deck, which is... Oh, wait, that's the core cards. Sunken. There it is. 4 mana, 3/3, Rush, Death Rattle, summon a beast from your deck. So yeah, you have to do the Rush, you have to dredge up the Sunken Saber, and then you have to summon a big beast like a Highmane or whatever other big beasts happen to be available in that particular meta. Violet Worm is something to think about in particular metas. Somebody said this works well with the weapon because it can dredge up immediately. Yeah, that's true. If you already got the weapon, this could be more reasonable. But still, it's an 8 mana investment, and a lot of times you have a lot of small beasts that'll make this Death Rattle underwhelming. So it's a lot of conditions. It's a lot of conditions for something that could be a big play, but usually looks kind of awkward and too expensive to do. I do, though, by the way, really like the flavor of these cards. Somebody mentions the weapon's rare, it's true. I do really like the flavor of these cards, because the idea is that the pre-sunken card is the Naga city when it was a Night Elf city, the Caldar or whatever it is in Night Elf language. And then before Ashara made the deal with N'Zoth and sunk the city and everybody turned into Naga. So you've got the pre-Naga, and then the sunken version is after Ashara made the deal and stuff. So it's a big lore thing. I love the flavor of these cards, the lore of these cards. So that's fun. But I don't think the card is all that effective. So yeah, I think I saw somebody saying 2. Yeah. Because you're comparing this to like flanking strike. 4 mana, deal 3 damage, summon a 3/3. That's a good card. This is not so good a card. So yeah, avoid it. If you've already got the weapon that can dredge up or some other dredge cards, and you have some big beasts like owls and whatever, maybe you can pull off someone cool, but it looks like someone to avoid. I just initially give this a 3. I'm gonna disagree, but yeah. It can be cool, but it's very conditional. It's got a lot of steps. Nostro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, Knievel said it's very conditional. I agree. This card's fun just because it's using all 4 of its arms to shoot 2 bows. And so, yeah, somebody had mentioned this. I had not seen this card before, but somebody had mentioned it. If you've cast a spell while holding this, your next spell casts twice. So, yeah, you could use that 1 mana spell to set up whatever. Double Animal Companion. But yeah, you do have... It's another one of these... It's the Naga, kind of thing. There are things that trigger if you've played a Naga while holding them, and the Naga do things if you play spells while holding them. So it's a little understated, and you have to... play the spell while you're holding it, and then you have to have another spell worth casting twice, which doesn't seem insanely difficult, but it does seem difficult because honestly, a lot of arena decks only have like 3 spells. So I think for most arena decks, it's another avoid because it's understated. If you have the spells to pull it off, well then sure, go for it. But I think because a lot of arena decks really genuinely only have like 3 spells, at least in this recent meta, I think it's a little too tough to pull off. Ray wants to do the double call of the wild, though. Now, Jackie points out that you could activate this with coin if you're going second. True. But you have to be going second, and you have to draw this, and you have to have the card worth playing twice. Lyra thinks this is going to be easier to pull off than I think it is. Maybe so. Lyra thinks this is insane. 4+. I just think it's a little too tough to pull off. If you've already got the right cards, if you've got that 1-cost spell, if you've got some Animal Companions, or you've got that Call of the Wild, or something else really good, this would actually be fun with Crushing Walls, right? Because you could cast a small spell while holding this, you could play this, and then the next turn you could go Crushing Walls, and it would go Crush, kill the 2 outside minions, Crush, kill the 2 next minions. You'd kill 4 minions. That could be fun. This will do some fun stuff. But yeah, Half says banking the effect makes it insane. I still don't have optimism that you're gonna be holding this and have the spell and play it and then have the spell worth double casting often enough to make it a, pick one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take this over even a Chillwind Yeti. But maybe it will be. Maybe it's easier to draft spells than I think. Of course, if they've changed the drafting mechanics at all versus this meta to make it easier to get spells, that changes everything. But I'm going off the current rate of drafting spells. It's also worth noting this doesn't work with secrets at all, right? You can activate it with a secret, but double casting a secret does nothing except show your opponent the secret. So that's one type of spell that's never worth double casting, but it could set this up. I don't have confidence in this. But if they did change the rate of drafting spells, then maybe. But I don't have confidence in this. If it carries over the next turns, it's not that difficult to pull off if you have it. I totally understand. I totally understand that you can bank the effect, but there's a lot of factors to it. If you are banking the effect and you got a spell that you don't want to double cast, then you're like, oh man, I don't want to double cast this Grievous Bite because I want to double cast that Call of the Wild in my deck, and now it's actually messing you up. But yeah, it's just the fact you have to have the Naga in your hand and play the small spell and then have the big spell later. I think it's too conditional, but maybe I'll be wrong. I'm rating it as below decent. That's not to say it can't make a big play. I just don't think it's generally something you're happy to draft. I think it's too tough to pull off in a general game. Maybe I'll be wrong. Alright, so here's the Hydralodon. So it summons 2 of these Hydralodon heads on the sides, and you get a rush on them. So it says, Death Rattle, if you control Hydralodon, summon 2 more of the heads. So you summon this, you get the 3/1 rushes, they attack, and then those summon 2 heads. Now, they do all have 1 health. So if your opponent has the Courage of Man, then if they can kill the Hydralodon, and then they could just clear out the heads. But that's quite a few steps. They also die to Flame Strike. But yeah, they do have to be able to take out the core body first. Otherwise, every time they kill a head, 2 more take place. Hail Hydra. So it is relatively tough to deal with, and it clears the opponent's board when it comes down, or at least it often does when you're doing 6 damage. So can't wait to get Whip Spam right. Space is spammy. That's actually is true, right? You would spammy, those heads would spawn, you'd spammy, the heads would spawn, spammy, your heads would spawn, and eventually they'd kill the body, and then they would kill the heads. Wasn't web spinner rotating. That's true. Web spinner is being removed from the core set. That is true. That is true. There might be other ways to get random beasts though. But yeah. It's pretty nuts. The opponent, it's another card that the opponent has to have the answer. The opponent has to have an answer, or you're just gonna have heads forever. Forever. So, I don't know if I want to call it a 6, actually. But I will certainly call it a 5. Maybe it is a 6. Yeah, rounds at 6, half measures at 6. I think it's a 7. We'll see. We'll have to see it in action. Alright, that's all higher cards. Let's look at the mage cards. Mage. My favorite class, right? For Hunter, my least favorite class. 2 mana, draw a card. If you played a Naga while holding this, do it again. So, 2 mana, draw a card is terrible. You're spending 2 mana to do nothing. But if you played a Naga, then it's a 2 mana Arcane Intellect. Personally, I don't like getting a 1 cost reduction over Arcane Intellect to have to draw my Naga in the right order. Now, granted, it looks like you'll have quite a number of Naga, but personally, I would just say, yeah, Sorlian Naga, right. I'd personally rather pay 1 mana for Arcane Intellect and have it always work. So I would say avoid. That's my instinct. As this decent, it's not the worst thing ever, but I would avoid it. Alright, Spell Coiler, Battle Cry. If you cast a spell while holding this, discover a spell. So, now this does have the annoyance that you might have this on turn 2, and you have to decide whether to put down a 2/3 on turn 2, which is very often correct, or if you want to be greedy and hold it until you play a spell. But Discover Spell in general is really strong, and this has a decent stat line, sort of. And mages, like I said, a lot of arena decks only have like 3 spells. Mage decks and priest decks tend to have more, usually. So, I think I'll still call this a very high 4. A very high 4. Basis coin. I don't like to rate things based on coin. I don't like to rate things based on half of games. But you're right. You're right. That could be a thing. But yeah, I'll call it a very, very high end 4. You're happy to draft this, but this is a card that will cause players to make things that could be mistakes, where you're playing against a hunter or a demon hunter, and you really need to play this as a 2/3 because you're just gonna get overwhelmed, and people will be greedy and hold it, and that'll cause them to lose the game. So this can be a trap card when you're playing against aggro. All right, the Trench Surveyor. Battlecry Dredge. If it's a mech, draw it immediately. Okay, so I mean, if you got more mechs, this becomes better. But yeah, it's a decent stat line. It can activate mech synergies itself, like the 3 mana 3/4 Gorillabot, and Dredge is just nice. So yeah, it's another 4. It's another 4. It's a good stat line, and the Dredge is a good upside. So I'll call it above average. But again, this is kind of the new average. We're seeing a lot of these things that I would call 4s. I'm looking to get next. Nice, right? We called the 2 mana 2/3 also a 4 because Dredge is nice to help control your draw RNG. Volcanomancy. I think I saw this card. Choose a minion. When it dies, deal 3 damage to all other minions. Right. So it is a bi-directional effect. It is a bi-directional effect, so it kills your own minions. But as it says, you control it, right? You need better explosive sheep? Well, not necessarily, because, sometimes you'll be in a situation where the opponent has 3/3, 3/2, 2/3, 3/3. You have this, but you don't have any way to actually kill the first minion, and you can't really do anything with it. Which is a problem. Play it on your explosive sheep for 5 AoE damage. Could do it. Yeah, Red said love design, any specific board state. Right. Envy says situational, but huge discount from most 3 damage AoEs. Yeah, I mean, when you say huge, it's a 2-mana discount. It's a 2-mana discount, and to get that 2-mana discount, you have to be able to kill a minion. Yeah, makes his Ram Commander with it. Grave, if you don't pop it, makes your opponent not play minions. You could argue that. You could, but, then I don't know what card to compare to. I was thinking about Corrupting Mist, but that always kills something. But yeah, if your opponent has, 3 minions, and you play level Calmacy, and, they don't play any more minions, they're still gonna hit you in the face for, 8. Which feels worse than, just playing a taunt. But it is 2 mana. It's a little bit of a hard card to judge. My instinct, just what I feel like I'm gonna be saying 3 weeks from now, 2 months from now, is the sentence, yeah, Volcanomancy looked nice, but it turns out it's just too hard to activate it. We're gonna turn it down for this Chillwind Yeti. Is you'll say the opposite. I thought Volcanomancy was too awkward. I rated it 2 stars, but it turns out it's a 5-star card. Maybe. Versus you're always trading in Arena, it'll be perfect. I don't know. Even if we think about that, I mean, the situation you would want to be in is the opponent has 2 or 3 small minions, and you have a small minion, and they have 1 medium-sized minion with their 2 or 3 small minions, and you Volcanomancy your small minion, and you trade into their mid-sized minion, and the mid-sized minion gets up to low health, and then you explode, and everything else dies. Does that situation come up often enough to take this over like a fire sale? V thinks it's a 5-star card. I still think it's one of those cards. The opponent plays it, but super bad for you, but you can never get good use out of it. Like Fellfire. Team says they have a Chillwind Yeti in their deck. Savage is similar to Explosive Sheep, but it's more conditional. It's more conditional, but it costs less mana. Let me think, you're underrating 3 damage AoE, most points in a game. I'm just thinking this is tough to activate compared to other 3 damage AoEs. Well, I don't make too many bold predictions, but I think I don't like this. I'm going to rate it at 2. Some people were calling it 5. A lot of people were calling it 4. I thought about saying 3 to be a little safer, but I'm going to say I don't like it. I'm going to say I don't like it because I think I don't like it. I think it's too awkward. I'm not saying it's undraftable, but I don't think I like this. I think it's too tough to pull off. I haven't said it's a 2. Somebody's on my side. But yeah, now Rain says it'll be nice from Discovers, and that I'll agree with, because then you're already in the situation. But I think it's an awkward card to draft. I think it's an awkward card to play. Some people are saying 5, some people are saying 4, but I don't think I don't like it. This is one of the bolder review choices in the review, I think. But I'm gonna call it a 2. And Panther's on my side too. So it says it's too awkward. Now, however, seems to fire sale with extra steps, right? I definitely agree with that. However, there is a big thing here, which is you do want to think about the fact it exists. If you are in the opposite situation that I said, where you have 2 or 3 small minions and a medium-sized minion, and your opponent has 1 small minion, and you have a way to kill that small minion, you might want to kill that small minion, because if they have Volcanomancy, they're going to play it on their small minion, trade into your mid-sized minion, and then you lose. So, you do want to keep in mind its existence, but I think it's too awkward. I think it's too awkward. Compares me to the innkeeper. The warm your frozen boots by the fire. With Volcanomancy. With Volcanomancy. Maybe I'm bold. Maybe I'm bold, but I'm going to call it a 2. I would give it a 3. Red thinks it's a 3. I don't like it. But maybe I'm too bold. Put a Sunken Sweeper on the bottom of your deck. Let's bring up the Sunken Sweeper. I think this one was not too crazy. I think. Oh, wait, no, it's pretty good. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's pretty good. So it's a 3-mana, 3/4 mech from the start, which is good. I mean, decent. 3-star. Plus, I can activate mech synergies, but I don't think the activating mech synergies is quite enough to make it a 4-star. It's very deck conditional. You gotta have, like, those gorilla bots. But if you can dredge up this Sunken Sweeper, add 3 random mechs to your hand, it's the Omega thing from Warrior back in the day, attached to a 3/4 body. So that's pretty darn good. You still got to be able to dredge it up, though. You still got to be able to dredge it up. So because of that condition, I don't think I would call it an automatic 5. We'd call it more of a 4. Omega Assembly, that's right. Yeah, it was an Omega card. Yeah. We still don't know exactly how easy it'll be to dredge, but it seems decently easy enough to dredge off, common cards and stuff. I'll call it a 4. If it's too hard to dredge, we'll call it like a 3, but we'll see. The Mecha Shark, which is just fun if you like those silly over-the-top designs. It's a Mecha Shark being like driven by a goblin, or the they start with a K, I think. It's the underwater version of goblins. And it's got missiles on the side. And if you like these over-the-top mechs, there you go on the art. 3-mana, 4/3. You typically would have a 3/4, but still decent stats. After you summon a mech, deal 3 damage randomly split among all enemies. So, I mean, this is an extra reason to draft this card, because that's some good damage. It's also a good reason to draft like that 1-mana 1/1 mech and such. Flammic Fits, it's good, yes. Gilbin, oh yeah. Sorry, you're right. It is not a K. It is G. You're right. All right. Hearthstone decks auto shuffle anytime a card is added or removed, right? Now, David says not anymore. I don't know. We talked about this earlier. What we came up with earlier is that when you use Sweeper, that the word put now does not shuffle your deck, but if you do shuffle a card in, like Albatross, it will still disrupt the Sunken. And yeah, Tri says tradable no longer shuffles your deck. Somebody mentioned that too, but if you shuffled an Albatross, or if you shuffled Fell Portals, or if you shuffled anything like this, I think those still disrupt the Sunken. That's what we came up with earlier anyway. But, if somebody wants to dispute that and say they completely changed the mechanic that any shuffle now just puts an Albatross somewhere in your deck and doesn't shuffle the rest, okay. Okay, so you don't want to shuffle Sunken cards, right? Depends on if you have Dredge. If you don't have actual Dredge in your Arena deck, then playing that Legendary that puts 3 Colossals at the bottom of your deck and shuffling something in could put the Colossals higher up in your deck. Right, you want to shuffle, you don't have Dredge, exactly. So in Arena, it's dependent. Oops, good to see you if I haven't said hi. This is Albatross pretty damn good constructed. Maybe. Unless they naturally draw it faster. But yeah, this card, I mean, we'll still just say 4. It looks fairly easy to play mechs with mechs and do this random damage. So the more mechs you have, the closer it gets to 5. But yeah, you'll probably have a couple of mechs, you might pull this off, but generally... I mean, the thing that makes this actually almost closer to 3 is just that you would rather have the 3-mana 3-4 stat line than the 4-3. So, yeah, I mean, it starts at 3. It starts at 3, and the more mechs you have, the higher it gets. You know, if you got like 2 mechs, maybe it starts to go towards 4. If you got like 5 mechs, it starts to go towards 5. But it does start at 3. It's another deck-dependent card. And go face. Face of the place. The Seafloor Gateway, and it's got that legendary gnome on, it looks like, the one that copies mechs and gives them Wind Fury and Rush or whatever. Draw a mech, reduce the cost of mechs in hand by 1. So this is much more of a constructed card. You almost never want to play 3 mana to draw 1 card in Arena. If you do happen to have 10 mechs in your deck, maybe. But in general, this is don't draft. Right, Round says 1, Robo says 1, Red says 1. This is a constructed card. So unless you happen to already have 10 mechs, this is, yeah, you definitely don't want this in your deck. To draw that dredge card, though, that's true. That's true. You could dredge up that card that adds 3 more random mechs. That is something. It is something a little bit to think about. And it's actually interesting. Honestly, okay, I mean, let's talk about this a little. I'm still saying 1 for now, but it is true. On the sweeper, or if you have really good mech like Sneeds, maybe. But it is true that because the sweeper puts the Sunken Sweeper on the bottom of your deck, that means that when you play this will like always work, right? If this was like your only mechs, if you only had Sunken Sweepers, because, you know, this is the type of card I still wouldn't want to draft, because if this was, you know, if this was shuffle the Sunken Sweeper into your deck, you might draw the Sunken Sweeper before the Seafloor Gateway. But that won't happen because it's the bottom of your deck. So that is something to think about a little bit with this card. I still don't think I would generally advise drafting it, but it is something to think about. It's a good point. I'm glad you bring it up. All right, Commander Sivara, which is getting a diamond card. It's really weird that they gave Mage a diamond card in the Alteric expansion, Belinda, and they're giving Mage the diamond card in this expansion, and Mage got Jandis from Scholomance alongside Rogue. So, and Mage is getting the pre-order portrait from this expansion, and Mage got the pre-order portrait from, like 2 expansions ago. They got Presto from Stormwind, and they got Ajara in this expansion. Man, Mage favorites. Mage is getting favorited more than ever before. So, sad for people like other classes. Fortunately, Mage is my favorite class. So I don't feel as bad about it, but it still feels overwhelming that, you know, classes like Rogue get so much less in terms of cosmetics. All right, Mage Clear Business favorites. Well, I mean, maybe if you look at the metrics that we can't see, obviously, Blizzard sees, and they can see, hey, Rogue cosmetics sell. Of the total cosmetics for classes, Rogues sell 2% and Mages sell 38%. Then suddenly it makes sense why Mage gets so much stuff. But obviously we can't see those money metrics. Anyway, Commander Sivara, 4 mana 3/5 by default, bad stat line. If you cast 3 spells while holding this, add those spells back to your hand. Pretty cool, but yeah, having 3 spells of Mage is easier, and stats are not terrible, but it's still just this thing that, you know, if the card was worded, Battle Cry, add 3 random spells you've cast this game to your hand, then it'd be great, because it wouldn't be dependent on holding this card in your hand while playing the 3 spells. You have to draw this card, and you have to not play this card, and you have to play all the spells. It's just too hard to pull off, in my opinion, and it's understated. I think it's too tough to pull off. If you do have a billion spells and you think you're gonna draw this card first, maybe you can pull it off, but as an understated card, I'm calling it a 2. I think it's too hard to pull off. I think it's just too darn hard to pull off in Arena. But if you do it, it's gonna be big. So good luck doing it, but I don't think you're gonna do it most of the time. So if you want to win games, I'd say you probably want to avoid it. Spite Lash Siren. After you play a Naga, refresh 2 mana crystals, then switch to, after you play a spell, refresh 2 mana crystals. It is, again, understated, 4 mana, 2/5 instead of 4/5. Still seems tough to pull off. Yeah, definitely construct your card right. You need to have a deck made up of a bunch of Naga and a bunch of spells, which, is going to include this legendary card that is a Naga that wants spell synergy. Yeah, it's understated, and it's not refreshing a massive amount of mana crystals. So, yeah, I almost never worth drafting. Probably all the way down at 1 star. Maybe if you got a bunch of Naga and you can play the Spite Lash and a 2-mana Naga, and then do something with the 2 mana again, then it's okay-ish. But yeah, high avoid. High avoid. Like, don't draft Red says 2. I think it's all the way down at 1. It's so much less than a Chillwind Yeti. So I think it's just don't take it if you got anything even halfway decent. Magic use of spells in area 3 out of 5. What you would have to play, you'd have to get this on board, and then you'd have to play the Naga, and then you'd have to play the spell. It's got a bad stat line. I don't think there's any way I could put it 3 out of 5. It's super hand specific and draft specific. I'm saying 1. I'm saying don't take this card unless you absolutely have to. All right. Gaia the Tectonic, the Mage Colossal, with its big, Goliath-style missiles up there. Goliath Online. Let's bring up the other piece of it. Or one of them, anyway. It's got some big drills. There's the left drill. After a friendly mech attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies, and you get 2 rush drills. So as long as the opponent has something to attack into, you can go attack with the 2/3, which then does 1 AoE damage, and attack with the 2/3, which does 1 AoE damage, including face. So you do, as long as they've got the cards to trade into, you do 2 AoE damage, including the face, consecration level, and you do 2 extra damage via rush twice. And you get the 5/7 body. Now, somebody says 7 out of 5. Sometimes the opponent will have too big a board. You need a flame strike, and this will come up a little short. But even when it comes up a little short, because you're able to do the 2 extra damage to particular targets, you'd probably still take out all but one of the enemy minions, most likely. So, yeah, it's quite versatile. Now you can trade it, and you get a little bit of a body with it. And if you still have other mechs, too, you can do even more. So, also the effect triggers on friendly mech attacks, not just drill. Exactly. So if you already had other mechs, which it looks like there's quite a few mechs around, even more if Boomsday or Goblins vs. Gnomes happen to be in, which is not the case in this meta, but could be the case in a future meta. Yeah. I don't know if this card is Giga Omega busted, like a few people seem to be implying, like a 6-star, but it's pretty crazy. It looks like it'll almost always let you clear the enemy board while summoning this thing. It makes other mechs a threat if you can do that. So, yeah, 5. I don't think I would call it a 6, but it's... if they had Taunt, it'd be even more awesome. But yeah, I think... and yeah, as people point out, yeah, you could discover that if you're playing Mage, you can discover this off like Gorilla Bot. And you could discover it off Deep Run Engineer, but they banned Deep Run Engineer from drafting, fortunately. So, but you could still get it off the Gorilla Bot. Very similar to Sneed's Goliath. Yeah, except the base body is smaller, right? Sneed was like an 8/8, right? But I see your point. All right. Ghost, congrats on the leaderboard. I appreciate it. Congrats to you, too, if you made it. I have no idea. I barely looked at the leaderboard, except to see Jummy made #1 for like a 3rd time, which is nuts. But yeah. I don't know if we'll make this next leaderboard, because I don't think we made it in this meta. But we still have like 3 weeks to do it. Or, not quite 3 weeks. We got like 18 days to do it in the new meta. with the new expansion, so maybe we'll do well in the new expansion. Maybe. Is that the last one? Yes, it is. Okay. So there's Mage. Let's move on to Paladin. The Holy Macaroli, or Holy Mackie Roll. We got the restore 2 health to people this turn for 1 mana. For 1 mana, right? There was a card similar to this in Shaman, but it costs 2 mana, right? So, Holy Mackerel, yeah. So, against like a hunter or a demon hunter, you could heal for 20. And you can also heal minions with it. There's been healing, but decent. Forbidden healing was like 1 target, right? This is better because you can. It's easier to control the mana in general, and you can activate spell synergies multiple times, and you can heal multiple minions. So it is super. Already wants to link it to the leaderboard, please. If someone has it, let them have it. I can't do it right now, though. Oh, shoot. I've already got the 5 stars up. I wouldn't call it 5, I don't think. Try doesn't want to eat it. I like it a lot. How much do I like it? A heck of a lot. I want to give it 5. 4 might be more fair. That means it's just a heal card. I think it's a really versatile heal card, though. I think it's going to, be a relatively common case. Now, granted, I love value trading. But, I think it's going to be a relatively common case that right now, you've got 3 minions, the opponent has 3 minions, you trade, and then your opponent has a light AoE, or they've got a rush card and a ping. And after you've done your value trading, they kill your board and they play a small minion, and that's how the game goes. But with the roll, you can trade your 3 minions and their 3 minions, and then go heal, and maybe play a 2-cost minion, and you've killed their board, you've restored your board to full health, and then you win the game. Maybe. Oh, yeah, and activate all the cast 3 spell type cards. That's true. A lot of those look like class cards, but that's, I don't know if there's any Paladin exclusive ones, but that's a good point. I think I like this a lot. I think it can help you finish a game against a hunter or a demon hunter. It can help you finish a game against aggro. And I think it can make you get some super, super, super good trades. It just seems so versatile to me. I'm calling it a 4. But that's the way I play the game. If you play the game Smork style, you won't like this card as much as me. Freeze is 5 stars. Maybe it'll be insane. I hope it's insane, because it's my type of card. I agree it's a good card, but you never want to draft this. Good discover, though. See, I feel like I would draft it. All right, here's the Light Blade. After you cast a holy spell on this, cast it again on another friendly minion. Hey, you can cast a bunch of rolls on this, but it only has 3 health, so probably not going to be good. But you could throw a Blessing of Kings on this, and then you'll get a Kings on another minion. You could throw in this meta, not the next meta, but in this meta, you could throw, a Spike Ridge Steed on it. Spike Ridge Steed is actually holy, right? Even though it feels like maybe it shouldn't be. But, you could just any holy buff. Any holy buff, you could throw it on this and distribute it. So, by default, this is just kind of a 3 if you don't have any buffs. If you don't have any buffs, it's just a 2-mana 2/3, and it's like, hey, it's a 2-mana 2/3, it's River Croc. But if you got 1 or 2 buffs, if you got to hold the bridge, if you got Kings, then it moves up. If you got a lot of those, it could be a 5 maybe. It is a little tough to pull off, because you have to have another minion on board, and you have to get this on board, and you have to have mana to do the buff. But sometimes this card will be pretty nuts. Overall, for most Paladin drafts, it probably honestly only bores between a 3 and a 4, because a lot of Paladin decks don't have those buff cards. But when you pull it off, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be big when you pull it off. Turn 1, kill the opponent. That's gonna be tough to play the role then. The radar detector. Looks like the Dragon Ball scanner. Scan. The bottom 5 cards of your deck. Draw any mechs found this way, then shuffle your deck. Constructed card. Yeah, Red says 1 out of 5. Nope. Yeah, you'd have to. If you draft 3 mechs in your deck and you scan the bottom 5 cards, the bottom 5 cards of your deck is early in the game 20% of your deck, and so you would have, what does that become? I don't know. The point is the odds aren't good enough in Arena. The odds aren't good enough in Arena to make this something you want to take pretty much ever. 2 mana, draw 5. Yeah, what is Blizzard thinking? Honestly, constructed nuts, though. No doubt that there will probably be some type of crazy aggro mech paladin, maybe even wild, that this can be used for massive card refill. But in Arena, nope. Right, yeah, Honk's just thinking about wild, too. Me too. All right, good to see you, by the way, Honk. If I haven't said hi, hope you're doing well. We got the 2 mana 2/2, generally bad, but what's it actually say on the card? The Seafloor Savior. Battle Cry Dredge. Dredge is nice. If it's a minion, give it this minion's attack and health. Ooh, okay, well that works. So you get to choose the next minion you're gonna draw, unless all 3 of your bottom cards is a spell, which is pretty unlikely in Arena. And then you get to give it a +2/+2 buff. So that's super worth it. It's a 4 out of 5, pretty solid. Doom says 5, Round says 5. Let me try to. Yeah, Space says it works with hand buff. If you hand buff this first, you could give even more stats. That's true. If you like Legionnaire or something, maybe. Pretty conditional though. Let's ignore hand buff, but just try like reword the card. 2 mana 2/2 mech, Battle Cry. Let's say look at 3 minions from your deck just to simplify it. Draw it next turn, get +2/+2. +2/+2 as a buff is already worth slightly under 2 mana. I am gonna call this a 5. Lars is gonna be ridiculous. I'm gonna call this a 5. The buff itself is worth almost 2 mana. The body is only 1 stat line below what you want to just play, and you get to control the draw to make your curve better. I'm gonna, as a mech tag itself, which could activate like Gorilla Bot, or if you've got Wombsday in the meta, you could activate like Magnetic. I'm gonna call it a 5. Twitch says it's not a buff. What? Give it this minion's attack and health. Trice is a buff. Okay, no, I mean, it's a buff. It's a buff. People say it's a buff. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to call it a 5. Maybe a low-end 5. Maybe not, one of these busted 5s. But it looks really, really, really strong. And it's a common. Man! I hope you like Paladin. Right, so you could dredge another copy of this. You could dredge another copy of this. It becomes a 4/4. You play that one. It does it again. It gives the next card you're dredging up +4/4. Yeah, there's gonna be at least one game where you just see 2/2, and then you see a 4/4 savior, and then you see a 6/6 savior, and then like an 8/8. Yeah. Somebody just drafted 5 of these and get them all. But yeah, I hope you like Paladin, because this card looks like a super solid common, and Paladin's got the 3 mana 3/3 lifesteal, discover a dragon, and Ysera's still in, so I don't know, Paladin's looking. Hope you like Paladin. 3 mana 4/2 mech, another mech. Works really with the Paladin Sunken 2, which is right here. Put the Sunken Mooncatcher on the bottom of your deck. So this is just as a 3 mana 4/2 Divine Shield. That was the Cthulhu card that you could never draft. And that's still quite decent as a 3-mana card. Not insane, but quite decent. And the Sunken version is summon a copy. So yeah, totally. So if you sunk this to the bottom of your deck and then played this, you would get a 3-mana 6/4 Divine Shield that gets another 6/4 Divine Shield. So, yeah. Fortunately, the Mooncatcher itself is a rare, not a common. But that will be a relatively common way to just get, like, completely busted out by Paladin in the relative early game. So, yeah. If you've got this card or other dredge cards to dredge this up, the more dredge you have, the closer to 6-star it gets. The closer, like, 6-star it gets, the more dredge you have, especially if it's this dredge. By default, it's really only a 3 these days, on its own. But the more dredge you have, the better it gets. The mech tag helps it some. You could start to border towards 4 just on its own, maybe, because it activates things like Gorillabot. But, yeah, on its own, it's not busted at all. But it can become busted pretty easily. The Shimmering Sunfish. This was one of the first cards they revealed, and it looked good, if I recall. 3-mana 2/5, which is not a bad stat line. You lose an attack, you gain a health versus the 3/4 kind of default you want. And yeah, if you're holding any holy spell, you get Taunt and Divine Shield. So yeah, the 3-mana 2/5 is fine. And if you're holding a holy spell, then it becomes, a relatively high-end 4. The Taunt and Divine Shield is really nice for 3 mana. So, yeah, as long as you have, I don't know, 3 or 4 holy spells, then this becomes pretty reliable. The more holy spells you got, better it gets. Dredge is only 2, but I don't know. I think a 3-mana 2/5 is a decent card in general. Bear Lone Champion, right? Fish Champ. The Bubble Bot. Hey, that looks like the prawn suit in Subnautica. 4 mana 4/4, which is bad. But it's a mech. Give your other mechs Divine Shield and Taunt. So by default, this is a 2. Because it's Understad 4. And yeah, as I go worried about this card in Constructed, we're talking about Wild Mech Paladin, who I might be running that for my 5 wins a month, if it's good. Cute art. I like this art. It's very solid. I don't know who did this art, but thumbs up. I like it. I like it a lot. Looks good. So yeah, by default, this is understated. But the more mech synergy you have, the better it gets. Yeah, more mechs you got, higher in stars you go. I don't know if you ever get to 5. You have a lot of mechs for 5. Hit 1 mech is good enough. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, but by default, on its own, it's just a 2. Understand. Thank you, Jensen. Oh, that was a really big delayed one. I'm like, oh, Jensen gifts 3 subs, and then the other 2 popped up. Let's hop back to this screen for a second.
Excellent decision.
Thank you very much, Jensen, with the 5 gifted subs. We had Eel gift out 10 earlier when we're doing this card review. Jensen does 5. Super, super appreciated. This is a 2-star card, but Jensen's gifted 5 subs. Yeah, that's what I got. It's there. Thank you very much. This is Savory with your support. Calm got 1. Chef Shabu, who does stream Hearthstone Arena, got 1. Ivory got 1. Backstab got 1. And so did Juicy. Thank you very much, Jensen. Appreciate the big support. Yeah. Congratulations, we got 1. Super appreciated. Immortalized in stone. Summon a 1/2, a 2/4, and a 4/8 elemental, presumably all with taunt. And it's a holy spell. It's a holy spell, which has synergy with the Shimmering Sunfish. Yeah, this seems good, but let's think about it again. Let's think about how much this is worth. So, with the 21 months of sub, I'll switch over here again, fortunately.
Excellent decision.
Fortunately, with the Stream Deck, we can switch screens really easy. Thank you very much, Sove. Actually, there are 3 minutes. There are 3 minutes to trigger a hype train, which will include all 5 of Jensen's gifted subs. So if anybody cheers 100 bits or 100 bits or more, or if they sub or gift a sub, somebody who's not Sove or Jensen, that hype train should get up to at least level 1. Help get out some of those hype train emotes famous on the hype train. But yeah, let's see. Somebody, Asymptote and Robo both did, and so you're on the train. So if you don't have all the level 1 hype train emotes, or is it up to level 2 already? I think it's like level 1.5 probably. We had Dane with the first time sub. Always exciting to see a first time sub. Super appreciated. Switch screens.
Excellent decision.
Switch back. Thanks, Riker. Thank you very much for first time sub. Always exciting to see first time sub. We had more first time subs this month than in a lot of months. I think the hype train just got up to level 2. So if you're on the hype train, you'll get a level 2 hype train emote. Unless you have them all, then you get level 1. If you got level 1s, then you get nothing. But yeah, 14% to level 3. They get Alexis, gets an hype train, get those hype train emotes. Sorry for the delay on the review, but hey, gotta appreciate people's support. Thank you, Space with the fall. We've been seeing Space in chat for sure. Yeah, I just wanted to post some of the hype train emotes in chat. I usually do. Just if you wanted to get on the hype train, examples of the emotes you might unlock. They're cute little cartoon animals, some of which are useful, like, you know, the hype lurk. But the hype lurk is a level 5 emote. It's level 5 emote. We're not there. We're at like 2.2. But thank you, Alexis, for 9 bits. Yeah, Dane says you deserve it. I appreciate it. Duck gets on the hype train too. I need to get the ability to put Riker on this screen, but I don't have that ability right now. So we go over here. We go to the Hearthstone screen. Do we know for sure that all 3 mains are elementals with taunt? I don't know that for sure, but I strongly suspect it. If you get a 1-2 and a 2-4 that aren't elementals, and only the last one is an elemental with taunt, this is a scam card. The most scam wording I've ever seen. Yeah, since they are all taunted. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much to Doc. Much safer with your support. Yeah, so now the hype train's at level 2.43. Summon a 1-2, 2-4, and 4-8 elemental with taunt. So for 7 mana, you want a 7-7 taunt or a 6-8 taunt. So you're getting a 4-8 taunt, -2 attack, and for that, you're also getting a 2-4 taunt and a 1-2 taunt, and these are all buffable, and this is a holy spell to activate that Sunfish, or some of the Naga cards that activate when you play spells. Yeah, I haven't said this a 5 or 6. I mean, I agree. You're getting a lot out of the deal, a heck of a lot. It could be... I'm thinking just 5. Personally. It might even end up being a low-end 5, but you're getting a lot out of the deal. Yeah, super annoying. You want to remove Pound from the board. There's a lot of anti-aggro stuff getting pushed right now, it feels like. They put the Mistress of Mixtures that heals both people for 4 in the core set. They put the Pleiad Beetle with Death Rattle get 3 armor in the core set. We're seeing some taunty stuff like this. Titsa, what card did you pick over this? What card would you pick over this? I'd have to think about it, because you would want to say like Raid Boss, but that's legendary. It won't be up against this. Zyos is Templar Captain, quite possibly. Somebody says Brasswing. I might actually take this over Brasswing in a few cases, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, Tar Creeper in Core 2, that's true. All right, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to hop on the level 2 hype train. If you did want any of those hype emotes, thank you people on it. Troll Centurion kills it all. It does honorably kill the 4-8. That's true. That is true. That's a little bit of a concern. We don't have a new core set yet, do we? Oh, not only do we, if you look at the VOD, we talked about it. This is the new core set, the cards that changed. We did talk about that earlier in the VOD, so if you're interested in us talk about the core set, which they had all the explorers like Reno Jackson, then yeah, you can look a little earlier in the VOD, or you can just look up the set yourself online if you don't want to look at me. But yeah, we do have the new core set. And they get a cola with the first-time sub. 2 first-time subs, I'm telling you. It's been a good month for first-time subs. I appreciate people supporting the stream for the first time. It's exciting to see. It really, really is. Bar said take the Elec buff over this. The Elec buff? Wait, which Elec buff? When you say Elec buff, I'm thinking about the priest one. Yeah, at least in 2022, we did talk about that. We were kind of surprised they didn't remove the mid-step of the map. You know, instead of shuffling the monkey into your deck, just add the monkey to your hand. All right. Thank you very, very much, Dakota. It is safer with your support, too. Only 25 seconds left in the hype train. If you want to get on it, you might be too late. But 67% to... Oh, wait. Maybe you're not too late. Maybe you're not too late, because Ivory... Oh, wait, was it too late? Oh, was it too late? Ah, it was too late. I hope it still gave you an emote, Ivory, but it was a little too late to set up to level 3. But still, super appreciate the 1,000 bits support. I hope they gave you an emote. Even if it wasn't quite early enough to extend the hype train. But yeah, super appreciate the 1,000 bits support. Very, very nice. All right. We got the Leviathan. Oh, and let's bring up the Colossal thing. There's the Leviathan's claw. Kind of looks more like the Leviathan's tail, doesn't it? But, alright. I guess it's a tail claw? It was 1,000 bits in addition to the 9 subs on that train. 5 from Jensen, 2 first-time subs. We had Duck, and we also had, Lexus cheering, Robo cheering, Asympto cheering, and Dane with the first-time sub, Sove with the sub, all super appreciated. This one's bananas. Yeah, this one's really good, right? I remember seeing this one. Rush, Divine Shield, and after this attacks, you dredge, you look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck, put one on top, and then you've got the Leviathan's Claw with Rush, Divine Shield for attack. After this attacks, draw a card. So, you get to pick the next card you draw, and then immediately draw it, which means you could dredge up something that costs less than 3 mana, and play it immediately alongside this 7-cost card. So that could be a thing if there's something in there for 3 mana that would help you on that turn. Otherwise, you could still pick something for next turn. After the Leviathan lives through another turn, you could keep dredging. Every time it attacks. This one, I think, Rush, split bodies, Rush, mech tag, potential to keep dredging. This one, and this is also, makes you really want to maybe think about picking that Gorilla Bot in Paladin, because if you can discover a mech, you might find this. It looks like there's a lot of mechs, so it's easy to miss this, but still a good thing to look for. This, I think I would indeed venture up to 6, maybe. Because, I mean, this is 8 removal with Divine Shield on 7 mana. Right? That's just nuts, you know? Troll Centurion's a good card. That's 8 damage, no Divine Shield, not split damage, single target. This costs less mana, and it does typically a lot more. So, this card is indeed pretty busted. But even though it's pretty busted, it still doesn't make you immediately lose the game quite as hard as, like, Raid Boss Next Series Sarah, I feel like. So even though I would call it a 6-star card, I don't think it's quite as frustrating as some of the other 6-star cards. What's +1 refer to? It's just telling you only get 1 extra body. You only get 1 extra body on that tail. Some of the other Colossals summon multiple pieces. All right. The Garden's Grace. I don't think I've seen this one. I don't think so. Give a minion +5/+5 and Divine Shield. Costs 1 less for each mana you spend on holy spells this game. So if you play a single Immortalized in Stone, then this is 3 mana +5/+5 Divine Shield. So on 10 mana, this is tough to play. You have to already have a minion on board, and it's a buff that's worth like 6 mana, 6 mana-ish. So you want to play at least 4 mana of Holy to have this be decent. which is just, a Blessing of Kings. So yeah, if you got no other spells, this is actually pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. Maybe 1-star bad, maybe 2-star bad. But if you've got that Immortalized in Stone common holy spell, or if you've got a Blessing of Kings or two, or if you've got, some Hold the Bridge, the more holy spells you have, the better this gets. So, yeah, it's another one that's hard to judge overall, because if you have a single Immortalized in Stone, suddenly you're thinking, oh, I want this. I want this. Yeah, high, depending on rotation sets, I'd say 3. Right, this one's super hard to judge. I don't think I'd pick it as like pick 1, because I don't know if the holy spells are gonna show up. But if you've already picked Immortalized in Stone, or a couple of Blessing of Kings, or anything like that, it becomes really good really fast. So we can just call it a 3 for safety's sake. But yeah, it's very draft dependent, but it can get really good really fast. You do have to be on board, though. Right, 0 if you're behind. That's the thing. That's why I started to say, let's still say 2. So yeah, super high potential, but very deck dependent. Tricky one to draft. Tricky one. One that's a little testing of your drafting skills, maybe, and how much faith you have. But you gotta put your faith in the light. Okay, as we move from Paladin to Priest, just again, one more time, thank you big time for all the support on that hype train. I was gonna say, I want to make sure I didn't lose anything with that. Yeah, obviously, no worries. Do not get one of those emotes. But yeah, super appreciate the 1,000 bits of support at the end there. And yeah. Super sweet to see two first-time subs. Illuminate, which is what Lyra says, and they put Lyra in the core set, right? And this is a good card with Lyra. Yeah, it'll say with the Illuminate. Dredge, if it's a spell, reduces its cost by 3. Now, if you have Lyra, this is a super good way to start a Lyra chain. It's also a great card to get from Lyra, because you get to control your next draw, maybe reduce its cost, and you get another random spell. So, yeah, crazy good card with Lyra. Maybe why they put Lyra in the core set is because of this one card. The issue with this card, right, yeah, I'm seeing... I think Arrow said maybe an easy 4. That may have been the preseason. No, it was the Paladin card. That was the Paladin card. Yes, Red said 1 mana. Somebody said Mana Arena 2. Doc said cool card for... Right. Oh, never mind. You don't draw. Exactly. The problem with this card in Arena is you don't actually draw. So you're spending a card to make your next draw better, but you're spending a card. Yeah, V says Dredge for 0 is good. The problem is card advantage. It's tough to spend cards in Arena just to affect your RNG without actually affecting the board. If this was on a minion, if this was on a 2-mana 2/3, it would be insane. But it's not on a minion. So I'm seeing people saying 0. I'm seeing people say a 1. I'm not quite going that far, because I think it's very possible to, Dredge in Priest, go ahead and find a useful spell, reduce its cost, and pull off something interesting that way. So I think I'm going to go all the way to 2. But yeah, cards that you expend from your hand just to kind of affect your RNG are not very good in Arena. 1 might be fair, but the fact that in a particular meta, I don't know what spells are in this exact meta overall, but it's not in the next meta, I don't believe. But we're always thinking about things like Free from Amber. If you could dredge up a Free from Amber and play Free from Amber for 5 mana, that would be worth spending a card. But it has to be in the bottom 3 cards of your deck, so it's still RNG dependent. So yeah, maybe this is a 1. I'm gonna go ahead and say 2, but maybe it's a 1. It's something to avoid. It may be hard. Don't draft, but it's a sweet roll off Lyra. It may not even be a spell choice, no, it's higher than 1 out of 5. Maybe so. Maybe it's 1. Either way, I'm saying you don't want to pick it, typically. All right, here's another 0 mana card. 0 mana 1/1. It's a wisp. Easy 6-star. Everybody love wisps. Battle Cry. Refresh an empty mana crystal for each spell you've cast this turn. All right, so this card is like hyper busted in constructed, right? This card might get hyper nerfed in constructed. But in Arena, it's more particular. It can still be really good. It can still be really quite good. You could play, something like a Shadowward Ruin, which is still in core, isn't it? You could play something like a Shadowward Ruin for 4 mana, kill an enemy large minion, drop this priestess, and also get down a minion on the same turn you played Ruin. But you are spending a card on it. Just like we're talking about this. Red points out can activate Naga Synergy. It's true. Space says if you actually had Lyra on board, you could be doing Lyra Illuminates. You could be playing more spells. Then you could refresh the mana from those spells, right? You might be able to do something like that. There's stuff you can do with this card. And, even a Wisp, even a Tiny Fin has wormed its way into a few of our drafts lately. So even if it were a Tiny Fin, I would call it a 2. I wouldn't call it a 1. But, there are Naga synergies, and it is possible to do things with this Battle Cry effect. I am hesitant to call it more than a 3. But, I think you could pull something off with this, and just the 1/1 body is not completely valueless. So if this was up against, normally I'd say if it was up against Mukla, but they pulled Mukla out of the core set. But if it was up against, 2 legendaries that just don't work for you at all, I don't think you'd be super happy to see this in most decks, but you might do something with it. It's weird though, because it's a card that speeds Priest up in Arena, and speed is not always what Priest is concerned with. All right. The Serpent Wig, which is just one of the odder card arts in Hearthstone. 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1. If you played a Naga while holding this, you get another Serpent Wig. And so, a little reminiscent of cards like Explorer's Hat, but you'd have to be able to keep playing Naga, which is not super impossible in Arena. But, it's a kind of a theme. What we're seeing so far is they're giving Priest all these cheap cards that, don't work super well in Arena. People saying 2, yeah, I mean, the more spell synergies you have, the better it is. But I would also say avoid this. I started to think about 1. I'm like, 1 mana +1/+1. You have to be on board. It's super minor. I'm thinking about comparing it to, the Sand Breath in Paladin that's +1/+2, unless you have a dragon, that's good. We'll go ahead and say 2. But if you got a lot, it could be fun. It's another good card to roll off Lyra because it just, rotates itself. But, it doesn't look that good at all. Still Whispers of the Deep, which, hey, N'Zoth's back in spell form. Silence a friendly minion, then deal damage equal to its attack, randomly split across all minions. Right. So this one, on the other hand, this one could work very well, right? You play this on a Chillwind Yeti. It's 1 mana, deal 4 damage randomly, which is slightly better than Arcane Missiles. If you get on a 6 attack card, you do 6 damage for 1 mana, which is 2 Arcane Missiles. It still does not seem super busted. One thing that's fun with this is if you get frozen, then you can not only unfreeze, but while you're unfreezing, you can do damage. Thank you to HS with the follow. I appreciate that. It's super niche, but still viable. Red says 5/5 when you flip cards of the set. It's good even just for damage. I do like that it splits among enemy minions, right? If it could go face, I wouldn't like it anywhere close to enough. But because it doesn't go face, because I was about to rate it not super high, but looking at it again, the fact that it can't go face does help a lot. So, and it can kill stealth minions too, right? It's not going to be in the next meta, but right now we've had the 2/2 poison in stealth, the giant wasp. This would be a good card for killing things like that. Makes the 1-mana crab viable for priest. Oh yeah, the 1-mana 3/4, whatever it was. Goes through like the card design. Comparing it to a few different cards. Let's think about. Yeah, let's think about. What was the card called? Blaze Caller? Was it called Blaze Caller? No, it's the. What was the name of the card? Shoot. Bad with names. The 3-mana. The 3-mana, wasn't it 3-mana, 3/4 mage card? Spell Burst. Do 4 damage randomly split among enemies. Flame Waker, okay. So I'm thinking about Flame or Firebrand. What was it called? Firebrand. Firebrand. Okay, I think that one's right. Firebrand, okay. So let's think about Firebrand. 3-mana, 3/4, Spell Burst, do 4 damage split among enemy minions. That was one of the strongest cards ever. I'll keep it Firebrand. I'm not forgetting the card, I'm just forgetting its name. I'm so bad with names. The Lyra. Yeah, Flaming C4 deal 2 damage, not Spellburst, which was still a super strong card when it came out, but not as good now as it was when it came out. But yeah, so the Firebrand. So the Firebrand would let you play a separate spell that did its own thing, like Arcane Intellect, draw some cards while doing the 4 damage. This on a Chillwind Yeti would let you do the 4 damage, but it doesn't do anything separately on the spell. Except for the silence, which... So I think... I like it a lot, but I don't think I like it 5 stars. I think the fact that this is a card... I don't think I like as much as the Spell Burst. That's amazing. 4-mana 7/7. That's true. You could get the 7 random damage and remove the 2 card draw thing. True. I don't think I'm gonna rate it 5. I think I'm gonna rate it 4. I like it. I would like it way less if it could hit face, but it can't hit face. But I think I don't think I like it quite 5 stars. I think it's still very, very, very good, but not quite must draft. But I like it. I like it a lot. I'm not going to go 5, though. Some people are saying 5. I'm not going 5. I'm going 4. High 4. Card 60, somebody Shower Devour did. Shower Devour is very strong. Shower Devour, I might say 5. Well, maybe Super High 4 too. Maybe. Yes, I was only limited the minions. It does it for you. Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good. I'm not quite going 5. Almost, though. Almost. Doom is concerned with this card with Void Attendant. Wait, which is Void Attendant? Is that coming up, or is that an existing card? I'm so bad with names. Another 2-mana 2/3 Naga. A lot of them in this set. Battlecry, gain +1/+1 for each spell you've cast this turn. Well, it's a 2-mana 2/3 Naga, so by default it's like a 3. And, you probably can get to a 2-mana 3/4 easily. Maybe even a 2-mana 4/5. So yeah, the more cheap spells you have, like that 0-mana Dredge, the better it gets. So, yeah. People point out it's a 2-mana 3/4 with the coin. That's a good point. But yeah, so it's at least a 4. And certain decks might really, really love it. But yeah, it might even be a high 4. And it's a good card, yeah, if you're going second, absolutely. If you have some other 2-cost cards. So this is good. This is very good. Super draftable. Like a Georgetown expansion, it's true. It's very true. Do you think they'll make spells more common in Arena again with all these Naga cards? Do you want the cynical answer? Or the non-cynical answer? The cynical answer is that, it took them like 5 weeks to fix the epic bug, or did it take longer at that? Did it take multiple metas? I don't know if we'll see any changes to Arena in any reasonable time frame. That's the cynical answer. The non-cynical answer would be, yeah, I hope they might boost the spell offering rate by not massively. We've had metas that are super spell heavy, and it just becomes nonsense. But if they boost it by like 20%, 25%, that could be nice. But yeah, Jensen, they fixed it, they broke again. Oh no, they fixed it, then they broke it, then they fixed it, then they broke it, then they then they fixed it. It's happened 3 times. It's happened 3 times so far. But this time it took the longest to fix. One time it only took like 3 or 4 days to fix. The second time. This time it took like over a month. Yeah, hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully they redid how the Hearthstone teams work at the start of this year. It used to be they had the art team and they had the design team and they had this, that, the other thing. Now they've changed it that they have the Battlegrounds team and they have the Duels team, and then I believe they have a Modes team. And when they talk about the Modes team, they talk more about Tavern Brawl, and maybe the Duels team is the Modes team. I forget, but hopefully some of the people on the Modes team with Tavern Brawl stuff will also pay some attention to Arena. Hopefully we can get at least one person on like micro adjust like we had before, because that person left Blizzard. They went to Ben Brode's company. But yeah, I hope we can. I hope we can get some attention. There's a Modes team. Duels is under it, but it's dedicated staff already. Okay. Programming vice versa. But yeah, ZBC did the one guy doing stuff for Arena Quitter song, right? There was one person doing micro adjusts, and they went to join Ben Brode's company. Ben Brode with the $30 million of Marvel money. But that's been years, and we still don't even know the name of Ben Brode's game, so I don't know what's going on with that either. But that's where the micro adjust person went. 3 mana, 3/2, bad stat line. Battlecry, if you cast 3 spells while holding this, draw 3 cards. Really tough to pull off. Really tough to pull off. I mean, if you're drafting Serpent Wig and you're drafting Dredge, or if you're drafting Illuminate, maybe you can pull this off. But the drafting a 3 mana 3/2 for a very tough card to get payoff on is not a good idea, almost ever. Try as an idea. Well, at least he's inviting more people. At least he's inviting more people. The current head of Hearthstone, Ixar, he had lunch with Ben Brode like a few days ago, or a couple days ago. Switcheroo. It was in the Ask Me Anything. Draw 2 minions, swap their stats. Well, yeah. As to save uses Twitter. Actually, I don't. I saw a summary of the Q&A on the website Out of Cards. I didn't see it on Twitter. There's a 4. There's some high roll potential here. So, anything with like high roll potential. Yeah. I think I actually do agree. I do agree, because it's if at worst, it's like Arcane Intellect, and Arcane Intellect is, it's Arcane Intellect for minions. That's like a decent card. But yeah, if you draw, we were talking about this card when it was announced. I forget what we landed on, but yeah, so you could draw an 8 mana card and a 2 mana card or a 3 mana card, and the 3 mana card could get like 7/7 stat line. Now it also means that you get in your hand like this super terrible 7 mana 3/4, but you do get a 3 mana 7/7 that could be really fast. But ironically, the switcheroo itself, spending 3 mana to draw cards, is kind of slow. So yeah, the upsides and downsides are a little difficult to compare, but it could let you speed up a little. It might venture towards 4. But yeah, it's an interesting card. It's an interesting way to draw. It's kind of unique. Oh, 0 mana card, right? You could draw that 0 mana legendary card and draw Deathwing, and then you get a 0 mana 12/12, and you get a 10 mana Deathwing that's a 1/1, but it still clears the board. All right. You switcheroo the Darkness with stats revert back to 2020 when it emerges from dormant. I doubt it. I doubt it. But I don't know. Who plays the Darkness? No one will ever finish this science. Stone Tusk Boar. The Darkness is the big gum. Ajar Ritual. Silence a minion and summon a copy of it. Put a Sunken Ritual on the bottom of your deck, right? And the Sunken Ritual, I did see this one. This one, it's the same thing, but it summons 2 copies. Silence a minion, summon 2 copies of it. So, yeah, even if you play this on a Chillwind Yeti, you know, it's a 4 mana 4/5. And if you can play it on a 5/6, that's better. If you can play it on a, 6/6, that's better. We had Silence a Minion summon a copy before, in old set, which was not a very good card. It was good on the 4 mana 4/7 that would heal your opponent when it died. It was good on that card, but was not a very good card on its own. Now, this puts a much better card at the bottom of your deck, which maybe you can dredge up. It would work with that 0 mana dredge card. But the initial card is not that good. And, the easier it is for you to dredge, the better it gets. But it's a little slow, and it depends on your opponent, letting you keep minions on board, typically. So I think this one will not be that good. I'm going to call it a 2. I'm going to call it a 2. More Shellfish combos, yeah. 4 mana 7/7 thing, like -1 said. Every time you say dredge, I think you're talking to me. It's time to become the Jummy Beard. And you can be, I don't know. You can kind of uncombine. The dreadful Jummy Beard. Oops, wait. I don't want to get rid of that yet. But yeah, I don't think this is super good. Unslipping Soul only worked on friendly minions. Oh, okay. Hey, that's an interesting point. I didn't even think about silencing any minions in summon copies. Okay, I'll call it 3. Sure, I'll call it 3. Silence an enemy big minion. Get a copy of it. Maybe. Low 3, but okay. I didn't think about that. All right, I'll call it a low 3. I still think it's not super good, but I didn't think about that. Here's the Priest Colossus, the Blackwater Behemoth. It is a 8/10 for 8 mana. And it's got lifesteal, so yeah, if you're aggro... Again, we've been talking about aggro and some things that could annoy aggro. Here's another one. Where's the Colossal piece? So yeah, it's the Behemoth Lure. So it's just got this glow thing on its tail. At the end of your turn, force a random minion to attack the Blackwater Behemoth. Right, so you get that lifesteal like right away. Right away. Now, of course, if the enemy has, like, poison, this is no good. I think it's on its head. Oh, you're right. This does summon to the left. You're correct. You're correct. There's unique pronunciations sometimes. Behemoth? What, you want Behemoth? Yeah. I'm gonna find a movie that says Behemoth. Wait, you said Behemoth. Wait, what? I thought I said Behemoth. I thought that's what you were the one complaining about. First time. Okay. Well, I didn't realize I did that. Normally I do say Behemoth. I thought Behemoth is what you were complaining about. All right. Did say Behemoth the first time. Interesting. I usually say Behemoth. Okay. Well, I'm usually on board with you. I wasn't that time for some reason. All right. Behemoth's Lure. At the end. Yeah. So this, I think is pretty cool. Now it goes with Behemoth. Behemoth. I don't think I've... which is what Tibbs says. I don't know. All right. The BB Lure. We're going with the BB. BB8. Yeah, it's actually 8 mana. Wait, it's actually 8 mana. It is BB8. It is BB8, the little orange droid from the Star Wars sequels that rolls around. It is BB8. All right, BB8. But yeah, yes. Savage says Snail messes up. Today once the Snail's rotating. Yeah, but this is gonna be, this is the next 2 years. It says, I did not say Behemoth. You said Behemoth. Okay. You still had the moth. I don't know. BB. BB. I like this card. I like this card. Is it super busted? I like the lifesteal. You're gonna get messed up when the opponent has, the mid-sized minion you want to eat, and then a small minion. But even if you eat the small minion, you get the 8 lifesteal. And so if the opponent still doesn't have a good way to deal with the BB as with like a spell, they're still in trouble. The 8 lifesteal is just such a problem. I'm gonna call it a 5. I like it. I like it. And you got the Whirlpool. So yeah, previously Priest had the Plague of Death. Silence all minions and destroy them. The improved Twisting Nether for 1 extra mana at 9. Now you get this 9, destroy all minions and all copies of them wherever they are. So, most arena decks have, only a few duplicates. But the duplicates you have tend to be cards like Knight Captain. And so, you might blow up an opponent's Knight Captain on board, and they have a Knight Captain in hand or one still in their deck. So it could be an upside, but generally this is just Twisting Nether. What class is this? A Priest. Generally this is just Twisting Nether for 1 extra mana. It's not quite as crazy as Plague of Death. So yeah, I mean, if you want it's also weird to have a Nature Priest card, isn't it? But yeah, it's, I don't think you would call Twisting Nether a 5-star card. I think you'd call it a 4-star card. I think you'd call this, probably still a 4, but the extra mana cost is maybe a little annoying. But yeah, it's like the Flick effect, exactly. Also, should copy in your deck, true, and your hand. If your opponent has, whatever on board, you need to kill a Plagued Proto Drake or something. If that it would mess up the Death Rail thing. And you've got one in your hand, well, then you just destroyed a card in your hand, but sometimes you need to. So yeah, it could mess you up. But yeah, still probably call it a 4-star removal. Not as good as the Plague of Death, though. Cry is reminded of Magic the Gathering cards in general. Okay, Priest. We got Rogue. Alright. 1 mana 3/1, Battlecry, deal 1 damage. 1 mana 2/1 is kind of the default stat line for a 1 mana card. This is better than that. And as a pirate tag, and as the Elven Archer. It's an Elven Archer with 2 extra attack and a pirate tag. This is 5. I don't know about 5. Maybe. It's a great card for aggro. I'm leaning towards kind of a high-end 4. I'm leaning towards a high-end 4. Honks is a card's a 5. I don't know, maybe people like aggro more than me. It's still really good, though. It's still super draftable. It's still super, super, super draftable, but I'm not quite on the 5 train with people, I don't think. But yeah. I think it's very good. You can see it in my Glocka, yeah. I think it's very, very good, but I don't know if I want to quite call it a 5 personally. But maybe I've got anti-aggro inclinations. Like I said, the Leperman's cost. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Wizard, that's in the 9-mana Priest spell. Well, sorry, I'm not gonna go over it again. It's on the VOD. I think it's good, but not as good as Plague of Death. Gone Fishing. 1 mana, Dredge, combo, draw a card. It's pretty nuts, but I don't know. I guess I don't like 1 health cards as much as other people. Gone fishing. Here's what's Dredge. It's up here. It's up here. It's above my head. It's above my head. Dredge combo draw card. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's super easy a combo. And could activate spell synergies. You are spending 1 mana to control your RNG and cycle the card. 1 mana to control some RNG on your next draw, but you have to combo it. And you can use it to combo other cards if you are willing to not draw the card. $1 for eternal happiness. Think I'd be happier with the dollar. Yeah. Space said 5. I don't know if you're saying 5 for this. Doom said 4. Red said 2. Clunky used. Rogue doesn't have a lot of sunken cards. The other one's an epic. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards the weaker side. It's tracking, but with a combo condition. Tracking's not bad. Only Soup can read. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. Arcane Brilliance is solid. Wait, what's Arcane Brilliance? 5 with the follow. I appreciate that. Two and assists, think makes a difference that they're the bottom cards. Well, because the fact that, were there any sunken neutral cards? There was like 1, right? Plus the legendary 1. Made sure 2 cards. Oh, it's Arcane Intellect. That's Arcane Intellect, not Brilliance. That's why you confused me. But this only draws 1 card. This only draws 1 card, not 2 cards, right? So that's the thing. Whenever you have a card that draws 1 card, it's cycling. When you draw 2 cards, you're drawing an extra card. This is spending mana just to help control your RNG. Panthers Rogue's Sunken is only okay. Plus, Red was saying it's an epic, which makes it tough to draft. Yeah, I don't like spending mana to draw the cards. Now, this does... If this was not Dredge that lets you look at 3 cards, it'd be 1. I'll go 2. But I don't think I like this. I don't like cards that just draw 1 other card. You're spending mana on not doing much, typically. Maybe it's 3, but I don't like it particularly. The Cutlass Corsair, or not Corsair, Courier. 3 mana, 2/5. Good stat line. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. There are a lot of pirates in this set. You can dagger before this. 4? 4? Maybe bordering on 5 if you have a lot of pirates in your deck. This is not too difficult to keep alive. So you're gonna usually get 1 draw off this, and you might get 2 or more. So high 4, and if you got enough pirates, maybe a low 5. It's a really nice stat line for it. If this was, a 5/2, this would not be quite as good a card. It would actually be a far worse card. But this is with a 5 health, it's an annoying one for your opponent to kill. But if they don't kill it, you might draw pirate after pirate after pirate. So yeah, really high 4, maybe even a low 5. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. A lot of pirates in this set. Swordfish. I saw this one. I didn't think it was very good. 3 mana, 2/3. Battle Cry Dredge. If it's a pirate, give this weapon the pirate plus 2 attacks. So there are a lot of pirates in this set, but probably not enough to make this reliable. 3 mana, 2/3 weapons. If you got like Deadly Poison, that could be good, but they tend to generally be kind of worse than 3/2 weapons. The Dredge in general to help control your RNG is pretty good. So it's not the worst thing ever by any means, but I'm even hesitant to call it a 4. I feel like it's more of a 3. If you do have a ton of pirates, if you got like 6 pirates in your deck, then you can certainly boost it. But Dredge makes it a lot better. Yeah. The fact that it helps you control your next draw is still nice. I still don't know if I want to call it a 4. I feel like a lot of the things we're calling 4s are better than this. It might be a low 4. It might be a high 3. It's still a decent card, but it's. I don't think it's like, oh yeah, this is good. Ooh. So yeah, high 3, low 4. Not bad, but yeah. If you got a lot of pirates though, ooh, that's gonna be good. Playing this late game, drawing a weak pirate might make you not like the card. Yeah, but you do. If you draw a pirate at all, you get a 3-mana 4/3. That's 12 damage. So late game, that might let you push in the lethal, so it might be fine. If you dredge, do the 2 unpicked cards go back to the bottom of the deck? I think so, but I don't know so. I think so, though. Battlecry, your next spell costs 0. Oh, right. This was another card that people were calling that maybe it'll be nerfed, because, yeah, it lets you play this for 4 mana and then play the 8 mana draw card spell for the Death Rattle synergies. So, yeah, in Constructed in particular, this seems like it could be hyper busted. But in Arena, I feel like Red says 4 out of 5, another favorite of the expansion. Do we have a big spell coming up? There is this. And there is this. So there are 2 new big spells for Rogue. Let me just glance at these quickly. Okay, that one's good, and it's a common. This one's the epic. And it's okay, but it's an epic, so it's hard to draft. Yeah, Blood in the Water, right. So it's just like Druid. It's just like Druid. We saw a couple of those combo big spell cards, and there was one really good combo big spell. So you probably want to make sure you have this card we haven't looked at yet, Blood in the Water. Deal 3 damage to enemy, summon a 5/5 shark with Rush, which is really, really good. You would probably want to make sure you have this first, maybe, before you even think about drafting this card, because obviously this is super understated. And most my rogues historically have not had a lot of, spells. This, Assassinate is out there, 4 mana, kill a minion. But at that point, even if you combo it, all you're getting down is an extra 2/2, and you have to have both cards in your hand. If you don't have both cards in your hand, a 4 mana 2/2 is super bad. So yeah, this card's cool, but I think it's cooler for Constructed. If you do have multiple of those Blood in the Waters already, maybe, but you have to have them both drawn. So I feel like I'd be drafting most other cards over this. And yeah, if you've got Sprint, if you've got Smokescreen already, then you can think about this card more too. So even though this card has a lot of potential, I think for most decks you want to avoid it. Yeah, Tunis is 1.5. I agree. It's cool, but I think it's gonna be... It's the same problem as a lot of the Naga cards. It's maybe difficult to just draft the 2 cards, but not only do you have to draft the 2 cards, you have to have them both in your hand at the same time. And I think that's difficult. So I think this is a bad card to draft in general. Tid says 1 even, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Stats are brutal if you don't know if the spells cheat this exactly. Exactly. So I think it's a bad card for Arena. A Jarn Vessel against an Epic, and a little bit of talking chat. Yeah, they did fix the Epic bug for a 3rd time. Maybe it'll come back with the expansion. I hope not, though. Summon 2 3/3 pirates with stealth. Put the Sunken Vessel on the bottom of your deck, which will bring up the art on that. Wait, uh-oh. Did I not get this Sunken card? Or did I maybe misorder it? Oh, somehow I missed it. Shoot. Alright, well, I missed one somehow. Alright, well then, here. I believe... I don't remember what it does. I looked at, but I don't remember what it does. And let me look it up. I'm sure somebody has it in chat, but I can look it up real quick. The Sunken Vessel. The view is ruined, says Rick. Cancel those gifted subs from Jensen and 1,000 bits from Ivory. The gifted subs from the Electric Eel. So the Sunken Vessel is a 5-mana spell cast when drawn. Get 2 more of those 3/3 pirates with stealth. Which, yeah, if you dredge that up, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. But yeah, you do have to be able to dredge up in the first place. 2 3-mana 3/3 pirates with stealth for 5 mana. Total of 6/6 stats. I like it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 4, and it starts to go towards 5 if you have multiple dredge cards like that swordfish card. Yeah, it's a decently solid stat line. And because of stealth, you can sometimes get face potential, and you can get pirate synergy. Yeah, it's got a lot going for it. Yeah. For the best sunken, because like I said, right, yeah. So dredge makes it a lot better. And if you can't dredge, it's still super solid. High end 4, maybe even a low end 5, maybe. Probably high end 4. And yeah, here's the Bootstrap Sunkeneer. Not Buccaneer, Sunkeneer. 5 mana 4/4, terrible stat line, but combo put an enemy minion on the bottom of your opponent's deck. So this is particularly great against Death Rattle, right? The opponent's got the 8 mana, 8/8, Plague Proto Drake or something. I don't think that's in this next meta, I don't think, but maybe it is. But something good Death Rattle-y. It removes the whole card, including the Death Rattle. And that's significant. That's very significant. Now, they might dredge it back up. But they got to do that. This is, yeah. Now, it can be hard to combo a 5-mana card. It can be harder to combo a 5-mana card, just like, yeah, Black says the obvious comparison. It was sometimes very hard to combo Kidnapper, and Kidnapper just put back in the enemy hand. They got to replay it anyway. It was a fancy sap. This is much, much better than a fancy sap, but it's still kind of difficult to combo sometimes. Even so, we're comparing it to maybe even more than Kidnapper, comparing it to like the Vine. Why am I so bad with names? The Ungoro 5-mana 3/4 that would blow up a card that didn't work against Death Rattle. Yeah, Vile Spine. There it is. Vile Spine. People have it. Vile Spine Sailor. That's pretty good. Yeah. Okay, Vile Spine Slayer, Vile Spine Sailor. That's good, Dan. That's good. That's solid. Make sure you check out Dan playing Hearthstone Arena. And Vile Spine was an amazing card in its day. It's probably more of a 4-star card now. This one, I think I'd go more. Yeah, well, I think we'd go on the 5 end. It can just do a type of removal that is immeasurably good. So yeah, I think we go 5. But you better hope you have some small cards in your deck. You probably will. You'll probably have some 2-mana 2/3s. Thank you to Rond, I think, with the follow. I appreciate that. Here's the card we looked at earlier, because we wanted to look at comboing with that other card. Blood in the Water. Deal 3 damage to an enemy. Summon a 5/5 shark with Rush. This card's pretty crazy, You're doing 3 damage that can be to face, and you're doing that for like 1 mana. A 5/5 Rush is worth 5 mana. So, yeah, it's kind of 1 mana, do 3 damage. Might have some spell synergies like that other one. So you draft this over at Knight Captain. No, right. I'm starting to get used to it, but every time people say KC, I still think Kill Command. I'm like, why would I draft this over Kill Command? It's a hunter card. I don't have to think about this. This is a road card. So Knight Captain is 5 mana, deal 3 damage, summon a 6/6. And that's a good point. That Knight Captain is conditional on them having a 3 health minion, or something you can get to 3. This is not conditional. But I think you're right, that in general, Knight Captain is still usually better than this. However, what this can do that Knight Captain can't is more immediate damage. This, you can kill an 8/8. You can do the 3 damage, you can throw in the 5/5. This, you can kill a 6/3, and then you can put the 5/5 into a 4/5. This has more immediate removal. So I think I still would take Night Captain over it, but this can do things that Night Captain can't. So anyway, I would still call this a 5. But if this was up against Night Captain, I think I would still take Night Captain most of the time. People start King Crush. Still 100 card, like Kill Command. And when Kill Command was Kill Command, I'd do. It's the same says that it's Kansas City of them. Well, Kansas City was one of the most influential Hearthstone cards. They had to hard ban that one. It's not even the Legacy set. It's like gone. You gotta deep search your collection for Kansas City. All right, here's the... I was gonna say Hunter, because we're talking so much about Iron with Kill Command. Here's the Rogue Colossus. So we got the Claw. We got both the claws. It's got the Snip Snap. Baron Rainbow's Nexia. Wait, what? This? Is it? 6 mana, 6/5, which is, you're losing 2 health over a Bloodhoof Ogre. And you get 2 of these Krabtoa Claws with Rush. Now, I saw a lot of debate over this, and hopefully chat can tell me the truth, because I don't know. I never found it. But this was another card I saw people complaining about. There was that Demon Hunter card that I didn't like the wording. So, it says your Krabtoa Claws have +2 attack, but I think I saw people saying it doesn't actually put the attack on these Krabtoa's claws. Tries it affects the claws. Does it affect the claws? Because I saw it does. Dan said it does. Trang said it does. Okay. There's enough people in chat saying it affects the minions and the weapons. It affects both. Okay. Then that makes sense to me. I had seen people say it did not affect the minions. It only affected the weapons. And I was like, man, that's terrible wording. But it affects both. Okay. Next one, why would it not? Because Krabtoa Claws does not have an apostrophe. It doesn't match the name of the minions. And so some people thought it only affected the Krabtoa Claws you got as the weapon when these die. But enough people in chat are saying it affects the claws on the minion that I will assume that's the truth. So we'll talk about it that way. Okay. So that means this is a 6 mana, 6/5 with 2 4/1 rushes. And then you equip a 2/1 claw that, as long as the Krabtoa body is alive, also has 4 damage. So the idea with this is that you attack a minion with a 4/1 claw, you swing your face either into their face or into a minion, and you lose the 4/1 claw, and then you attack with the other claw to get another claw equipped to you while you do the 4 damage with the next rush. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of power, all for 6 mana. And it's also, I like the flavor of it. I like the flow of it. It's like a fighting game combo. I don't know. It's okay, hit him with the right hook. And now hit him with your center hook. Hit him with your face. And now hit him with the other hook. And now you equip the next weapon. There's a process to it. There's a process to it, which I find kind of satisfying. It's the most Street Fighter card in the game. Cry thinks that there will be a nerf coming into it in the future, raising its mana cost. Maybe. But for now, this does a heck of a lot for 6 mana. Yeah, so right, some people will misplay it. They'll attack with both claws and not swing the weapon in the middle. Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably do it at least a couple of times. But yeah, it does a lot. It does so much. It does 8 damage of removal just on the minions, plus it gives you potentially 8 damage with the weapons. It's got the 6/5 body itself. And with all the 6s, I think this one, like, 4 other cards, maybe 5 other cards, I think this one will use the Overload Star, go to 6. This does so much. It does so much. It does removal. It gets you on board. It gets you an extra weapon at the end. It does so much. It does too much. So, and if you can discover a beast somehow in Rogue, I don't know if that's possible, if there are discover. Well, there's that amalgam. There's that amalgam. If you have a beast on board and you target it, you could discover a beast. But there are, I think Dan was saying there's like 60 beasts in or something ridiculous. So the odds are quite low. It's like 3 in 60. But yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, 4 Fire Elemental triggers is one way to think about it, says Black, and Fire Elemental itself is a good card. So I think we'll go with the Overload on that. Call it a 6. Justice, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Is that the end of Rogue, or is there another card? Oh, there's still Hook Tusk, another legendary. And this one doesn't work. This one's crazy for Arena. This one's crazy. And then the Hook Tusk is 8 mana, 8/8. Well, so it's still an 8 mana, 8/8. It's still a body. But Battlecry, if you've summoned 8 other pirates this game, plunder the enemy. It will be there are a lot of pirates. There are a lot of pirates, but it's going to be really difficult. What's plunder, right? So plunder does a lot of stuff. It's pretty cool, but it's going to be almost impossible to pull off, I think. You might play 5 pirates, but 8? Ooh, that's a lot. But if you did do it, then I'll tell you what it does. What? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong Hook Tusk. I looked at Captain Hook Tusk. It just says Battle Cry. I'm like, what? No. Pirate Admiral Hook Tusk. So the first thing it does, at this point, it doesn't actually do all of them. Oh, it doesn't actually do all of them. You have to pick one of the 3. I didn't actually know that either. It's a discover, and you only do one of the 3? Or is it random? Either way, when you plunder the enemy, you can take 5 cards from your opponent's deck. Note that it says take. Take. You pick. Okay, so it's a discover. It'd be too strong if it did all, quite possibly. So one of them is take 5 cards from the opponent's deck. Get some closer fatigue. I assume adds them directly to your hand. And it's not a copy. It's you literally take them, you steal them, they're gone from their deck. In Constructed, you could steal their big combo pieces, or their Colossus, or whatever. Their most essential card, you might take it, right? Take means they don't have them anymore, right? There's been pretty much no take in Hearthstone. It's always copies, really. But in this case, you take 5 cards from your opponent's deck. Interesting to see it. And then there's take your gold. Take 2 cards from your opponent's hand. Immediately from their hand. Instead of, you get more cards out of their deck, but they can play the cards in their hand quicker. So take 2 cards from their hand. Lich King took them, right? Yeah, Arthas had it. Yeah. David points out the same thing. Yeah, there was the Death Grip to take an enemy minion from your opponent's deck. Take their ship. Take control of your opponent's highest attack minions. You can also do a mind control on this 8/8 body. But yeah, take 2 cards from your opponent's hand is pretty nuts. But gotta be really, really, really tough to pull off in Arena. Play 8 other pirates before you do this. Yeah, 8 mana, 8/8. I mean, it can be big game honored, but it's a. The thing is, this is a reasonable stat line, but the higher in mana cost you get, reasonable stat lines become worse and worse. So, an 8 mana, 8/8 is more of a 2 than, say, a 4 mana, 4/5 is a 3. Because you don't want to spend 8 mana just on a pile of stats, typically. You want to have a good Death Rattle or a good Battle Cry. So yeah, if you could pull this off, if you could take 2 cards from the enemy hand reliably, that would be a 5 or 6 star card. But summoning 8 other pirates is way easier said than done in Arena. So it's a 2 because it's not a body you want to play on the board in Arena. It's too slow. Lots of stuff we can stay hydrated. I'm probably underhydrated today because we're talking so much. All right. There's one of the dredge cards that we should have brought back the lock 2/3. Discard top card your opponent's deck as a counter. Maybe they'll do something in a future expansion. All right, so that's the end of Rogue. We still have 3 classes left: Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. Then I get to not do a review for another 4 months, unless we do mini set, which we usually don't. But yeah, Crisis Kill card, see it being huge and constructed. Maybe. Don't see it in Arena at all, except on a random YouTube highlight, right? Right. All right, the Azaran Scroll. Discover a fire, frost, or nature spell for shaman, and put a sunken scroll on the bottom of your deck. What was the sunken scroll? The Sunken Scroll. Add a fire, frost, and nature spell from your class to your hand randomly. That's a lot of power. And 1 mana on discover a particular spell. You know, fire could be Don't Stand in the Fire, which is crazy. Don't Stand in the Fire is fire, right? It better be. Frost can be like Wind Chill or Glaciate. Those are good. And nature can be Lightning Storm or maybe some other interesting stuff. Is Hex nature? I can't even remember if Hex is nature. Probably is. So yeah, you can discover some powerful spells for 1 mana, and then if you can dredge up this scroll, you can get a lot more hand refill. So yeah, we'll some people can say in 4 out of 5. Maybe I am overestimating how easy it'll be to dredge up the Sunken Scroll. Maybe I am. Maybe it is more 4 out of 5. We're seeing quite a few dredge effects though. If Shaman has an exclusive dredge effect, then maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It may be very good. Fire can be the Shaman Dredge spell. Oh, and here's Dredge. Well, maybe I'm still leaning towards 5 on this. However, no. The Dredge spell is common. It is common. So yeah, 1 mana, deal 2 damage. Can be face, can be minions. And then you control the RNG in your draw. So, you know, you like to compare to the gold standard, which is Holy Smite, deal 3 damage to a minion. This can go face, but it also controls your next draw. It can enable things like this. So, yeah. I'm hesitant to call this a 5, but Dredge is strong, and 1 mana deal 2 damage is okay, so I'll put this at 4. But of course, this gets better and better the more things you want to dredge up, like the scroll. So if you already got things to put at the bottom of your deck, this becomes stronger. But overall, just the Dredge controlling your next draw RNG plus the 2 damage. 4. Discover the guys are from the Sunken Scroll. You could actually do that. True. The Schooling, a non-class spell. It's not nature. It's nothing. Add 3 1/1 Piranha Swarmers to your hand. Oh, okay, so it's more of these Swarmers, which are 1 mana, 1/1 rush, and then when you play another one, the others get +1 attack. So you get a 1/1 rush, and then the first one becomes 2/1, so you get 1/1, 2/1, 3/1. Right. We shown different Swarmers. No, did they do a bunch of different art for Swarmers? No, I didn't see that. I don't know if I can bring it up super easy. Okay, so it's just different colors. It's the exact same art, but there's a blue one, and there's a red one, there's a yellow one, and there's a green one. So you get a little variety on the color, but otherwise they're identical. Choose a favorite product color or riot. I like... I like the blue one the best, but it has the worst contrast with the water. So because of the contrast, I probably like the green one or the red one. It's green, it's not close. Same as Dreads. Oh yeah, did Dreads also complain about the contrast on the blue one? Yeah. The yellowy orangey one is my least favorite. Sorry to fans of the yellowy orangey one. Like the blue one the most. I like the blue one the most art-wise, but I don't like the lack of contrast. Welcome to Art Stream. Oh, right. But yeah. So you have to spend up to 3 mana to do these rushes. But yeah, the 3/1 is super worth 1 mana. The 2/1 is worth 1 mana. And only the last Piranha Swarmer is not really worth 1 mana. And it's pretty versatile removal. You do have to spend the 1 mana up front to get them, though. But that could help activate Naga spell synergy, maybe. Yeah, 1 mana spell synergy for Naga synergy, exactly. I think I like it quite a bit. I'm going to say 4, not 5, but yeah. So many 4-star cards in this set for Arena. So many. 4 is almost definitely the most common score we've assigned. Just a lot of really nice stuff, but not totally busted. Anchored Totem, which is cute. I like the design on it. It's got the totem shape at the top in metal, and then it's got the, that's cute. I like that a lot. That's good art. 2 mana, 0/3, terrible stat line, 1 star. Wait, after you summon a 1-cost minion, give it +2/+1. Oh, so that works with these swarmers. But yes, I mean, if you've got the right deck for it, maybe. It is after you summon, not play, and this works with your regular totems. This works, yeah, it's summon, so hero power totems, exactly. I was just realizing that myself. It does work with your hero power, and so you could make, a 2/3 totem, but it would cost you 4 mana between dropping this anchor. The anchor is obviously trivial to kill at 0/3 if your opponent has any board, just like it's trivial to kill the 0/3 Mana Tide Tome that draws things. So yeah, if you've already got some things like the Schooling and some other 1-cost cards from hand, maybe you could draft this, but it's just too easy to kill, and the hero power upside is, I don't think, enough. Hobgoblins back, but worse, right? Yeah, Doom says it's not 1 mana. Yeah, 1 cost. So it does work with your hero power, but it still seems overall pretty bad. If you've got, 3 of these Schoolings already, maybe you can combine it with that. But generally, this is something to pretty hardcore avoid. I probably would give it 1 star, not even 2. Maybe 2, because it does work with the hero power, but I would avoid this. Grim Necromancer, yeah, Grim Necromancer would get, some 3/2s. You could combine it with Shuma or like Raid Boss Anexia if the anchor was already on board. Right, Raid Boss whoops 1 cost. I believe they are, but because Raid Boss costs 10 mana, you would have to get this on board the previous turn, have it not die. Bioluminescence. Welcome to Subnautica again with Sir Finley. Give your... Oh, jeez. So, I think this is bad in Arena, but I'm just scared about what this is gonna do in Constructed. Yes, here my 1 mana token for shop. Yeah, we talk about it. It is. I'm just discarding golden, discarding diamond. I just want it to be a whole playthrough of Subnautica. One of the worst arena cards ever. I mean, it's I don't think it's any good in Arena at all. But this with Maelstrom, yeah, true. If your opponent has a board of small stuff and you got a board of small stuff, you play this, you do Maelstrom for like 4 damage, 5 damage, yeah. But man, I'm scared about what this is gonna do in Constructed. I'm very frightened of this in Constructed. I think this will be in part of some, Black says combo shaman. Maelstrom's gonna be, we're talking about Maelstrom, yeah. I still don't think this is good, because it's, just like all these cards, we've got one in the meta right now, the 4-mana card that adapts your minions in Druid. It's tough to play those cards in general. And adaptation, you can get like 3 health or poisonous. It does typically more than this. Because it's hard to do spell stuff with this in Arena. So, yeah. If you have a perfect deck for it, maybe you can take this, but in general, I would say probably 1 point. In certain decks, too. It's just too tough to get spell power stuff. The stuff that can take advantage of this, and the 3 mana plus needing a board, there's too many requirements across the board. For Arena, but I just look at this. I'm immediately terrified of combos and Constructed. It's like Malagos type thing, but way cheaper. So, that frightens me for Constructed's sake. The Piranha Poacher. 3 mana 2/5. We've seen more 3 mana 2/5s than usual in this set for sure. It's a good stat line. At the end of your turn, add a 1/1 Piranha Storm in your hand. So that could work with the anchor thing. It could also work with the Schooling. It gives you more Piranha stuff. And yeah, you keep getting them as long as this gives it to you. It's still a good stat line. You keep getting a little bit of value. So, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, probably 4. Maybe a low 4. I don't know if the Piranha Stormers are quite influential enough to call this, a high 4. But yeah, it's good. Good. Piranha Command. Cobra Command. The Radiance of Ajara, which I think was a boss in somewhere. Battle for Azeroth. 3 mana, 3/4 elemental. It's a good stat line. Plus, I got the elemental tag. You discover it off an elemental or activate an elemental synergy if Ungor or something was in. Fire spell damage specifically, +2. Your nature spells cost 1 less. After you cast a frost spell, gain 3 armor. So it does make that 1 mana 2 damage dredge card do 4 damage. That might be significant. But yeah, overall, this seems like more of a it's a broken constructed, right? This seems like more of a constructed thing. It still gives you some upsides. They're hard to take advantage of in arena big time, but probably still call it a 4 more than a 3. But if you can't take advantage of any of this, that's just a spider tank. But yeah, more of a constructed thing. The Coral Keeper, summon a 3/3 elemental for each spell school you've cast this game. Ooh, So this is good with the scroll thing, because you could discover a spell school you're missing otherwise. It's pretty common in Arena to play, at least a nature spell and maybe a chill wind to get a frost spell. At that point, it's a 5 mana 3/4, summon 2 3/3s. Again, it's an ordering thing, though. That's throughout the whole game. By turn 5, you may have only done one or none of these things, even if in the future you could play a frost spell and a nature spell or something. If you activate it just one time, you get a 5 mana total stat sort of 6/7, 3/3, 3/4. That's okay. So I think I'm just gonna call this a 3. But yeah, if you got enough spells to help activate this, I think it's gonna be very common to activate once, a little hard to activate twice. But I'm just gonna call it a 3. Activating it once pretty easy. That's pretty okay. If you can activate it twice, it's pretty darn good. Yeah. Guess this is a 4. You think it's pretty easy to activate twice? Could be, especially with that scroll. Especially with that scroll that can discover a spell of any classification, or all 3. All 3 if you get the sunken version. So here's the Glug. It's like the second biggest colossal compared to the Demon Hire one, which is +4. So you get 3 of these, 3 of Glug's tail. After Fleming dies, Gant's original stats. So when this was the one that they got the raunchy animation on. He says they've killed a pretty late game boss in Elden Ring. Well done. I don't think that one took me too many attempts, but I may have been a bit over leveled too. And I used ashes. Glug the Gulper. So yeah, when they did the raunchy animation video, exactly. Chase says the same thing. When I read this initially, despite the fact that it says what it says, I thought what Chase was thinking, maybe other people would think, which is that you only gain the tail stats. You have the tail taunts, and that eventually buffs this up to a what would it be, a 5, 7, a 9, 11. But that's not just the tails. It's not just the tails. It's any friendly minion. So if you've got a, I just like to use Chillwind Yeti because it's the default minion. So if you've got a Chillwind Yeti and you play this Glug the Gulper and you trade off the Yeti into an Ami minion, immediately the Glug gains the 4/5. It goes up to 7/9, right, or 7/10 right away. So if you've got minions on board before you play this 7, you can trade your minions off. It'll get bigger right away. And then you still get all these 2/2 taunts that maybe get consecrated, maybe they don't. But your opponent needs to have like a big removal for Glug and small removals for the tails. And that's a pretty big ask. The wording prevents the piranhas from becoming too much boost. What? Right, cost +3 means summon 3 tails, right? And they all have different art. I just got, like, I think this is the back one. I think this is the back of the tail. But, yeah, you get 3 tails. And they're all identical stat-wise. But yeah, this, this is 7 mana if your opponent doesn't have an answer, win the game. Right. So this is, Room for Lose, same as the other Colossals. Yeah, but maybe even more so than some of the other ones. So yeah, this one, at least 5, maybe 6. Maybe 6, I don't know. All your opponent really needs is, a Silence, maybe, or a Hex, or a Meteor, although Meteor won't be in the next meta. There might be quite a few ways to answer this, but it does have to be behind the taunt. So, like, Poison doesn't work super well because of the taunts. It's not impossible, but it's pretty difficult. So maybe 6, maybe very high 5, but it seems great. It seems really, really, really great in Arena. All right. Warlock, we got Warlock and Warrior to go. Rock Bottom. Oh, wait, hold on. I saw some lighting real quick. Says, didn't you say you cheesed that boss in Elden Ring? I don't think so. I don't think that one. I don't know. I don't know if that VOD is still available either. Probably, if it was here, if we did it on Safe House 17, it's probably on some VOD, but if it was on Variety, it's probably long gone by now. I don't think I cheesed that boss. I don't think so. All right, Rock Bottom. Summon a 1/1 Murloc, then Dredge. If it's also a Murloc, summon one more. 1 mana, 1/1, plus control your RNG. Next draw. Resist 2 out of 5. Yeah, I guess 2 out of 5. I was thinking, is this ever one? Is this ever a 1-star card? I don't know. It's not very good though in Arena. Can Dredge, then tap in Warlock. Yeah, okay. Well, that means I won't think about 1. That thing means I won't think about 1 because that you could later in the game do the Dredge and then tap into a card you want more reliably. Fair enough. Maybe that even pushes it to 3. The Chum Bucket. Give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. Repeat for each Murloc you control. Constructed stuff. 1 star. Maybe you can do the Warlock. The Warlock Murloc in Arena. Maybe you can pull it off. Maybe you have enough Murlocs. But generally, not going to make it work. Not going to have quite enough Murlocs. Void Gill. Give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. But this is a 2 mana 3/2. So this is draftable. And it might make the... it might help out the Rock Bottom, at least, in the first place. So this one is draftable. And, if you got a lot of Murlocs, then that Death Rattle could help you out. But generally, this will just be a 3. Another Warlock Murloc. Battlecry, put the Sunken Scavenger on the bottom of your deck. There it is. So 3 mana 3/4 Murloc is fine. Plus Battlecry, give all your other Murlocs +1/+1 wherever they are. So yeah, and 1 favoring the Murloc Warlock in general. And since it's in your hand and your deck, this one could work out to help you out. But it's just a 3 mana 3/4 on its own after you've dredged it up. Dredging it up is not super trivial. Again, maybe Murloc Warlock is going to be super, super good in Constructed. What makes your dredge worse? You put it 2 stars. Yeah, but maybe with everything here is all Murloc Warlock, so maybe you can pull some of this stuff off. But yeah, it's not a super influential looking card generally, but it's a 3 mana 3/4. And a lot of times that Sunken Scavenger won't do anything. So I'd still say 3, just like I would for any 3 mana 3/4. This one's a Naga, not a Murloc. The Sirakas Cultist. Give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. Right, this is on the Legendary too, right? What were these curses? We talked about them briefly a while ago, but I've forgotten what they do. What do the curses do? Abyssal Curse. At the start, oh yeah, it's like the Reform Curse. At the start of your turn, take 0 damage, but each curse is worse than the last. 2 turns remaining. 2 turns remaining. So the first curse, oh, it's 1 damage, 0 damage wrong, so the first one does do 1 damage. And then it goes off for a second turn. And then, yeah, each one does 1 more damage. After 2 turns, they get discarded. They cost 2 mana. Can you still, like Reform's Curse, can you spend 2 mana to get rid of it a turn early? To remove the second curse, curse tick? Guy says, no, you can't. Wait, Doom says you can play him for 2. Well, now I don't know what to believe. Wait, Tri says yes. Maybe we're saying no to something else. You can cast him for 2 mana. Okay. So yeah, you do. So the battle cry does 1 damage to your opponent. And it might potentially do 3 if they don't spend 2 mana to get rid of it. And if you can do more curses later, then you can keep doing more damage directly to their face. But yeah, it's 3 mana 2/3. It's understated, and face damage is often irrelevant in Arena. So unless there's a lot more ways to do these curses, there's this one. Deal 4 damage to a minion, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. There's this legendary, your Abyssal Curses heal you for the damage they deal, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. Deal 4 damage to all minions, but it's epic, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. And then the Colossus doesn't do it. So, yeah, there's an epic one, there's another common spell. This one is a common that's understated. It doesn't look like a mechanic that is going to be very arena viable, so this is an understated 3 that only does 1 damage to the opponent's face exclusively. So I would say that this one is honestly 1 star. You just don't want to draft a 3 mana 2/3 that does 1 damage to your opponent's face. It's really, really, really bad. So we play right after card review. Also, when are these cards released? These cards are released very soon. They're getting released on Tuesday. Today is Saturday from an American perspective. And so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So they're being released like 3 days from now. And this is nice setup. You know, I always sit behind this desk, but the webcam doesn't usually pick it up. I move the webcam back. Good to see you. I hope you have a good weekend. So yeah. So here's another Murloc Warlock. Battle Cry Dredge. If it's a Murloc, change its cost to health instead of mana. You don't actually usually want to do this in Arena. You usually don't want to lose extra face health in Arena. Plus, this is understated. So, yeah, it's understated with Dredge. I would probably call this a 2. Just playing understated minions in general is tough. If you have a lot of other Murloc synergy, maybe. But I don't think I like it at all. Dragged below, we saw 4 mana deal 4 to a minion, give your opponent Abyssal Curse. But yeah, Abyssal Curses don't look that good to stack. And you really want to do 4 damage for like 3 mana or even 2 mana. So another pretty bad card. Pretty bad card. Zakul, which was also a planet in Star Wars. Yeah, Abyssal Curses heal you for the damage they deal. 5 mana, 6/5, which is an okay stat line. And give your opponent Abyssal Curse. This one's okay. This one's okay. You don't get a huge amount of upside, so it's like a high-end 3. Probably not even a low-end 4. But it's okay. Yeah, Red says 3 out of 5. This one's actually relevant. Yeah, it's fine. This one's fine if the other legendaries are not better. And then, yeah, the Abyssal Wave, deal 4 damage to all minions for 6 mana, give your opponent Abyssal Curse. This one, you know, it's bi-directional. Unlike Flame Strike, most Warlock AoEs are bi-directional. It doesn't hit faces. But this one is kind of okay. I don't know. We're playing right now with 6 mana, 5 damage AoE Fellfire, and sometimes that feels too small. So, yeah, even this one, we could go 3. We might even go 2, but I'd lean more towards 3. Yeah, Flame Strike blows up your own board. Yeah, maybe 2.5. I don't like this one all that much either. But the Colossal Legendary, Boston says hello, good to see you, Boston. The Colossal Legendary is pretty cool. And rather arena relevant. What? Oh, what? How'd I do that? Oh, no. I didn't get the back of Gigafin. I got the front of Gigafin. Ah, shoot. I did my best. All right. Well, I'll just tell you what the back of it is. No, it does have kind of cool art. It's got kind of horrific art. All right, I'll try to bring this one up on stream. I'll try to bring it up on screen. It's gonna take a second though. No, not Megafin. Not Megafin, Hearthstone Wiki. Ah, shoot. I'm gonna try again. That's gonna take a second. There's Gigafin. There's the Gigafin's maw. New image. All right, there you go. Sorry. Somehow I grabbed the wrong card on that one. All right, Gigafin. Battle Cry. Devour all enemy minions, which doesn't work well against death rattles, but good in general. 8 mana, devour minions, like Twisting Nether. However, death rattles spit them back out. However, you get a 6 mana. Well, the 6 mana doesn't matter really, but you get a 4/7 taunt that says death rattle permanently destroy the minions inside Gigafin. So if you can get this to die before that dies, then you get to destroy the enemy board, and you get a lot of stats with no disadvantage, really. So, and even if the opponent can throw 4 damage at the Gigafin and spit the minions back out, unless those minions have rush or something, they're still going to have summoning sickness. Even if they get their minions back, it's a turn delay until they can do anything with them. Again, except with rush and except with, like, taunt. Do the minions come with Gigafin spit? Yeah, but they like it. They're into it. So yeah, this seems pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. It's Twisting Nether with bodies, and even if they can get their minions back, the summoning sickness makes it still very effective. So I'd say in Arena, Doomsday says it's pretty busted if you can get it off of something like the 2-mana amalgam. Yeah, you could if you any way to discover a Murloc. Yeah. Jess is brutal. It's very brutal. It's gonna be an annoying way to lose. A very annoying way to lose. Because, like I said, even if you have the counterplay to kill the 7/4, they still got the 4/7 taunt. You still used your removal on the 7/4, and your minions still have summoning sickness. So yeah, it's very, very, very strong looking. Probably 6-star strong looking. So yeah. This is one of the best Colossuses for Arena. I'll go all the way to 6. If someone can randomly get 7 as well. So the answer is yes. However, you can't evolve or devolve into Colossuses. But if the opponent played Dirty Rat and they pulled the Gigafin out of your hand and got on board that way, then you would get the 4/7 taunt. But you can't evolve into these cards, fortunately. Yes, we have English source on that. I don't know. I don't know. I can try to look real quick to see if we have a source. Yeah, I only see the Chinese source. Obese thinks they saw Korra confirm it. It sounds like it's true, and I hope it's true. It would just ultra bust evolve stuff. So I hope it's true. I haven't heard anybody dispute it. I'm gonna assume it's true. If it's not true, I'll cry. All right, the last one. Yeti, good to see you. So 6-17s. Yep, high score. Hope you're doing well, Yeti. Welcome back. All right, the last one. The last one, Warrior. Okay. We're gonna take another break before we go through these last cards. We took a break 2.5 hours in. Now it's 6 hours in. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll hit the last cards, and we'll play at least one game of Arena. I don't know how much Arena we'll play, but we'll play at least one game of Arena after we come back and do the very last last set of cards here. Destroy your weapon. Destroy your coin, get 2 cards, yeah. What is it? Destroy your weapon, then draw cards equal to its attack. Interesting. Tough to do in Arena, because you don't consistently get offered weapons. Interesting, though. So what ring did Zaku get? 1? No, 3. Because it's a 5-mana 6/5. That's just fine, stat-wise. Doesn't really matter what curse stuff it does. Alright, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Hope you stick around for these last card reviews and some actual Arena play. Oh, shoot. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. We want to be over here. Okay, next we're going to do the break. Let's hit up the Warrior cards and be done with this review. Somebody said 7 hours. I was like, nah, it won't take that long. Now we're at 6 hours. Alright. Destroy your weapon and draw cards equal to its attack. I mean... is there a new weapon? Isn't there like one new weapon? Mana 3/2. So yeah, if we just think about some of the like 4 mana 4/2 weapons and stuff, you can equip it, you can swing it once, and then instead of swinging it again, you could use this to draw 4 cards. But you need to have the weapon, you need to not have to use the second swing of the weapon, and then you have to have this card and spend 2 mana on that. It's not completely undoable, but it seems very unreliable. So I think I'm going to give it 2. I think I'm going to say avoid. It could be good in a specific draft, but I think in general it's not going to work out in Arena. Too many factors, like some of these cards were given 2. Yeah, Black's at 1. Did go most of the time, exactly. I think it is very possible to pull off and get 3 or 4 draws off of it, which could be powerful, but it seems tough to do. Guard the city. Gain 3 armor. Summon a 2/3 Naga with taunt. Hey, you know, I mean, it's a spell, and so it could activate spell synergies for other Naga, but it's just Played Beetle. It's Played Beetle with taunt, actually. But yeah, even Played Beetle with taunt. Somebody said 4. I don't think the 3 armor is probably significant enough to qualify as a 4-star card. What says this? It's slightly evocative art, which is interesting considering some of the art they've changed in the past. But yeah, I maybe a high 3 sort of. It's a pretty good minion, but probably not significant enough. Yeah, you get armor instantly if you got like Shield Slam. If you have like Shield Slam, if. Obsidian Smith, 2 mana 3/2 with the pirate tag. Cry Dredge. If it's a minion or a weapon, give it +1/+1. It'll probably be a minion. It'll probably be a minion in Arena. So yeah, this one is maybe not as good as the Paladin one, which was giving a minion +2/+2, but it's still really, really good. Like really high end 4, really, really high end 4. One of the nicest 2s ever. Maybe even starting to look towards like really low end 5, but yeah. Putting a particular minion you want on top of your deck, or a weapon if it happens to show up, and giving it more durability and attack, or just more stats as a minion, which is more likely, and helping you curve out correctly via the dredge power. It's all super nice. It's all super nice. Doomsday Power Warriors, your favorite constructed deck. Hey, you get some fast wins. So new buffed minion in hand with +1/+1. Which one is that? I was thinking of the Paladin one, but that was +2/+2. Oh, Stagehand. Oh, Stagehand, I see, yeah. Except Stagehand, which was still a good card, Stagehand did not help your next draw be better, right? You didn't get to dredge and choose from 3 cards for your next draw, so this is even better than that. Could even be a low end 5, like I said. The Fires of Zin Al-Jari. Replace your deck with minions that cost 5 or more. They cost 5. Explore. Yeah, Tranks is the new Purifier. And we're also thinking about some cards like Seraphim. So if you're really lucky... And this is completely random, right? You can get cards... You can get cards from, you know, like Mage and stuff, I'm assuming. It doesn't read as just neutrals and warriors, I don't believe. It says 2 of 5 is super interesting, but ultimately bad you feel. Means from all classes. It reads as all classes. Yeah, Plex says all minions. It reads as all classes. So yeah, you could, if you got lucky, RNG into like any of the Colossuses. So you know when this play against you, you'll get 5 Sarahs, but you play to get some shield mans. Yeah. Pretty good with low rolls, you're getting 5 mana, 5 drops. Yeah, I mean, there might be some even lower rolls, but yeah. Guys, the problem with this, it's hard to get draw unless you destroy your weapon and draw 4 cards. Yeah, Path I think it's pretty strong in Arena, but I think it should be banned. Banned already. Does it replace your spell? It does. When it says replace your deck, it does replace your spells. But it's not like most warriors have a lot of spells. You might have an executor too. Do not like deck transform as a concept in Arena. Fair enough. This is a hard one to just like I rated Seraphon bad, and Seraphon turned out to be really good. So I'm gonna rate this one as 6 stars. And then it's going to turn out to be, oh no, RNG minions are terrible. What were you thinking? Yeah, I mean, even when you get late game in Arena, it's pretty common for you to be saying the phrase, okay, we're looking for these 3 cards, and we still have these two drops and this 3 drop. We don't want to draw those. And this says, okay, every draw should be at least reasonable. I'm gonna say it's really good. Somewhere between 1 and 6 cat. I'm gonna say it's really insanely good to try to guarantee you get reasonable and better cards late in the game. But we'll see. And Seraphon was better because it's got a 5/5 body on the first menu you play. Maybe. Give it a conservative 7/5. All right, I'm gonna say this one's really good. Maybe I'll be wrong. The Ajaran Trident. Yeah, he says RNG's fun. RNG can be fun. Did I get this sunken card properly? Oh, wait, shoot, I hit the wrong one. There we go, Sunken Trident. So 3 mana, 3/2, Fiery War X. Death Rattle, put a Sunken Trident about in the deck, which is a 3 mana, 3/2. After your hero attacks, deal 2 damage to all minions. So it's a, yeah, it's a Fiery War X with a Consecration attached to it twice. But you have to dredge it up. More dredge you have, the better it gets. If you got no dredge, it doesn't really matter. A Fiery War Axe at this point is just a 3-star card. But the Sunken Trident is so good that if you can dredge it up, it starts to become a 4, maybe even a 5-star card. So yeah, you ramp it up the more dredge you have. That Sunken Trident's really strong. 2 consecrations on a stick. That's pretty crazy. But you gotta be able to dredge it. Yeah, dredge it and buff it with the 2-mana one. I think that 2-mana card was rare, though. Yeah, it's rare, not common, right? So if this was common, like the Paladin one was, then that would be a more reliable combo, a more reliable draftable thing. Demon J doesn't go face, though. That is true. We saw the Demon Hire card. Demon Hire card did go face with the Consecration type effect. From the depths. Reduce the cost of your bottom 5 cards in your deck by 3, and then dredge. Interesting that it does the bottom 5, even though dredge only looks at 3. Grind, so what's the Be Right Back music? It's lovely. It's a song called Beneath the Mask from Persona 5. Specifically the instrumental version. Maybe there's a version with lyrics. Beneath the Mask from Persona 5. Reduce the cost of your bottom 5 cards by 3, then dredge. Red doesn't like it at all. Try doesn't like it. And yes, I guess it's a good card. You need one of the 3 cards at the bottom of your deck to be worth spending 3 mana to play it early the next turn. Yeah, Farsight that doesn't actually draw the card, but you get 3 options to look at. Just imagine playing this with the new Finley. Oh yeah, replace your hand with cards from the bottom of your deck. Yeah. 2-star card on your first 10 draft picks. 4-star if draft picks 11 to 30. If all your cards are big, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, just like that priest card. I'd say that dredging for 0 mana, effectively 0 mana, but not actually drawing a card, is not worth a card. So I'm gonna lean towards 1. Now you could do this on turn 5 or turn 4 even. You could do this on turn 4, happen to have an 8-mana card at the bottom of your deck, draw it, play it for 5 mana the next turn, but it's too much RNG. And you gotta spend the 3 mana up front. So I'll say 1. And yeah, David, there's a few other people say, man, they keep thinking Dredge immediately draws the card. Right, if it immediately drew the card, then this would be probably a 4. Probably a 4, but it doesn't immediately draw the card. Lady Ash Vane, legendary 5-mana 5/5. Give all weapons in your deck, hand, and the battlefield by +1/+1. Yeah, you know, if the more weapons you have, the better this gets. Right now, it's really tough to get, honestly, like more than 1 weapon. We'll see if it's still the case in the next meta. I think I'll call it a low-end 4, but obviously if you've got no weapons, that's a low-end 3. But yeah, there used to be metas where, you know, warrior decks would have 4 or 5 weapons. That doesn't happen very often right now. Black Scale Brute, 7-mana 5/6, Taunt, Battlecry. If you have a weapon equipped, summon a 5/6 Naga with Rush. So you're paying 2 extra mana for another 5/6 if you have a weapon. So if you have a weapon, I mean, that's super worth it. 5 bordering on 6, but like I said, it's if it's like this meta, it's really tough to have a weapon equipped. This is a hard card to rate until we know the draft rates. But in this meta, like Red, I've agreed with most Red scores in chat. In this meta, you're paying 2 extra mana to do nothing, typically. But yeah, it is super high variance. Super high variance in Arena, depending on if you can get those weapons consistently equipped. Super high variance. Over same number of weapons in the next meta as currently. Sorry, I what I mean is that, you know, sometimes we see them adjust draft rates. You know, we've seen metas where weapons are offered much more commonly, despite the number of them. That's what I mean. Again, without micro adjusts going on right now, I'm not expecting any draft rate changes. But if it happened anytime in the next year, this could become a much stronger card. And there's the Colossus, Nelly, not Nessie, Nelly, the Great Thresher. 7-mana 5/5, discover 3 pirates to crew Nelly's ship. And the colossal piece is Nelly's pirate ship. Taunt, Death Rattle, add Nelly's pirate crew to your hand. They cost 1. So, if Stormwind is in the meta, which it will be for these next 2 months, you can discover the Smite, the 6/5 charge. Your other pirates have charge, which could just end the game. You can't get 3 smites. You can only get 1 of each pirate. But the smite still gives charge to the other 2 pirates. So, 3 mana, 3 smites. You can't do 3 smites, but you can do 1 smite with the other ones getting charge. It looks like there's a lot of new pirates, so I'm not sure what the exact odds on getting smite will be. Maybe it's not crazy high because it looks like there's a lot of pirates. But even so, you still are getting 5/5 and a 2/6 for 7 mana, which is somewhat reasonable, and the 2/6 has taunt, and you get some extra minions for 1 mana each. So it's certainly still at least a 5, I would say. You're getting some value, you're getting some reasonable board presence, and you might get the Smite Blowout. You might get the Smite Blowout, so I don't know if I want to call that one a 6 or not, but it's certainly very strong looking. Slightly slower in terms of strength than like the Rogue one we saw, or the Warlock one. The Trench Stalker. Battlecry attack 3 different random enemy minions. Yeah, this one's strong in Arena. This one's strong. This one, you know. Sometimes Twin Tyrant is better because it doesn't take damage, but yeah, this is pretty nuts. Oh, it can go face. Boy, I didn't even think about going face, which doing in terms of 8 attack is probably reasonable. You had minions to the end of it on accident. Yeah, I didn't think about the idea it could go face, which often will make it worse. Often will make it worse. Oh, he's another in the skills next turn. Well, maybe. It only goes face 1 time. It can't hit face 3 times. Christopher 9 mana, 8/9 Hearthstone? Quite possibly. Here's with the minions on board. It'll hit the enemy in the face 1 time. 1 time, because it says different enemies. Different enemies. But yeah. Good things episode won't see it much with a Kappa, but they did fix the epic bug for the 3rd time. At least for now. Still looks crazy effective. Crazy effective. I'm still slightly surprised it doesn't cost 8 mana, based on some of the insane power. Can't die before attacking all 3. Almost definitely yes. Almost definitely yes. If the opponent had poison, you might randomly hit the poison and you would just stop. And that's it. It took 6 hours and 11 minutes. But that is the last one. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of very good-looking cards. Lots and lots and lots of 4 out of 5-star cards. Some super busted ones, 1 common super busted one. Most of the super busted ones, though, were legendaries. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And yeah, a few class cards in particular, especially there at the end in Warlock and Warrior, that don't look like they work in Arena. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of 4 out of 5 cards. Lots of super effective Arena cards. Another one of these sets, kind of like maybe Scalomance, that will make older sets that are in the meta, like, what's it this time? What's it this time precisely? Lots and lots of cards that may make the old cards from, like, League of Explorers and Whispers of the Old God and the Grand Tournament look like nothing. Look like garbage. So we'll see. We'll see what that does. Any shouts on the meta-defining neutral, like Claw Machine and Night Captain? Oh, in general? Well, mainly it was the rush ones, right? Mainly it was things like this Pelican Diver, 1 mana, 4/1, dormant for a turn, rush. The Amalgam is kind of interesting, but not necessarily meta-defining. For things like Demon Hunter, this one, after your hero attacks, do 1 damage to all enemies, is pretty nuts. But still, because not every class can use it. This one, though. 3 mana, 2/4, rush poisonous, dormant for 1 turn. This one will be very influential on bigger cards being played. This one, 4 mana, 3/6, Cry Dredge, reduce its cost by 1, helps control your RNG, and makes it the next card you draw cheaper. That one's really good. This one is an epic, but yeah, Battlecry at a 1/1 Naga to your hand that costs 1. Discover spell costs 3 or less to teach it, so yeah, Warriors can teach it Execute. Shaman can teach it Lightning Storm. Lots and lots of interesting options. This one I rated 6. Some people said 5, but I think I called this 6. 5 mana, 6/4, dormant for 1 turn, rush, immune while attacking. So if your opponent can't deal with the 6/4 body from hand, they probably just lose the game. Because immune while attacking is insane. Was there anything else here? Somebody mentioned Mothership, which is probably true, yeah. 6 mana, 5/4 rush, summon 2 random mechs that cost 3 or less. But yeah, those are the ones. The dormant rush ones. The dormant rush ones, the rush Mothership, and that dredge that reduces the cost of your next card all look very, very strong. Yeah. Looks like an overall strong set for Arena.